Chapter 760. It was a village that couldn't be any more ordinary, and there were numerous simple and crude cottages that were next to each other. Smoke curled up from the wind, and occasionally the sound of children playing could be heard. It was like a tranquil and peaceful Pure Land. This place was far away from Hot City, far away from all the killing, and far away from all the worldly disputes. In a relatively large courtyard, a rather charming middle-aged woman was sitting on a bench, fiddling with something with her head down. After a while, she raised her head and revealed a charming smile. She called out to the house, "Daddy, come out quickly. See if Xianxia's bonnet is pretty." A middle-aged woman spoke with the tone of a 14 or 15-year-old child, making people feel that it was very strange. A deep voice came from the house. "Little flower, I'm coming." It wasn't an old man who walked out of the house, but a burly middle-aged man. This middle-aged man had sharp features, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a high nose bridge. There was a hideous knife scar on the left side of his face, giving off a resolute and unyielding aura. The muscles all over his body bulged, giving people the feeling that they were filled with incomparable explosive power. On his two steel-like arms, green veins stretched out like snakes, giving people the same feeling of strength. His rough palms were covered with calluses, obviously caused by holding heavy objects for a long time. The two of them were clearly middle-aged, but the woman called the man Daddy. This contrast was a little confusing. The middle-aged man looked at the middle-aged woman in front of him tenderly, mixed with a bit of sadness. It didn't look like a father looking at his daughter, but more like a husband looking at his wife. "Xiaohua's bonnet is so beautiful." The middle-aged man took the simple grass-like thing from the middle-aged woman's hands and praised. "I knew I was good. I'll make some more later. It'll be nice to have them dance in the courtyard," the middle-aged woman said with a look of intoxication. The middle-aged man's expression was a little sad, but he still forced a smile and nodded. "As long as you like it, you can make as many as you want." Actually, the middle-aged man and the middle-aged woman weren't father and daughter. After all, they were a real couple. All of this was due to fate making a fool out of them, allowing them to continue living like this. The middle-aged man was called Du Tai, and the middle-aged woman was called Song Minghua. Looking at their temperament, no one would think that they were ordinary commoners. They had lived here in seclusion for 100 years. "Daddy, you're so good to your daughter," the middle-aged woman said happily. The middle-aged man said bitterly, "Xiaohua, can you not call me Daddy?" "Why? You're clearly my daddy." "Daddy, do you dislike your daughter for being naughty?" As the middle-aged woman spoke, her eyes became a little teary, making people feel pity for her. The middle-aged man said with a pained expression, "No, sigh, whatever." "Dad, are you unhappy about something? Why do you keep saying things like that? If that's the case, I'll be very sad." The middle-aged woman pulled on her husband's sleeve coquettishly. Just as the middle-aged man was about to say something, his eyes suddenly turned cold. He said in a deep voice, "Xiaohua, quickly go into the house. Don't leave the house before I come back." As he finished speaking, his aura suddenly soared, and he immediately flew toward the direction at high speed. Outside the village, he shouted in a deep voice, "Since you're here, come out. Why hide your head and show your tail?" "Hee, I didn't expect your scrap iron hand to have some ability. You can actually detect our arrival." A cold voice sounded, and then many figures flew out from a hidden direction. There were a total of 15 people, including 2 mystic thearchs and 13 heavenly venerables. They were all wearing the same clothes, and it seemed that they belonged to the same faction. "You're really haunting us. We've been hiding for so many years. Are you really going to kill us?" Du Tai said with a wooden face. The person who spoke just now stood up and stared at Du Tai. "It's really hard to find you guys hiding in such a remote place. However, this day next year will be your death anniversary." Suddenly, Du Tai laughed wildly. "How hateful. Come, back then your brother couldn't kill me and was killed by me. I wonder what you can do to me today." After saying that, a red giant axe appeared in his hand. This giant axe was extremely overbearing, and the image of a ferocious beast roared out, its aura shocking all directions. Shockingly, This was a weapon that had reached the half-saint level. In addition, a huge fire tiger appeared beside Du Tai. Its aura was incomparably majestic and frightening. The tiger's roar caused hundreds of birds to fly away in all directions, and the villagers were panicking. Seeing this weapon, the expressions of the two mystic thearchs became greedy. These two mystic thearchs were called Rong Su and Shi Bingguang. They were both low-level mystic thearchs, and the one who had been talking to Du Tai was Rong Su. The group of people also took out their weapons and summoned their spirit beasts, surrounding Du Tai. "Come, I'll kill to my heart's content today." Du Tai seemed to have become ferocious. His eyes were red with anger as he roared. He raised the giant axe in his hand and chopped towards Rong Su. Rays of axe light brought with them an incomparably strong flame, giving people an incomparably oppressive feeling. His fire tiger did not mind it either. Following Du Tai's attack, it also pounced forward to deal with the spirit beasts brought by the other party. Rong Su and Shi Bingguang also exploded with a strong aura as they went towards Du Tai. For a moment, there was an earth-shaking, rumbling sound in the vicinity. The trees and flowers were all affected and turned into fine powder. In a village not far away, the villagers seemed to have sensed the disaster and screamed. They abandoned their homes and fled far away, hoping that they would not be affected by this disaster. Song Minghua, who was in the house, also felt the strong fluctuations, and her heart was inexplicably in a mess. Could it be something happened to Daddy? Although Song Minghua's mind was in a mess, she still had emotions. She hesitated for a moment, but still decided to walk out of the house and flew out of the village. Don't look at her weak appearance. She actually has extraordinary strength. She saw Du Tai being surrounded from afar and shouted angrily, "You bad people, why are you attacking my daddy? I'll fight it out with you." After Song Minghua said that, she actually raised her pink fist and smashed it towards one of the celestial venerables. She actually did not know how to use the strength that she displayed, nor did she have any moves to speak of. At best, it was just like some flowery but impractical moves. When Du Tai heard Song Minghua's voice, he somewhat lost control of his mind. He shouted without turning his head, "Little Hua, quickly run, quickly run." Rong Su obviously knew Song Minghua and immediately shouted, "Catch that woman for me." Du Tai was very concerned about Song Minghua. He roared and deduced a large amount of world power. His fist fire axe forced Rong Su and Shi Bingguang away, and he wanted to fly towards Song Minghua and take her away. However, how could Rong Su and Shi Bingguang allow him to escape so easily? The two of them used all their strength to smash Du Tai's world power, restraining his movements. Du Tai actually disregarded everything and risked his own injuries to go and rescue Song Minghua. Du Tai was attacked from both sides, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood from the powerful attribute attacks. He had already suffered internal injuries, but he finally broke through the attack of the two of them. However, he was still a step too late. Song Minghua's neck had already been grabbed by one of the celestial venerables, and he threatened him, "Don't come over, or I'll kill her." Du Tai forcibly stopped and shouted at the celestial venerables, "If you dare to hurt her in the slightest, I'll destroy your family." Unfortunately, as soon as he said that, two powerful auras enveloped him at the same time. Boom! Du Tai was smashed into the ground by the two powerful attribute attacks, leaving only a bottomless pit. "Ha! Now I can finally avenge my brother." Rong Su looked down at the deep pit and laughed. Shi Bingguang said, "He shouldn't die so easily." Rong Su said, "I know he's not dead yet, but with this bitch here, are you afraid that he won't give in?" At the same time, he flew in front of Song Minghua, who was caught, and grabbed Song Minghua's hair. He said ferociously, "Damn bitch, if it wasn't for you, my brother wouldn't have died." Whoosh! Below the deep pit, a figure quickly flew out. It was Du Tai, who had been blasted to the ground just now. He was in a sorry state now, and there were many cracks on the high-level armor on his body. There were many bloodstains all over his body, and it was obvious that he was already injured. "Let go of her. You can do whatever you want to me," Du Tai said with a determined look. Even if he died, He didn't want to see Song Minghua get hurt at all. "Father, are you okay? You bad guys, let go." Song Minghua looked at the injured Du Tai and cried out with tears streaming down her face. Slap! Before she could finish her words, Rong Su slapped her face hard, causing blood to flow from the corner of her mouth. "Haha, you bitch, your injuries from back then haven't healed yet. He's not your father, he's your man." Rong Su laughed very straightforwardly. Du Tai clenched his fists, and his eyes were red with anger. He shouted, "Damn it, don't hit her. If you want to hit her, come at me." "Hee, don't worry, I won't kill her. I'll let you see your good daughter get gang-raped," Rong Su said with a lewd look, and then said to the celestial master he brought, "This woman is for you to play with. Do whatever you want, you bastard. I'll kill you." Du Tai roared with a flushed face and raised his giant axe to chop at Rong Su. However, Rong Su was one step ahead and grabbed Song Minghua in his hand, facing Du Tai's attack. "Chop her if you have the ability." Du Tai was forced to stop once again, and Shi Bingguang suddenly attacked from the side, slashing fiercely at Du Tai's back. Shi Bingguang didn't intend to let it go just like that, and his sword moves became more and more fierce, as if he would only be satisfied after cutting Du Tai into pieces. It was also at this time that a disdainful voice sounded. "Bullying the few with numbers, and bullying a woman, you really aren't, man." Chapter 761. Shi Bingguang was not going to let Du Tai off easily. His world energy smashed down on Du Tai, and countless sword chi slashed towards Du Tai. Du Tai's mind was already in a mess, and Shi Bingguang's sneak attack had succeeded. Du Tai's situation was extremely dangerous. Just as he was about to be swallowed by the sword chi, a ghost-like figure rushed over and dragged Du Tai to the side. The figure muttered disdainfully, "Bullying a woman with numbers? You guys are not men at all." Shi Bingguang did not expect that someone would be able to rescue Du Tai from right under his nose. He was both shocked and angry. Rong Su also did not expect such a thing to happen. He looked at the newcomer and frowned. "Who are you? How dare you interfere in the affairs of our Ghost Abyss sect? Are you tired of living?" The person who came was very young, looking to be in his 20s. He had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and an imposing appearance. His jet-black hair fluttered in the wind, and his demeanor carried a bit of the aura of an emperor. His somewhat demonic smile was enough to kill any woman. The person who saved Du Tai was actually Ling Xiao, who had rushed over from Windcloud City. Ling Xiao released Du Tai and looked at Rong Su as he said, "Who I am is not important. What's important is that you release that sister. Otherwise, even if you are from the Ghost Abyss sect, this young master will still have to ask for some advice from you. Who do you think you are? You'd better scram now, or you'll die together with this scrap iron hand," Rong Shuyo said coldly, and then winked at the celestial master companion she brought. Those heavenly venerables understood and prepared to cooperate with Shi Bingguang to deal with Du Ju and Ling Xiao. "Little brother, many thanks for your help, but this is my Du Tai's matter. There's no need for you to get involved in it." Du Ju swallowed 2 pills and glanced at Ling Xiao. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind could be heard from afar. Rong Su and Shi Bingguang were slightly nervous. They did not need to guess to know that this person was not from the Ghost Abyss sect. "Master Du, long time no see." The figure stopped in front of everyone and cupped his hands. This person was Wu Fu, who had accompanied Ling Xiao here. Just now, Ling Xiao sensed that something was happening here, so he sped up and rushed over first. "So it's Grandmaster Wu." Du Tai was stunned for a moment before replying. Then he said, "Grandmaster Wu, you should leave first. This lowly one has some matters that must be resolved." Du Tai did not have the time to care about Wu Fu. His eyes were fixed on Rong Su, his face full of worry as he looked at Song Minghua in his hands. He was really afraid that if Rong Su used a little more strength, Song Mingzhu would immediately perish. "Scrap Iron Hand, I thought you didn't want this be *TCH anymore. Do you want her to wait for you at the Yellow Springs Road?" Rong Su tightened his grip on Song Mingzhu. Song Minghua's face flushed red. Her expression was indescribably uncomfortable, and her beautiful eyes were filled with pity. Don't hurt her. I'll do anything you want me to." I beg you. Du Tai looked at Song Minghua with a pained expression and pleaded with Rong Su. This was the woman he loved the most in his life. He was absolutely not willing to let her die before him. Rong Su revealed a happy expression and said, "You go kill the two of them first, and I'll let her go. How about it?" Ling Xiao and Wu Fu's expressions jumped. They really didn't expect the other party to dare say such a thing. What a good way to sow discord. Du Tai clenched his teeth, and his eyes revealed a scarlet color. "Fine, I promise you. Grandmaster, do you?" Wu Fu looked at Du Tai speechlessly and exclaimed. Unfortunately, Du Tai seemed to have lost his mind and slashed at him with his giant axe. The intense fire attribute and powerful world energy made it hard for Wu Fu to breathe. Although he was a half-step emperor, he couldn't withstand a single blow from a veteran emperor. Ling Xiao appeared beside him and pulled him back. He shouted, "Stop! I'll help you save that woman." How could Du Tai believe Ling Xiao's words? He continued to crazily attack Ling Xiao and Wu Fu. "Damn it! Why did I meet a madman?" Ling Xiao cursed inwardly and threw Wu Fu far away. "Elder Wu, go to the side first. We'll talk after I deal with this madman." After shouting, Ling Xiao left a series of afterimages in the air and got far away from Du Tai. He then withdrew his mental power from his sea of consciousness. Of course, he didn't want to control or kill Du Tai. He just wanted to use the elementary mental curse to make Du Tai feel disoriented and distracted. This way, it would be easy to deal with Du Tai. As expected, Du Tai was disturbed by Ling Xiao's elementary mental curse, and his movements paused. Rong Su was startled. Just as he was about to threaten Du Tai again, Ling Xiao suddenly appeared beside Du Tai. "You madman! This young master saved you, and you still don't know what's good for you. Go to hell!" Ling Xiao shouted angrily. Countless golden fists bombarded Du Tai. Bang bang! Du Tai was like a sandbag as he was smashed to the ground by Ling Xiao. Looking at the surging aura around Ling Xiao, it was obvious that he didn't show any mercy. It looked like he wanted to get rid of Du Tai. Rong Su, Shi Bingguang, and the rest were puzzled. Song Minghua, who was being controlled by Rong Su, looked at Ling Xiao as if she wanted to swallow Ling Xiao alive. Finally, Du Tai was smashed into a deep pit not far away by Ling Xiao's clenched fists. A stream of blood formed a beautiful parabola. "Pa, don't think that just because this young master saved you, you can repay kindness with enmity. You should know your own worth." Ling Xiao spat disdainfully. Rong Su, Shi Bingguang, and the rest were dumbfounded. Although Du Tai was injured, he was still a genuine mystic the Arch-tier martial artist. How could he be beaten by this young man to the point that he couldn't even retaliate and was defeated without any suspense? At the same time, they didn't understand the relationship between this young man and Du Tai. He had suddenly lent a helping hand just now. How did he destroy Du Tai in the blink of an eye? Could it be that this kid was really a meddlesome kid? Wu Fu, who was not far away, was also shocked by Ling Xiao. He thought to himself, Du Tai won't be destroyed by young master just like that, right? Young master's battle power is indeed unparalleled. Ling Xiao seemed to be afraid of dirtying his hands. He dusted them off and looked at Rong Su, Shi Bingguang, and the rest. "Throw that girl over to this young master. Otherwise, this young master will take care of all of you." Ling Xiao hooked his finger at Rong Su and said lightly. Looking at Ling Xiao's lecherous eyes, it seemed that he was very interested in Song Minghua. Rong Su looked at Ling Xiao nervously and said, "Who are you? What do you want? Since when did the Ghost Darkness sect need you to tell us what to do?" Rong Su saw that Ling Xiao was only a high-level heavenly venerable. Although he was suspicious of Ling Xiao's identity, he wasn't frightened by Ling Xiao. This young master has never changed his name. I am the top martial emperor in the central region, the top of the Elixir Association, the most handsome, kind, and pure city lord of Wind Cloud City, Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao revealed a wicked smile and said rather narcissistically. At the same time, his battle power increased by 20 times. A golden dragon shadow roared in midair. That emperor's aura spread out. Those heavenly venerables had an uncontrollable urge to kneel. It was as if they were subjects who had seen the emperor, and they were filled with reverence. Rongsu and Shibingguang were also slightly affected. However, they were at the mystic Arch stage after all. Their hearts were firm and not easily shaken. "You are the city lord of Wind Cloud City, Ling Xiao," Rongsu exclaimed in surprise. Now, Ling Xiao had become a rising star in the central region. He had become the most dazzling star. Almost everyone knew about him. He was an existence that could be compared to the older generation. This was because everything he did caused a stir in the central region. Everything he did was worthy of admiration. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to suddenly appear in this desolate place. "That's right, it is me." Ling Xiao flipped his bangs and made a handsome face. Ling Xiao was also very proud. He didn't expect that even the people of the Ghost Darkness sect would know about him, Ling Xiao. It seemed that his reputation had risen. I wonder why City Lord Ling is interfering in the affairs of the Ghost Darkness sect. Could it be that you think that the Ghost Darkness sect is not worthy of your attention? Rongsu narrowed his eyes and asked. If this young man was really Ling Xiao, they might not be a match for him. One had to know that the Gu clan's Gu Xing and Sha Tian's the Archstage expert had fallen at the hands of Ling Xiao. They didn't seem to be enough. I don't have time to care about your stupid business. I just can't stand to see you guys bully a woman. I don't want to see such a delicate beauty get hurt. We're all men. You know what I mean. Give her to me. Ling Xiao licked his lips and stared at Song Minghua with a lecherous look. Rongsu and Shibingguang looked at each other and communicated via voice transmission. "Senior brother, what do you think? I heard that Ling Xiao is the only successor of the demonic Tharch. He should have inherited the demonic Thearchus style. Perhaps he really has taken a liking to this woman." "Do you mean to give this woman to him?" You've already gotten what you wanted to avenge your brother. As long as Du Tai is dead, there's no need to care about this crazy woman. Since Ling Xiao likes it, just give it to her. Let him be happy. There's no need to fight to the death with him." "That's true. Rather than letting this bitch die, it's better to let her become someone else's plaything. It's more satisfying." The two of them communicated for a while before Rongsu smiled and said, "If City Lord Ling likes her, then I'll give this woman to City Lord Ling to enjoy." After saying that, he pushed Song Minghua towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, of course, caught it without hesitation. Song Minghua was freed and punched Ling Xiao with her fist. "You kill my father, I will kill you, you bad guy." Ling Xiao didn't even think before hitting the back of her neck, knocking her unconscious. Then, he threw her towards Wu Fu and said, "Take care of her first. I still have to communicate with the lords of the Ghost Darkness sect." Chapter 762. Rongsu didn't dare to use his status to pressure Ling Xiao, so he cupped his hands and said, "What else does City Lord Ling want to say?" His attitude was much better now, so they didn't want to offend Ling Xiao. "I want to discuss something with you," Ling Xiao said, keeping them in suspense. There was a strange smile on his face. Rongsu was surprised. "City Lord Ling, if you have something to say, we are all ears. As long as it's within our power, we will definitely help. If it's something we can't do, then it's better not to say it." Rongsu lowered his stance because he wanted Ling Xiao to leave as soon as possible. They still needed to check if Du Tai was dead or alive. Although they felt that they couldn't beat Ling Xiao, they were still confident that they could escape. Therefore, Rongsu didn't need to accommodate Ling Xiao too much. He just wanted a compromise for the time being. "Don't worry, you can definitely do it, and it's very easy," Ling Xiao said faintly. "Oh, then tell us." Rongsu was led by Ling Xiao, so he agreed. "I want to borrow your head." Ling Xiao sneered, and his psychic power surged out like a tide. An invisible golden dragon spear appeared, and he brandished the powerful tyrant dragon spear art towards Rongsu's sea of consciousness. Rumble! Rongsu felt that his sea of consciousness had suffered a powerful impact. It was as if the two layers of his spiritual world were about to be torn apart by something. The pain was like his head was about to explode. He lost his balance, and as he fell, a figure swept past like the wind. With a flash of silver light and a flash of sword light, Rongsu's head was immediately separated from his body. Blood gushed out, looking extremely hideous and nauseating. All of this happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. Before anyone could react, Rongsu had already died. The people of the Ghost Darkness sect were all stunned. Even Shi Bingguang, who was at the Emperor's stage, was in a daze. You killed my junior brother. Shi Bingguang stuttered. Hee, if your eyes aren't deceiving you, I think so. Ling Xiao looked at him from the side and said with a malicious smile. Shi Bingguang shuddered. Only then did he remember to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ling Xiao's spiritual energy blasted over again, and he soon followed in Rongsu's footsteps. The people from the Ghost Abyss sect were scared out of their wits. Each and every one of them led their spiritual beasts and fled with all their might, fearing that they would die a violent death if they were any slower. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't let them escape. He had already provoked many strong enemies. If the people of the Ghost Abyss sect were to find out that he had killed their people, it would be troublesome, and his enemies would have another ally. With Ling Xiao's speed and spiritual energy attacks, not a single one of them could escape. They were all killed by Ling Xiao at the fastest speed possible. Wu Fu had also thoroughly witnessed Ling Xiao's fearsomeness, and a sense of worship arose in his heart. He sighed in his heart. Only a legendary figure like the demonic emperor could produce such a monstrous successor. Only when this young master shows his prowess will he know how to write the word death. Ling Xiao said with extreme disdain as he returned with Rongsu and Shi Bingguang's heads in his hand. Young master, why are you still holding their heads? Wu Fu asked in confusion. He was thinking that the young master wouldn't declare war on the Ghost Darkness sect, would he? Go and bring that madman along. Ling Xiao ignored Wu Fu's words and pointed in another direction. Wu Fu looked in that direction and saw that it was the place where Ling Xiao had sent Du Tai crashing. He's not dead, Wu Fu thought suspiciously, but did not ask any further questions and immediately flew in that direction. Indeed, Du Tai had only fainted, and his aura was still present. However, his protective spirit beast had already been attacked by Rongsu and the others and had long since been eaten. A day later, Ling Xiao and Wu Fu appeared in a desolate mountain range. Young master, are you really confident that you can restore her consciousness? Outside a cave, Wu Fu asked with a puzzled expression. Ling Xiao nodded his head lightly and said, We will know very soon. When the time comes, you will naturally know. If that's really the case, then Du Tai will definitely be willing to follow you. Wu Fu said excitedly. We'll see. What an infatuated person. He didn't even ask for the reason. For a woman, he can repay kindness with enmity. I'm really afraid that this kind of person is not easy to control. Ling Xiao sighed. A man who could repay kindness with enmity for a woman. He was also afraid that in the future, he would betray him because of a woman. If that was the case, he really didn't dare to use it. He wanted to use a high-level mental spell to control them, but he felt that it was too unkind of him to take advantage of them. It was better to wait until everyone woke up before making a fuss. After a long while, a soft voice came from the cave. Why am I here? Young master. She seems to have woken up. Wu Fu said somewhat excitedly. And don't worry. Maybe she thinks we're bad guys. Ling Xiao replied softly and said calmly. He was very confident in his own pills. Song Minghua would definitely wake up, which should be within reason. Sure enough, a powerful explosion sounded out in front of the cave entrance. The restrictions were destroyed, and a lot of stone fragments flew out. A figure with an extraordinary aura walked out from the cave. Who else could it be other than Song Minghua? Her demeanor was even more alluring than before, and her temperament had completely changed. The mature woman's aura was even more flirtatious, and her beautiful eyes revealed a strong sense of vigilance. She looked at Ling Xiao and Wu Fu, frowned, and said indifferently, Who are you? Why are you here? Ling Xiao spread out his hands and said, Let someone else explain. Ling Xiao did not expect the woman in front of him to have such a terrifying aura, to actually make him feel a little oppressed. Based on his experience, He could guess that this woman was at least at the middle stage of the profound emperor. It was really hard for him to imagine that a day ago, she was still a weak woman who did not know how to use energy. Now, in the blink of an eye, she had become a strong woman. Song Minghua did not understand the meaning of Ling Zhao's words. Wu Fu explained from the side, Madame Du, Master Du, is over there. He will tell you everything. Song Minghua's expression changed slightly. She anxiously looked in the direction that Wu Fu was pointing and saw a rather miserable figure lying on the ground not far away. Brother Tai, Song Minghua cried out involuntarily and quickly flew to Du Tai's side. Looking at the wounds on his body, her heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. She looked angrily at Ling Xiao and Wu Fu and said, Did you guys hurt Brother Tai? I want you all to die. With that, she actually put down Du Tai and released an incomparably powerful aura. Everything in the surroundings was shaken by the aura and was sent flying. From the looks of it, she wanted to attack Ling Xiao and Wu Fu. Wu Fu could not stand the aura of Song Minghua's middle stage profound emperor and was forced to retreat a long distance. Ling Xiao stood in front of him and said faintly, Here are 2 healing pills. Take them and wake him up. At that time, you will naturally know everything. At the same time, Ling Xiao threw the pill in his hand towards Song Minghua. Song Minghua caught it and brought it up to her nose to sniff it lightly, as if afraid that it was poison. Even after confirming that there was nothing wrong with the pill, she still remained vigilant. Then, she helped Du Tai up and fed him the 2 pills. Ling Xiao was not afraid that Song Minghua and Du Ju would disappear. He directly flew to the top of a nearby tree and narrowed his eyes. He knew that when Du Tai woke up, this old couple would definitely have many things to talk about. With the nourishment of the pill's energy, Du Tai regained some consciousness and slowly woke up. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Song Minghua. A look of agitation flashed across his eyes. Xiaohua, are you all right? Song Minghua looked at the man she loved and listened to his weak voice. It was as if a long time had passed. Her beautiful eyes could not help but tear up. She caressed Du Tai's resolute face and choked with sobs. Big Brother Tai, I'm fine. It was so cruel to hurt you like this. Are those people from the Ghost Abyss sect still not willing to let us go? Song Minghua obviously did not remember the past few years of her mental illness. She was still stuck in the beginning memories of the 100 years before she was hunted down. What did you call me? Du Tai shivered and grabbed Song Minghua's hand. Big Brother Tai, what's wrong? Are you hurt somewhere and feeling uncomfortable? Song Minghua said with some concern. Suddenly, 2 streams of tears flowed down from Du Tai's eyes, and a choking sound came from his throat. Whoa, I'm not dreaming, right? Xiaohua, you call me Big Brother Tai. A man as tough as steel, under absolute tenderness, finally began to cry. Men shed blood, but not tears because their love has not reached the deepest depths. This sentence was the best interpretation of Du Tai's current situation. Ever since the woman he loved was hurt in the spiritual world, he had been calling him father. From the identity of a husband to father, that kind of bitterness and discomfort was not something anyone could bear. After 100 years, his woman had finally recovered. How could he not be excited and happy? Big Brother Tai, what's wrong? Did something happen? Tell me. Song Minghua did not understand Du Tai's situation and asked anxiously. In her impression, Du Tai was so strong that she had never seen him cry. But now, he was crying like this, which made her very sad. I'm fine. I was just happy for a moment. I will be fine later. Du Tai replied embarrassedly. Oh yes, Big Brother Tai. Did those 2 people beat you up like this? I will take revenge for you. Song Minghua pointed at Ling Xiao and Wu Fu and asked. Du Tai looked in the direction that Song Minghua was pointing at and suddenly seemed to understand something. It's not them. You go to the side first. I will recover from my injuries. I will tell you later. Du Tai struggled to sit up and said. Song Minghua listened to Du Tai's words and immediately went to the side to protect Du Tai. Du Tai began to absorb the power of the 2 pills to recover from his injuries. Chapter 763. Song Minghua's Sea of Consciousness was damaged, causing her mental state to be abnormal. That was why she kept calling Du Tai Daddy. As a mystic Tharch, Song Minghua's spiritual realm was in a mess, causing her soul consciousness to be in a mess as well. Such a state could not be treated by ordinary elixirs. Only elixirs that healed the sea of consciousness and the spiritual realm were effective. Such elixirs were very rare. Ordinary alchemists did not have such elixir recipes. Even if they did, those high-grade spirit herbs that healed the sea of consciousness were extremely rare and hard to find. Thus, to refine such a high-grade elixir was extremely demanding. However, such a task was not difficult for Ling Xiao. That was because when he was in the medicine capital, he had accepted 3 7th-grade missions. One of them was to refine a mystic Tharch spiritual realm elixir. This mission was extremely difficult. No one had accepted it for more than 10 years. Ling Xiao had received the divine alchemist's inherited memories. He had all kinds of elixir recipes in his mind. There were more than 10 kinds of elixir recipes that healed the spiritual realm. Among them, there was a 7th-grade elixir called the Realm Cultivation Elixir. It was a good elixir that could heal a damaged, mystic Tharch spiritual realm. As for the main spirit herbs that it needed, they were stored in the medicine cauldron. Ling Xiao only needed to use spirit herbs of the same grade to exchange for it. He only needed 1 elixir to complete the mission. Ling Xiao used the Heaven Fire and the Divine Cauldron to refine 4 elixirs at once. Thus, he still had 3 realm cultivation elixirs left after completing the mission. When Wu Fuzuan mentioned that Du Tai's wife, Song Minghua, also had a problem with her spiritual realm, Ling Xiao immediately became interested. Song Minghua could heal her spiritual realm and regain her spiritual consciousness because of the realm cultivation elixir that Ling Xiao gave her. Du Tai did not know how Song Minghua was saved or how she regained her consciousness. When he saw Ling Xiao and Wu Fuzuan, he could guess that it must have something to do with them. No matter what, Du Tai was already indebted to them. However, he felt very guilty. He had wanted to kill them previously. If he had really killed the other party by accident, then his wife would not be able to regain her consciousness. However, Du Tai was also shocked. How could that young man's strength be so abnormal? He was inexplicably beaten to the point where he didn't even have the strength to fight back. At that time, he thought he was going to die. Fortunately, the other party had held back. After meditating for 4 hours, Du Tai had recovered a little. After catching up with Song Minghua for a while, he walked towards Ling Xiao and Wu Fu. No matter how stupid Du Tai was, he knew that the young man was their benefactor. He immediately pulled Song Minghua to bow to Ling Xiao and said, "Thank you, little brother, for saving our lives. We will never forget it." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Don't thank me yet. Let him talk to you. I came here with a purpose. If you didn't have value, I wouldn't have saved you." Ling Xiao's words were somewhat cold, but he was also expressing his attitude. He wasn't a good person, and it wasn't his duty to meddle in other people's business. Song Minghua was somewhat annoyed, but seeing Du Tai's eyes, she suppressed her anger. Wu Fu walked over and said, "Master Du, you disappoint me. I brought my family's young master to treat your wife out of goodwill, but you actually want to attack us. You really don't know how to appreciate kindness." Wu Fu was also a smart person. He knew that Du Tai cared about Song Minghua the most, so he first stirred up the cause. Du Tai revealed a look of guilt and said, "I'm really sorry. I was just eager to save my wife." What a good eager to save my wife. If this young master died, who would save her? Ling Xiao said with some resentment. At the mention of this matter, Ling Xiao became angry. He had saved her out of goodwill, but was still bitten in the back. It really made him feel indignant. What the hell is wrong with you? Don't think that just because you helped us, you can humiliate us. Song Minghua didn't understand what had happened and couldn't get used to Ling Xiao's sarcasm. She glared at Ling Xiao and shouted in dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to argue with a woman. He immediately said to Wu Fu, "Elder Wu, make it short. I don't want my elixirs to go to waste." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he flew forward. Song Mingfeng was still a little unwilling and said, "You're running out of excuses. Do you really think we're easy to bully?" Du Tai said from the side, "Minghua, say a few words less. Let's listen to Master Wu's intentions first." Wu Fu also ignored Song Minghua's complaints and immediately explained their intentions to Du Tai. At the same time, he also emphasized that Ling Xiao was specially invited by him to treat Song Minghua. "My young master is the only successor of the four great legends, the romantic evil emperor. At the same time, he is also the most recent first emperor, the champion of the Dan Alliance's pill competition, and a genuine top 7th grade alchemist. It was precisely because of the pills provided by my young master that she was able to recover. Otherwise," Wu Fu boasted for Ling Xiao. Before he could finish speaking, Song Minghua shouted from the side, "What do you mean by that? When did I become abnormal?" Wu Fu did not explain and said to Du Tai, "Master Du, you have already seen our sincerity. The decision is still up to you." After he finished speaking, he also retreated to Ling Xiao's side, who was not far away. After all, this matter still required the two of them to discuss and consider. Song Minghua impatiently said, "Brother Tai, let's ignore them. Their strength isn't that great. With me here, they won't be able to keep us here. Let's quickly find a place to hide our names and live the life we want." Du Tai held Song Minghua's hand, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Minghua, listen to me calmly. There are some things you might not be clear about." With that, Du Tai began to recount what had happened in the past 100 years, allowing Song Minghua to understand the whole story. At the same time, he also told her about how he had been besieged by Rong Su and the others yesterday. "Minghua, all of this is over. From now on, we can be together forever," Du Tai said to Song Minghua in a very infatuated manner. Song Minghua was momentarily stunned by these things. She really couldn't imagine how she had survived these past 100 years. After a long while, Song Minghua firmly hugged Du Tai and said with extreme tenderness, "Brother Tai, it's been hard on you all these years." Du Tai's strong wind was softened by Song Minghua. He gently caressed Song Minghua's hair and said, "It's all right. Don't think too much. Aren't we all fine now? There's still a long way to go." With tears streaming down her face, Song Minghua nodded heavily and said, We will all be together in the future." After pausing for a moment, she said, "Then what do you think about their suggestion just now?" Du Tai hesitated for a moment before saying, "Your decision is my decision. As long as I can be with you, it's fine." It had to be said that Du Tai was truly an infatuated man. He was infatuated to the point that he was a little silly. Song Minghua caressed Du Tai's resolute face and said, "Brother Tai, refining is your greatest love in this life. You said that one day you'll become a saint weapon master. If I let you hide your name with me, it will only be a grievance to you. If it wasn't for me, your family wouldn't have been exterminated. I will never forgive myself in this lifetime. So, Brother Tai, I hope that you can pull yourself together. I hope to see the day when you can become a true saint weapon master and restore the prestige of the Du family." Song Minghua could be considered a righteous woman. She didn't want to see her man become decadent. She also understood his man's goals and ambitions, so in the end, she decided to stand in his position to consider. Du Tai's tiger eyes lit up. "Minghua, you mean to say you want me to agree to them?" Song Minghua nodded and said, "That's right. That young man named Ling Xiao was able to save us from Rong Su and the others, and he was able to help me recover. It's obvious that he has some ability. We can agree with him first and see if he's really a person who can achieve great things. If he's really a dragon among men, then there's no harm in following him. If he's just an ordinary person, then we can return the favor and leave. We won't lose anything." After hearing Song Minghua's words, Du Tai fell into deep thought. After a while, Du Tai clenched his fists and revealed an expression of fighting spirit. "I know what to do. I must become a sacred weapon master. One day, my Du family will be restored to its former glory. I will definitely make the Ghost Dark sect regret their actions." He had been dispirited for many years, but his passion for refining had not changed. He had always hidden it very well. In his life, apart from Song Minghua, refining could be said to be an indispensable part of his life. In his heart, he really did not want to give up refining. Now that Song Minghua had expressed her support for him, he began to face his own heart. His fighting spirit and confidence were restored. In Brother Tai, in the future, whatever you want to do, you can do it. I will always support you, Song Minghua said very considerately. The relationship between her and Du Tai was indeed incomparably loyal and respectable. After the two finished talking, they walked towards Ling Xiao and Wu Fu. Just now, their conversation was separated, so Ling Xiao and the rest couldn't hear it. Wu Fu stepped forward and asked, "Master Du, what do you think?" "My young master came with great sincerity. As long as you are willing to join, the position of Inner Palace Elder will not be lacking." Du Tai waved his hand and said, "Master Wu, there's no need to say anything. I agree to your request, but I have a request." Wu Fu glanced at Ling Xiao. This time, he didn't dare to make a decision on his own. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "As long as you are sincere, you can directly say your request." Du Tai said very seriously, "I need an independent forging workshop. I need to recruit my own assistants, and you also need to help me purchase all kinds of refining materials. If you can agree, I, Du Tai, will work for you with my life." Ling Xiao didn't even think about it and said, "That's not a problem at all. As long as you're a good refiner, we will definitely do our best to help you find all kinds of precious materials. Then Du Tai will follow City Lord Ling's orders." Du Tai bowed deeply and replied. He did not kneel down. It could be seen that his heart was not firm enough. Ling Xiao didn't mind. He threw Rong Su and Shi Bingguang's heads in front of Du Tai and his wife and said, "Hee, you won't regret today's decision." Chapter 764. Du Tai and Song Minghua looked at the two bloody heads that Ling Xiao suddenly threw out, and they were both startled. They did not know what method Ling Xiao used to save them from Rong Su, Shi Bingguang, and the others. It was already unbelievable that a high-level heavenly venerable and a half-tharch could save them from a mystic tharch. However, now that they saw the two heads clearly, they realized that they belonged to Rong Su and Shi Bingguang. They had actually been killed by Ling Xiao. They could not wrap their heads around it as they thought to themselves, could he have been hiding his strength all along? For a moment, the two of them were a little fearful of Ling Xiao. Their strength was considered top-notch in the central region, but they were not invincible. Since Ling Xiao could kill Rong Su and Shi Bingguang, he might be able to kill the two of them as well. They did not dare to underestimate Ling Xiao at all. Du Tai chose to follow Ling Xiao, so Song Minghua naturally followed his husband's lead. Ling Xiao had profited greatly this time. Buy one, get one free, and the value of the gift was very worth it. He was overjoyed. The group started to return to Winecloud City. Their current location was rather remote, and it would take close to half a month to fly to the nearest city with a teleportation formation. Moreover, after reaching the teleportation formation, they would have to pass through more than 10 cities and fly for a long distance before returning to Winecloud City. It would take at least 3 months to do so. The four of them hurried and spent 2 months to cover more than half of the distance. On this day, they arrived at a place called Peach Love Valley. This Peach Love Valley and the Gu family's Maple Flame Valley were quite famous in the central region. They were both 5th-grade sects, and the valley was made up of women. There would not be a single man in the valley. It wasn't that all of them were pure, it was just that the cultivation method they cultivated was extremely strange. It could be said that the reputation of the women in their sect was that they were wanton, seductive, and fickle. It could be said that all of them were enchanting to the bone, and their postures were moving and captivating. They were capable of bewitching any man to the point of being infatuated with them and forgetting about their duties. Therefore, Peach Valley was definitely a paradise in paradise for men. If they could find 1 or 2 beautiful women, their days would be as happy as gods. Ordinary warriors would not dare to casually take even half a step into the Passion Valley. After all, The women here were all extraordinary, and they were not easy to take away. However, on this day, a ghostly silhouette quietly appeared in the Love Peach Valley. However, no one noticed it. In a dense forest where peach blossoms were in full bloom, peach blossoms were blooming all over the mountains and plains. They were colorful and exceptionally beautiful. One after another, young ladies shuttled back and forth from time to time. Their playful voices rang out incessantly, bringing a lot of liveliness to the peach forest. In a corner of the peach forest, there were two stunning women chatting intimately about something. These two stunning women each had their own merits. They were extremely beautiful, and their figures were extremely alluring. They were truly more beautiful than flowers, causing the peach blossoms that covered the mountains and plains to lose their splendor. A woman was wearing a set of pink satin. She had an embroidered hairpin on her head that was sparkling and sparkling. Her pair of autumn eyes seemed to be rippling with a few waves of spring water at any moment, causing people to have endless thoughts. Her figure was delicate and curvaceous, just like the golden ratio, so in perfect harmony. The woman beside her was wearing an incomparably gorgeous set of pure red satin, and her entire person was extremely eye-catching. That charming face, that pair of peach blossom eyes that seemed to be dripping with tenderness, bloomed with a seductive and moving feeling, and her figure was even more fiery than the pink-clothed woman. Her towering twin peaks, perky and round buttocks, carried a fatal attraction to everyone. The pink-clothed woman lowered her voice and said to the red-clothed woman, "Junior sister, we have already been in the Peach Blossom Valley for a few years, but we have never had the chance to see the Valley Master. Those elders and her disciples all look down on us people who come from small places. If this goes on, what will happen?" The pink-clothed woman's beautiful eyes were filled with unwillingness, and her tone was filled with resentment. The red-clothed woman whose clothes were as fresh as blood said, "How could I not know that? Back then, Master sent us here because we have the extremely strong Tenbin, hoping that we can become stronger and bring glory to the sect when we return in the future. However, the people here all look down on us and can't see our potential. They really deserve to die. If this goes on, I will go crazy. When will I be able to go back and save my man?" The red-clothed woman's face was filled with anger. She was just as unhappy as the pink-clothed woman. The pink-clothed woman laughed lightly. "You still have the mood to think about your man? How many years has it been? Sigh, our current situation isn't much better either. If we stay in this place all day, we will go crazy sooner or later. Senior sister, I've already thought about it. The next time we leave the valley, let's escape." The red-clothed woman bent down in front of the pink-clothed woman and said seriously, "But we have the mark of that witch on us. No matter where we escape to, we will be caught." The pink-clothed woman said worriedly, "I'll plan this in the future. I don't want to wait here. I've already asked around. That witch has a few days to meet her biscuits every month. At that time, we'll escape." The red-clothed woman said with a determined expression, "I understand. I don't want to stay here any longer. Sooner or later, we will be sent to her lover to enjoy. Last month, a few of us were already in the same boat." The pink-clothed woman replied, "Stop talking, someone's coming." The red-clothed woman lowered her voice and said. The two of them immediately put away their thoughts and pretended to be picking peach blossoms. These peach blossoms were not ordinary peach blossoms. They were all level 4 spirit flowers. Using them to bathe for a long time could whiten the skin and slow down the aging of the face. They could also produce a floral fragrance that increased their charm. A middle-aged woman wearing extremely revealing clothes brought another young girl with her. They twisted their waists and swayed their buttocks as they walked in front of the two of them. The pink-clothed woman and the red-clothed woman immediately bowed to the middle-aged woman and said, "Greetings, Lord Deacon." The middle-aged woman in front of them was the witch that the two of them had just mentioned. She was a deacon of the Peach Blossom Valley, and her name was Ganin. She had the strength of a middle-stage Empyrean. She often went out to seduce strong men, plucked Yin to replenish her yang, and cultivated a seductive cultivation technique. Following behind her was her disciple, who was also a little slut. Ganin coldly looked at the pink-clothed woman and the red-clothed woman with a condescending attitude and said indifferently, "Were you two discussing in private? Hurry up and pick more. Tomorrow, follow me out of the valley and let you two relax. You two have been in the valley for a few years and have been bored out of your wits. This deacon will let you two go out and have fun." Looking at the rippling expression on her face, one could tell that nothing good was going to happen. The disciple behind her said in a coquettish voice, "Why aren't you two thanking my master yet? This opportunity isn't given to just anyone. With your status as foreign disciples, it's your honor to be chosen by my master." She raised her head high, her eyes filled with disdain and jealousy. He was disdainful because of the strength and status of the two women in front of him, but he was jealous because the appearance of these two women was definitely one of the best in the valley. Perhaps it was because they were too outstanding that they were always pushed aside and suppressed by their companions, which was why they never had a chance to stand out. The two girls had been here for a few years and rarely went out. They were arranged to stay outside the valley and do some work like servants. They knew almost nothing about the outside world. When the two girls heard Gan Yin's words, they immediately panicked. They knew that nothing good would happen if they went out. The pink-clothed woman said, "Thank you, Lord Deacon, for your kindness. Our statuses are low, so if we go out with Lord Deacon, will it lower your status?" The red-clothed woman also said, "That's right. How can the two of us be worthy of Lord Deacon's favor? Why don't you give this opportunity to the other sisters?" Before Gan Yin could say anything, her disciple angrily said, "If I tell you to go, then go. Why do you need to talk so much nonsense? Could it be that you don't listen to my master and want to be punished?" The two of them lowered their bodies and did not dare to say another word. The so-called punishment was very cruel. There were shaving faces, breaking limbs, crippling martial arts, all kinds of terrifying punishments. Ganin lightly frowned and said, "You guys have to go even if you don't want to? You really don't know what's good for you. Hee, since the two beauties don't want to go, why don't you come with me?" Suddenly, a gloomy voice came from a corner. A strange fragrance wafted out, and a figure swept out like the wind. "Who dares to trespass into my peach love valley?" Ganin was shocked. She did not expect that there would be a man's voice here. She immediately shouted, and at the same time, her palm struck towards the direction of the figure. Unfortunately, before she could release any spiritual energy, she felt dizzy and her vision blurred. "There's poison," she said with a confused expression, and her entire body became powerless. As for the other two female disciples beside her, they immediately fainted. "Don't worry, there's no poison. It's just some fragrant powder. After 4 hours, it'll be fine. These two beauties are mine," said the figure proudly. His hands immediately went to grab the fainted pink-robed woman and red-robed woman. "Who dares to be so presumptuous in my peach love valley?" Another voice sounded out. However, this voice came from an elder of the Peach Love Valley, and its aura was extremely powerful. A few figures quickly rushed over in this direction. The figure grabbed the two of them and immediately used his body to quickly escape out of the valley. His speed was extremely fast like a ghost. In an instant, he was 1,000 meters away. Not good. It's that perverted pervert. He actually dared to come to our Peach Love Valley to steal people. He's courting death. An elder of the Peach Love Valley cried out. She seemed to recognize the person who came and led the other elders to chase with all her might. However, the pervert's speed was extremely fast. In just a few blinks of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Chapter 765. 10,000 Miles Piao Xiang was a nickname that referred to a person. He was a rapist, and he was quite famous in the central region for being a rapist. No one knew his real name, and they only knew that his origins were a little mysterious. Every time he appeared, his strength would increase by a lot, and his speed was said to be unparalleled in the central region. Every time he plucked a flower, he would use his unparalleled speed to escape without a trace. This was a headache for many of the powers that had lost their daughters. There was once when 10,000 miles Piao Xiang accidentally plucked a woman from a hidden power and was chased for thousands of miles by a mystic emperor stage patriarch. He was even heavily injured, but he still managed to escape. This showed that 10,000 miles Piao Xiang's ability to pluck flowers and escape were not just for show. Now, he was carrying the two women as if they were weightless, and his body was as slippery as a loach. The heavenly venerable stage elders of the Peach Love Valley chased after him at full speed. They had even taken pills that increased their speed, and they were determined to catch 10,000 miles Piao Xiang. Unfortunately, even if they increased their speed, they could only see 10,000 miles Piao Xiang's afterimage. In the end, they could not even see his afterimage. Damn it, this rapist's speed is comparable to a arch. If the Valley Master does not appear, it will be difficult to pose a threat to him. The leading elder of the Peach Love Valley stopped and cursed. His strength is at most that of a high-level heavenly venerable, but he has the speed of the arch. It is truly inconceivable. What should we do now? He has captured 2 female disciples. If news of this gets out, where will our Peach Love Valley's face go? But we can't even find a trace of him now. What else can we do? It should only be 2 outer disciples. Let's go back and order the entire valley to be on guard. We cannot let him have another opportunity to take advantage of us. Tens of thousands of miles away, 10,000 miles Piao Xiang had already brought the 2 women from the Peach Love Valley to a barren mountain. You must have gotten rid of those witches. Haha, it's a good opportunity to enjoy these 2 beauties. Boundless Fragrance turned around and only relaxed when she saw that there was no movement. At this moment, he finally took a good look at the 2 beauties in his arms. His eyes revealed an incomparable astonishment. Then an extremely greedy look appeared in his eyes, and his saliva almost dripped out. Top quality, as expected of the beauties of the Peach Love Valley. These 2 are much more beautiful than the ones I stole before. This face, this figure. TSK. There's nothing more to say. Without thinking, he was about to bring the 2 girls down. Suddenly, his eyes twitched as he looked into the distance, and his expression became unsightly. What a powerful aura! I must hide immediately, he murmured and immediately plunged towards the barren hills below. He concealed his presence and brought the 2 girls to hide in the crevices of the rocks. At this moment, a few powerful figures flew over. Their terrifying auras caused the air to ripple. These people happened to be Ling Xiao, Wu Fu, Du Tai, and Song Minghua, who were rushing back to Wine Cloud City. The few of them stopped in the air above this barren mountain, and Boundless Fragrance Piao Xiang became extremely nervous. Although he was only a high-level sky sovereign, he had the ability to sense that these 4 people were not ordinary. If he was discovered by them, it would be troublesome. Young master, what's wrong? Wu Fu asked Ling Xiao from the side. Ling Xiao slightly furrowed his brows and looked towards a direction. Du Tai and Song Minghua seemed to have sensed it as well, and they also looked towards a rock. I found a mouse, but it hid pretty fast. Ling Xiao laughed lightly. After pausing for a moment, he then said, "Let's go. I can't be bothered to care so much about it. In any case, it's none of our business." Yes, in another day we will be able to reach the Peach City in front of us. That is a city directly into the Peach Love Valley. It is a pretty good place to have fun. Wu Fu replied. Peach Love Valley? That's an interesting name, Ling Xiao said with a hint of a smile. The entire Peach Love Valley is filled with beautiful women. There are no men, but that doesn't mean that they don't need men. It is said that they often go out of the valley to seduce men and take their young to nourish their een, Wu Fu said with a smile. From the looks of it, there seemed to be some lust in his eyes. This Wu Fu was also a man of passion. Song Minghua, who was at the side, furrowed her brows and said, "Young master, there is no need for a young and talented man to worry about not having a woman. Let's hurry on our way." She was not afraid that Ling Xiao would go looking for a woman, but she was afraid that he would lead her man Du Tai astray. "When we came here, we didn't pass by this place," Ling Xiao said, changing the topic. Wu Fu nodded and said, "That's right, we are now taking the shortest route. From Peach City, We only need to go through 2 more cities before we reach Wind Cloud City. That's good. Then let's hurry up, Ling Xiao replied, and took the lead to fly forward. The other 3 immediately followed from behind. When 10,000 Miles saw that the 4 of them had flown far away, he also heaved a sigh of relief. Damn, that scared my little heart. I really don't know who those people are. Their auras are so terrifying, and they are all at the Emperor realm. That young man in the middle seems to be the weakest, but his cultivation is also the most unfathomable. Those 3 seem to be following him. Could it be that he is a proud son of heaven from one of the great powers? 10,000 Miles patted his chest and revealed an expression of relief. He paused for a moment and then said, "Forget it. When I reach the Emperor realm, I will also go secretly to those big powers, young ladies and princesses, huh?" It had to be said that 10,000 Miles' lust was very strong, but he had the ability to do so. It had only been a short 2 to 300 years since his debut. When he first appeared, he was only a mid-level Earth Emperor. At that time, he only dared to make a move on ordinary or powerless women. Later, as his strength continued to increase, his courage grew. When he became a low-level heavenly venerable, he dared to steal the female disciples of 6th grade sections. Now that he was a high-level heavenly venerable, he no longer cared about 5th grade sex or families. Unless it was a true mystic Thear-cranked super expert who came out to kill him, no one would be able to deal with him. He was a rogue cultivator, so how could his strength advance by leaps and bounds in just a few hundred years? Of course, this was inseparable from his fortuitous encounter. He was originally an ordinary king realm martial artist. Through an opportunity to become an idol, he obtained the inheritance of the solitary rapist, Nan Shui, in a mystic realm 10,000 years ago. Nan Shui had an illustrious reputation 10,000 years ago, and there was a saying in the central region, fire, theft, and theft. From this, one could see how powerful Nan Shui's nickname of stealing fragrance was. Not only had 10,000 Miles fragrance inherited Nan Shui's cultivation inheritance, but he had also inherited his lecherous character, as well as all of Nan Shui's treasures. Among them was a low-grade sacred artifact, which was what he had relied on to escape from an emperor-ranked expert. 10,000 Miles carefully walked out of the stone crack and looked around. Just as he was about to find a place to have fun, the soft fragrance powder that the 2 women were in had worn off. The 2 women woke up at the same time and looked at the man who was very close to them. Both of them were shocked. The pink-robed woman cried out, "Who are you? Why did you bring us here?" The red-robed woman was even more straightforward. She immediately took out a fire-colored spirit artifact and guarded herself. When they saw this masked man, they could definitely guess that he was not a good person. When they felt that their bodies were still intact, they slightly relaxed. 10,000 Miles laughed sinisterly and said, "Didn't you want to leave Peach Valley? Didn't Big Brother bring you out now?" As he spoke, he walked towards the 2 women. His eyes scanned the 2 women's sexy bodies without any scruples, and his saliva almost dripped out. The 2 women immediately realized that something was wrong, and they simultaneously flew backwards to escape. Unfortunately, the 2 women's strength was only at the high-level king realm. The difference between their strength and that of a heavenly venerable was too great. 10,000 Miles arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and said playfully, "With your strength, you won't be able to escape. You'd better obediently listen to Big Brother. Once Big Brother is done enjoying you, I'll naturally let you leave." The pink-robed woman was just about to attack 10,000 Miles when the red-robed woman gave her a look. Then, she looked at 10,000 Miles with a coquettish smile and said, "Hee hee, is that so? You want us to serve you together? Aren't you a bit too greedy? Why don't I accompany you alone?" The red-robed woman's voice seemed to carry an incomparably seductive tone, and her eyes rippled with tenderness. Any man who heard this would feel their beastly blood boil. The pink-robed woman didn't want to stand idly by, and she revealed a charming expression as well. She lightly tugged at her clothes, and her shoulders were slightly revealed. Her smooth and round skin seemed to be dripping water. She lightly licked her lips and said coyly, That's right, men are so bad. You still want to have a threesome? I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Any man wouldn't be able to endure being seduced like this by two stunning beauties. Especially a lecherous man like 10,000 miles, he couldn't endure it. His eyes flashed with a trace of bewilderment and greed as he said, "Fine, Big Brother has even fought against 7 of them, let alone 2. Come, 2 beauties, let Big Brother kiss you." After he finished speaking, he actually pounced towards the 2 women without any hesitation. The 2 women thought that 10,000 miles had been bewitched by them, and the 2 women simultaneously thrust their swords towards his vitals. Just as the 2 swords were about to pierce 10,000 miles, the look in his eyes instantly recovered. His body lightly floated, and he dodged the 2 swords. At the same time, he said with a lewd smile, "You 2 beauties are too passionate. Big Brother can't endure it." After he finished speaking, he flashed behind the 2 women, and a powerful aura pressed down on the 2 women, imprisoning them. "Bastard, let go of us!" The 2 women cursed at the same time, their faces filled with anxiety. "Don't worry, I'll let you go, but not now." 10,000 miles flung the 2 women to the ground and took out 2 stalks of spirit grass that had a strange smell and fed them to the 2 women. "This is albizia flower. In a moment, you 2 will serve Big Brother to the best of your ability. Haha." 10,000 miles said with a very proud smile. Then he opened a large hole in the rock wall beside him and brought the 2 women into the hole. The 2 women were about to face the fate of being ravaged. If there was no miracle, it would truly be a pity. Chapter 766. "You goddamn bastard, if you dare to touch us, my man will definitely not let you off." The woman in red cursed as tears streamed down her face. "Hee hee, even if your man is the god of heaven, I still won't be afraid of him." 10,000 miles said proudly. He was not in a hurry to do anything to the 2 women. He wanted to wait for the effects of the drug to take effect and then slowly enjoy the taste. "You bastard, goddamn." The woman in pink cursed incessantly. At this time, the effects of the drug gradually began to take effect. The albizia flower was naturally a very potent aphrodisiac for both men and women. As long as they took a single stalk, they would quickly lose their rationality, causing them to be in a state of excitement and thirst for the nourishment of love. Without the nourishment of the opposite sex, they would eventually explode and die. This 10,000 miles mind could be said to be very sinister and lecherous. Who knew how many good women he had harmed with this trick? Although the 2 women used their willpower to grit their teeth and maintain their last bit of calmness, the strange feeling coming from their lower abdomens was too much for them to bear. They began to fumble with the clothes on their bodies, and in the end, it turned into tearing, revealing bits of their spring scenery. Their delicate faces were flushed red, and their mouths incessantly let out low moans. It was like a soul-stirring song, causing people to lose their sense of direction. 10,000 miles' eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and saliva continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth. "This is really killing me. Both of you are so mesmerizing. I've really struck gold this time." Thousands of miles of fragrances lust was ignited. He tore off the hood that was covering his head, revealing an extremely ugly face. His head was almost completely bald, with only a few strands of hair remaining at the top of his head, making him look especially funny. His eyes were much larger than normal people, but his nose was so flat that it could not be seen, and his mouth was shaped like a duck's. With such a combination of facial features, it was impossible not to look ugly. If anyone couldn't sleep in the middle of the night and saw such an ugly man, not only would they fall asleep, they might even be scared to death. At this time, the 2 women bit their lips so hard that the skin broke, and blood began to flow. "Senior sister, you have to endure." The woman in red tried her best to restrain herself from tearing her clothes, but her hands didn't seem to listen to her. She just couldn't control them. She felt as if there was a ball of fire burning around her. It was the same for the pink-robed woman. Her beautiful eyes began to turn misty. I'm so hot, so hot." The pink-clothed girl moaned as she tore off her clothes. Her upper body was only left with a small undergarment to cover her towering virgin peaks. That pure white and tender skin was like a peerless jade, round and without fragrance, but also like the nectar of the finest jade, making people unable to resist the temptation to suck it to their heart's content. Two beauties, here I come. 10,000 miles had already shaken off all the clothes on his body, revealing his skinny body. He cried out in alarm and impatiently rushed towards the two women. Just as the two beauties were about to be defiled by him, a loud explosion sounded. The restrictive spells at the entrance of the cave seemed to have been destroyed. The cave began to shake, and a lot of stone chips fell from the top. Who dares to ruin my business? 10,000 miles hurriedly turned around and shouted. A cold-faced young man walked in with dragon-like strides. His gaze was fixed on the two women who were in the throes of pleasure, and his dragon eyes were filled with thick, killing intent. 10,000 Miles Fragrance recognized this young man with a single glance. He was actually the young man who had just flown over from the sky above. He originally wanted to attack and kill this young man, but when he thought about the three emperors following him, he didn't dare to act rashly. He forced himself to calm down and said in a deep voice, "Could it be that you don't know that ruining someone else's business is an extremely hateful thing to do?" Not many people had seen 10,000 Miles' true mask. He also didn't think that this young man had come specifically to deal with him. At most, he was just a busybody. Normally, if he was interrupted, he would immediately kill the other party. If he knew that the other party was powerful, he would immediately flee. He absolutely wouldn't give the other party the slightest opportunity to capture him. However, the two beauties in front of him were people that he had rarely encountered in many years. They had already taken the acacia grass, so he didn't want to let someone else eat the fresh meat that was already in his mouth. At this time, the red-clothed woman also saw the person who had come. She still had a sliver of consciousness left, and her eyes burst with disbelief. Junior, brother, you've come to save me? I knew you would come to save me." She bit her lip again, allowing the pain to stop her from losing herself. She tried her best to crawl towards Ling Xiao, but she found that her entire body was powerless, and the heat was making it difficult for her to move. The pink-clothed woman couldn't take it anymore. She glanced at the person who had come and muttered, "No, impossible. How? How could he appear here? I can't take it anymore. I'm so hot." The pink-clothed woman had already lost the last bit of her consciousness. She tore off the last bit of clothing that was left on her body, revealing a perfect body that was as white as a cake. Even Piao Xiang couldn't help but glance over, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. He suppressed his desire and glared at Ling Xiao, saying, "That's enough. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being impolite." Piao Xiang's aura instantly surged, and a silver hook appeared in his hand. The silver hook flickered with a sharp light, emitting a biting cold aura that made one's body shiver. This was a low-grade divine artifact, and it was of the wind attribute. He had obtained it when he had received the Nan Shuai's inheritance, and it was also because of this divine artifact that he had managed to escape from danger. Now, no matter what, he didn't want to give up on these two beauties in front of him. He hoped that he could scare this young man away. Who else could this young man be other than Ling Xiao, who had returned? His killing intent was finally about to explode. Before Piao Xiang could even react, he felt a light breeze blow against his face, and a powerful and oppressive aura formed into the shape of a true dragon that roared towards him. This true dragon had an unparalleled aura, as if it wanted to tear the heavens and split the earth, destroying everything in its path. In the next moment, Piao Xiang's throat was gripped, and the divine artifact in his hand had changed owners. His eyes were wide open and filled with panic. At the same time, there was also a strong sense of shock. He never thought that this young man would be so terrifying, not only in terms of aura and speed, but he also felt that he was far inferior to him. However, he was so easily caught by Ling Xiao because this space was too small, and he was too close to Ling Xiao. If they were outside, he believed that he would not be caught so easily. After all, It would not be easy for a mystic Tharch to catch him. At least, that was what he thought. However, if Ling Xiao had heard this, Ling Xiao would have thought that this person was overestimating himself. In terms of speed, Ling Xiao had never been afraid of anyone. Junior brother. The red-robed lady forced herself to call out once again. She let out a shrill scream, and like a broken dam, she tore at the clothes on her body. Ling Xiao's eyes turned scarlet, and he glared at the struggling Piao Xiang like a wild beast. He roared, "You deserve to die." After he roared, he swung his other empty fist. Bang! An incomparably strong gust of wind, with 20 times the spirit force, was like the full force of a divine artifact. Piao Xiang's head was smashed into smithereens by this punch. His blood and brain matter all burst out. It was like a watermelon being smashed, and it was a disgusting and uncomfortable feeling. Ling Xiao did not stop because of this. He continued to roar like a wild beast. "Who told you to touch my woman? Who told you to touch my woman?" Ling Xiao's fists were like raindrops, and each punch landed on Piao Xiang's corpse. The terrifying fist force directly smashed Piao Xiang's corpse into the rock wall, and the corpse became a pile of mud. Blood splattered on Ling Xiao's face, making him look incomparably fierce and frightening. Ling Xiao didn't know how many punches he had thrown, but he seemed to have forgotten to stop. Suddenly, a fiery body stuck to him from behind. No, it should be two fiery bodies simultaneously entangled him. Like an octopus, they firmly entangled him. Regardless of whether he was willing or not, they began to tear at his clothes. "So hot, so hot. I want." The two women's sleep-talking voices rang in Ling Xiao's ears. Their delicate hands continuously touched and pulled, causing Ling Xiao to stop his crazy movements. His mind also instantly calmed down. "Senior sister, calm down. I am Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao held one of the women in his arms and called out. However, when he saw the delicate body in his arms that was not covered at all, another kind of heat rose in an instant. The breath that smelled like orchids came to his nose. The delicate and smooth skin, the towering and plump jade peaks, the slender waist like a snake, and the perky jade buttocks, all of them showed the most primitive temptation. This delicate body was like a stunner. Even Lu Xiaohui couldn't help but want to get close to it. Moreover, there's not only one here, but two perfect works of art. Even a saint would break his precept, let alone a hot-blooded man like Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes widened, and he swallowed his saliva heavily. He cursed, "Damn bastard, he actually drugged them with aphrodisiac." Ling Xiao wanted to push the two women away, but looking at their red faces, if he didn't save them in time, even if they were powerful martial artists, they would explode and die. "I can't make it in time to refine the antidote pill. Could it be, do I really have to take advantage of others?" Ling Xiao thought anxiously in his heart. Ling Xiao had never thought of himself as a gentleman, but the woman in front of him was his senior sister Yu Laiyan in the Purple Heaven sect. Although he did not know why she was here, he definitely did not want to deliberately take advantage of her. He still preferred the taste of a canal to this kind of unconscious possession. "Junior brother, Ling Xiao, smile, my man, love me." Yu Laiyan did not know whether she was lost or she really recognized Ling Xiao. There was a soft moan coming from her mouth, and her hands had already torn apart Ling Xiao's clothes. Chapter 767. Yu Yian's words were like an aphrodisiac, ringing in Ling Xiao's ears, causing his lust to surge to the extreme. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and made up his mind. "Senior sister, I know you like me. From now on, just obediently be my woman." When they were in the Purple Sky sect, Yu Laiyan had constantly teased him. In the end, he was prepared to take both her and Bing Ruo Shui, but many unforeseen events occurred, causing them to miss each other. Now that they actually met in this vast and boundless central region, and such a thing happened, wasn't this the best opportunity that the heavens had created for them? Ling Xiao allowed the two women to do whatever they wanted to him. With a light wave of his hand, he burned the deformed corpse that was drifting for thousands of miles to prevent it from affecting his mood. At the same time, he said, "Elder Wu, Elder Du, help me seal off the surroundings. Don't prepare for anyone or spirit beast to come within a kilometer of us." Yes, two voices sounded from outside. Ling Zhao's clothes had already been completely torn by the two women. His sturdy body was like a golden wave with bulging muscles that were full of explosive power. This young master's illustrious reputation will be destroyed in a day. I only hope that the two of you can be a little gentler. I'll be in pain. Ling Xiao simply took out some clothes and placed them on the ground. He laid down with a bitter expression, allowing the two women to torment him. If other men were to hear Ling Zhao's words, they would probably use their eyes to look at him with disdain. Damn it, if you're afraid that your illustrious reputation will be destroyed in a day, why don't you let me try? Even if I die, I'll still be dissolute. The battle on the night of spring was extremely intense. Ling Xiao was like a small boat that was submerged in the storm. The feeling of pain and happiness made him want to die, but he couldn't stop. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Du Tai quietly came to Wu Fu's side and whispered, "Master Wu, young master. He's been in there for so long. Will he be all right?" Wu Fu laughed and said, "You don't have to call me Master Wu. From now on, we're all on the same side. You can call me Old Wu, and I'll call you Old Du." After pausing for a while, he continued, "Young master's going to rescue those two beauties. Naturally, it will take some time. We're all men, you know, hee. Wu Fu had a disrespectful look on his face, and Du Tai naturally understood what he meant. Du Tai was obviously not interested in the affairs of any woman other than Song Minghua, so he changed the topic and said, "Old Wu, I remember that you haven't joined any forces. Why did you suddenly follow young Master Ling?" Wu Fu lightly sighed and said, "It's a long story. In this world, there are only a few people that can make me, Wu Fu, admire them. Young Master, you happen to be one of them." This matter started 2 years ago. Thus, Wu Fu began to recount his enmity with Ling Xiao in the Gu family. He even told Du Tai about Ling Zhao's deeds in the past 2 years. When Du Tai heard this, he thought that Wu Fu was deliberately boasting. But looking at Wu Fu's serious expression, his heart was completely shaken. The first emperor's name and the Elixir Guild's first emperor were already very resounding. But hearing Wu Fu talk about Ling Zhao's valiant battle record in Wind Cloud City left him speechless. Wu Fu patted Du Tai's shoulder and said solemnly, "Old Du, don't doubt me. Although I didn't see these things with my own eyes, many people have confirmed it. You saw that the two emperors from the Ghost sect couldn't even withstand one move from young master. You should know that I'm speaking the truth." Du Tai recalled the heads of Rong Su and Shi Bingguang that Ling Xiao had thrown out, and he didn't have the slightest doubt in his heart. He thought to himself, "It seems that young master is a very ambitious person. Who knows, he might be able to help me take revenge in the future." The Du family was originally a famous and prosperous family, but because of Du Tai and Song Minghua, they were exterminated by the Ghost sect. Not many people knew about this, but Du Tai always remembered it. Previously, he hid his name for the sake of a woman, but now that he followed Ling Xiao out of the mountain, he had another purpose. Inside the cave, the 3 naked bodies were leaning against each other, completely exposed to the outside world. After 3 days of torment, Ling Xiao was even more exhausted than when he fought Yuan Zhantian. The albizia flower's medicinal effect was too strong. At first, the two women tossed and turned without any regard for their lives, giving Ling Xiao a taste of the pleasure of being pushed down. Later on, for some unknown reason, the two women exuded a bewitching charm that made Ling Xiao gradually lose his sense of direction. Although his willpower was especially strong, facing the temptation of 2 beauties who had a relationship with him, how could he defend himself? Therefore, he went from being passive to taking the initiative. He crazily invaded the 2 women, giving them almost no time to stop. In the end, the 3 of them were lying together like mud. Ling Xiao hugged the beauties on each side, and he almost felt like he was dreaming. Although he had always been served by stunning beauties, He had never been so crazy, so tired, and so refreshed like this. That kind of feeling was not something that other women could give him. Those difficult moves that he had never used before were simply asking for his life. If it were not for his combat power, being a little stronger, and the gap between him and the two women, he was afraid that he would really be squeezed to death. Looking down at the two perfect bodies, Ling Xiao felt somewhat guilty. He had feelings for Yu Laiyan long ago, so it was not a big deal for him to have her. However, he had only met the other beauty dancer once or twice, and they could not even be considered friends. But such a thing happened between them. How was he going to explain it when he woke up? At this time, Yu Laiyan, who was on the right side of Ling Xiao, trembled slightly. Ling Xiao saw that her eyes were still closed, and her curled eyelashes were trembling slightly. The flush on her face had not receded from being moisturized, making her look so delicate and beautiful. Ling Xiao gently kissed her forehead and calmly exclaimed, "Senior sister, I know you're awake. Stop pretending to be asleep." Yu Laiyan suddenly opened her eyes, and her charming eyes rippled with the color of a lotus. Her tender arms wrapped tightly around Ling Xiao's sturdy waist as she gently opened her red lips and exclaimed, "Am I not dreaming? Are you really my junior brother?" Back when she had left the Purple Heaven sect, Ling Xiao had still been trapped in the secret realm. She had wholeheartedly wanted to become stronger so that she could open the secret realm one day and rescue Ling Xiao. This had always been her wish. Even if Ling Xiao had died in there, she wanted to see his corpse. Hence, she had decided to join the Charm sect, one of the 3 great 7th-grade sects in the Northwest. She hoped that she could receive the Charm sect's full support and see if she could quickly improve herself. She had indeed been acknowledged by the Charm sect because she was naturally seductive, just like Yang. Cultivating the Charm sect's seductive techniques would definitely take half the effort and double the effort. Unfortunately, the resources in the Northwest were limited. If she wanted to quickly improve herself, it would be very difficult if she did not have a lot of good resources to provide her. In the end, her master in the Charm sect did not want to delay her and Yang's Tenbin and decided to send them to the central region to be nurtured. She hoped that they would become strong one day and repay the Charm sect. At that time, her master had a friendly relationship with a deacon in the Peach Valley. Hence, she had brought along a token and traveled a long distance to send them to the Peach Valley as disciples. It was just that her master did not expect that the deacon did not have much of a position in the Peach Love Valley. She and her senior sister were arranged to be the worst outer sect disciples. They were not able to enter the eyes of the inner sect elders and were not able to receive good nurturing. Even so, as outer court disciples, the resources that they could obtain were much better than cultivating in the Northwest region. Moreover, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the central region was much denser than in the Northwest region. Hence, with their Tenbin cultivation, they were able to advance from the spiritual master rank to the high king rank. However, the two of them had always stayed in the Peach Valley and did not have much time to go out every year. Hence, they did not know that Ling Xiao had come to the central region before them, and that his name had already spread throughout the central region. If they had received news from the outside world earlier, they would have already left this place to search for Ling Xiao. Now, Yu Laiyan looked at the man that she had been thinking about day and night and thought that she was dreaming. Ling Xiao hugged her tightly so that her ample bosom was pressed against his chest. He said, "Feel the warmth of my body. How could it be fake? I am really your most handsome and adorable junior brother, Ling Xiao." Suddenly, Yu Laiyan opened her small mouth and bit towards Ling Xiao's chest. Ling Xiao did not dare to circulate his strength and allowed her to bite him as he cried out in pain, "Hiss, senior sister, are you born the year of the dog?" Yu Laiyan let go of Ling Xiao and licked the golden blood on her lips. Her beautiful eyes became slightly watery as she said, "When did you leave the secret realm? Why didn't you come and find me? Do you know that I have always been thinking about you to the point of going crazy? I hoped that one day I would be able to increase my strength so that I could destroy the secret realm and rescue you. But you heartless fellow, actually came to the central region to have fun. Do you not even have me in your heart? Yulian spoke a lot of words with tears in her eyes. She seemed to want to pour out all the grievances that she had suffered over the years before she would be satisfied. Ling Xiao felt Yulian's sincere heart and was extremely moved. He kissed her tears and said in a gentle voice, "I'm sorry, senior sister. I will definitely not let you suffer any grievances in the future." This is what you said. Now that I have been drugged and raped by you, you have to be responsible for me for the rest of your life. Otherwise, I will crush it. Yulian wiped away her tears and said to Ling Xiao emotionally. Her delicate hand even grabbed Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear and was extremely threatening. Chapter 768. Yulian's grip was truly deadly. The golden dragon spear that had been hanging down instantly became mighty again. Senior sister, don't be so easy to misfire, Ling Xiao said with a bashful look on his face. His appearance was indeed very different from his usual ferocious and murderous appearance. You bad guy, you've been tossing and turning for so long, it's still not enough. Yulian's delicate face was incomparably red. She usually looked charming and open, but in reality, her heart was not as wanton as she looked on the surface. It was just that her passion was somewhat unbearable. She was definitely a seductive spirit, and a casual glance from her would arouse a man's desire. Ling Xiao felt Yulian's soft flesh rubbing against him. That kind of soft feeling made him yearn for it again. Yulian felt the change in Ling Xiao. Not only did she not refuse, she once again teased Ling Xiao's desire and said in a coquettish voice, "My lower part is hurting. How about, why don't you do something bad to senior sister? I don't mind. After all, we are already yours." On the other side of Ling Xiao, the beautiful woman seemed to have already woken up. Hearing Yulian's words, she was so scared that she didn't dare to move. Her beautiful eyes were tightly closed, and a rosy red color spread from her face to her ears. Ling Xiao also noticed that Wu Meinyang had woken up, but he didn't know how to face her or what to say. At this time, Yulian gently broke free from Ling Xiao's embrace, her plump jade peaks challenging Ling Xiao's optic nerves, her slender waist gently twisted, her jade but actually directly sitting on Ling Xiao's body. The golden dragon spear was once again wrapped up. "Bad junior brother, it's one thing for you to have me, but you even dare to touch my senior sister. In order to punish you, I will squeeze you dry." Yulian caressed Ling Xiao's chest and began to twist crazily. Ling Xiao was so frightened by her punishment that his legs turned to jelly. Beside him, Wu Meinyang shrunk her body and buried her head in Ling Xiao's vagina, not wanting to listen to the soft moans. She thought to herself, how could she do this? It's so embarrassing. Ling Xiao finally understood that a woman who had been exploited was as terrifying as a flood or a ferocious beast. Even with his combat strength, he felt that he couldn't handle it. Yulian was like a knight, as if he didn't know fatigue. After galloping for a long time, he finally pulled her senior sister up and said, "We have to punish this bad man." Wu Meinyang also became more and more frantic. Since things had already come to this, he might as well indulge himself completely for once. Even if he were to die now, he would have no regrets. This time, Ling Xiao had completely lost. For the first time in his life, he was completely convinced of his defeat. He finally understood the saying of the ancients, "There is no such thing as a field ruined by plowing, only an exhausted ox." He wailed in his heart, "The ancients did not deceive me." In the end, Ling Xiao had no choice but to cover his tears and drag his two weak legs out of the cave. He was afraid that if this went on, he would die here. Both of them were demonesses, peerless demonesses who had absorbed essence. When Wu Fu, Du Tai, and Song Minghua saw Ling Xiao come out, they all gathered around him. They looked at Ling Xiao, who was walking weakly with a pale face, and were very surprised. Wu Fu said worriedly, Young master, what happened? Why is your face so ugly?" Ling Xiao waved his hand lightly and said, I'm fine. I just injured a little bit of my vitality. I'll be fine in 2 days." After saying that, Ling Xiao had no choice but to sit down cross-legged to meditate and rest. Wu Fu, Du Tai, and Song Minghua all had puzzled expressions on their faces. At this time, a wave of heaven and earth spiritual energy actually flew towards the cave, dwelling not far away. "What's going on? Someone is breaking through in the cave?" The three of them looked towards the cave dwelling at the same time, their eyes filled with astonishment. Ling Xiao was also surprised. Then he said to the three of them, "You guys guard them." He thought doubtfully, could it be that they are the same as Xer and can also advance by doing that? The two girls in the cave were also somewhat baffled. After they finished with Ling Xiao, they suddenly realized that their comprehension of the heaven and earth spiritual energy had reached a bottleneck, and the power in their dantian was also constantly increasing. It was obvious that they were about to break through and increase their strength. The two of them were both surprised and happy. They were surprised that they had just reached the high-level king stage not long ago. So how could they break through? This made them feel a little surprised. Of course, they were also happy that they could finally take a big step forward. They didn't dare to be careless. They didn't even bother to put on their clothes and immediately used all their strength to absorb the surging spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed, and the surrounding spiritual energy finally calmed down. Outside the cave, Ling Xiao chuckled and said, "They should have broken through successfully. This is really enviable." This young master fought with his life on the line and almost died, but they actually both advanced. "Young master, are those two girls inside?" Wu Fu asked from his side. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, it's them." "Young master, there's something I don't know if I should say." Wu Fu revealed a hesitant expression. Ling Xiao said, "If there's something you want to say, just say it." Wu Fu pondered for a moment and said, "Young master, you are now working hard to expand and establish a hegemony. It's better to reduce the longing for love. Moreover, even if young master wants to find a woman, you should find one who is worthy of young master status. Like these two, their strength is still a little lacking. In the future, it won't be difficult for young master to become an emperor or a saint, but they can't keep up with young master's pace. Sooner or later, they will also..." Wu Fu didn't continue. His meaning was already very clear. In other words, with Ling Xiao's Tenbin, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a peerless expert. At that time, Ling Xiao's lifespan would increase without limit. As for the two girls inside the cave, the gap between their strength and Ling Xiao's was too large. In the future, it would be difficult for them to catch up to Ling Xiao's pace. In the end, they would only grow old and die. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would be too concerned about love. At that time, he would be too sad and would miss out on his hegemony. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Elder Wu, you can rest assured. With their aptitude, although it will be difficult for them to keep up with me, they won't be too far behind. Moreover, don't forget that I'm also a high-grade alchemist. Once I reach the 8th grade and become a saint alchemist, it will be difficult for them to improve, even if they don't want to." When Ling Xiao said this, his face was full of confidence. He definitely wouldn't let his women gradually grow old and die. As long as he continued to grow stronger, the people around him would also become super experts and have an unlimited lifespan. Ling Xiao had always believed that he could do this. Seeing Ling Xiao's insistence, Wu Fu didn't say anything else. He could only think in his heart, as expected of the Lord Evil Emperor's disciple. It seems like his romantic personality is exactly the same. At this time, Yu Laiyin and Wu Meinyang walked out from the cave. One of them wore bright red clothes while the other wore pink satin. Both of their coquettish faces were flushed red, as if blood was about to drip out from them. They were so charming and moving, like two flowers that had just bloomed, too beautiful to be imagined at the same time. When Wu Fu and Du Tai saw the true faces of the two women, they were slightly stunned. Song Minghua pinched Du Tai's waist and said, "If you look again, your eyeballs will fall out." Du Tai laughed dryly and said, "Minghua, don't misunderstand. I only have you in my heart. I just didn't expect young master's eyes to be so good. No wonder he came back at the last minute." Wu Fu also understood why Ling Zhao's face had turned green 3 days ago. In his heart, he thought, young master is so lucky. He casually poked his nose into other people's business and earned 2 great beauties. Junior brother, these 3 lords are? Yu Laiyan came to Ling Xiao and asked Wu Fu, Du Tai, and Song Minghua. Her voice shocked Wu Fu and the others. How could they have thought that this woman was actually their young master's senior sister? What was going on? Ling Xiao pulled her hand and then grabbed Wu Meinyang's hand. Wu Meinyang wanted to dodge, but she found that Ling Xiao's hand had already grabbed her wrist. Ling Xiao introduced them to the 2 women. This is Elder Wu Fu, this is Elder Du Tai, and this is Madame Du, Song Minghua. They're all first-rate experts. He then introduced them to the 3 of them. These 2 are my senior sister from the Northwest sect, Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang. The 2 women could see that the 3 of them were not ordinary. They bowed slightly and said, Laiyan and Meinyang greet the 3 seniors. Even if the 3 of them wanted to use their status to suppress them, they immediately returned the greeting and said, Madams of the 2 city lords are too serious. This cannot be done. The 2 women were puzzled. City lord's wife. Hee, don't be so polite. We're all on the same side. Let's talk on the way, Ling Xiao said with a light smile. No one had any objections. They all listened to Ling Xiao and hurried on their way. But before that, Ling Xiao summoned the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King looked even more powerful now. Its body had grown a lot bigger, and its aura was especially mighty. The 2 women, who had just broken through to the Earth's sovereign realm, jumped in fright. They had seen their fair share of spirit beasts, but this was the first time they had seen such a majestic and mighty high-rank spirit beast. You're too slow. Come sit on Xiao Jin's back with me. We'll have a good chat. Ling Xiao jumped onto the wolf's back. Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang hesitated for a moment, but they still flew up with some apprehension. Wu Fu also summoned his spirit beast. It was a high-rank 6 scarlet flame bird, and it just so happened to carry him and the Du couple. At this time, Yu Laiyan couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked Ling Xiao, Junior brother, what rank is this spirit beast? Why do I feel like it's stronger than a 6th-rank spirit beast? Could be a high-rank 6th-rank spirit beast? Or, Ling Xiao smiled faintly. It just broke through to the 7th rank. 7th? Only 7th rank. The 2 women exclaimed at the same time, their expressions incomparably shocked. Ling Xiao said, Yes, this fellow's advancement is a bit slow. Compared to the prodigal and dragon lady, Xiao Jin's advancement speed was indeed slower. The main reason was that the prodigal and dragon lady had their own fortuitous encounters, while Xiao Jin's fortuitous encounters were slightly lesser. It could only rely on continuously swallowing beast cores to advance. The 2 women were shocked speechless. A 7th-rank spirit beast was comparable to an Emperor-tier spirit beast. With such a spirit beast around, they could do whatever they wanted in the central region. Only now did they realize that Ling Xiao was completely different from before. It was as if he was no longer on the same level as they were. Chapter 769. Ever since Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang came to the central region, their strength had been steadily improving. This speed of improvement wasn't considered much in the central region, but it was considered to be above average. This was also because they hadn't received good training. However, at their current age, if they were to return to the Northwest, this kind of strength would be considered very outstanding and could be compared to the older generation. They had always been glad that they could come to the central region to improve themselves instead of staying in the tiny Northwest. They had always felt quite satisfied with their current situation. However, in front of Ling Xiao, who had also come to the central region, their little bit of happiness disappeared. Although they couldn't see through Ling Xiao's current cultivation, just the mount under his crotch was enough to make them feel like they could only look up to him. A rank 7 Wolf King was a very powerful existence, no matter where it was. It could almost annihilate ordinary rank 7 or rank 6 sections. Don't be anxious. When I have time, I will accompany you to hunt 2 rank 7 spirit beasts, and let them be your protective spirit beasts." Ling Xiao thought that they were envious, so he immediately promised. With his current strength, subduing a rank 7 spirit beast was no longer a difficult task. "Ling Xiao, what's your strength now?" Wu Meinyang came back to her senses and asked. Yu Laiyan also looked at Ling Xiao expectantly, waiting for Ling Xiao's answer. Can I not say this?" Ling Xiao said as he scratched the back of his head. "No," the two women said in unison. "All right, as long as you don't get discouraged," Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Then he said, "I could be considered to have the strength of a heavenly venerable." Heavenly venerable. The two women were shocked, and a storm was set off in their hearts. How old was Ling Xiao now? He wasn't even 30 years old, which was 2 or 3 years younger than them. However, he was already a full rank higher than them. How big of a gap was this? Ling Xiao didn't want to be entangled on this topic, so he immediately changed the topic and said, "Right, tell me why all of you came to the Central Territory and were almost captured by that ugly fellow." "It's all because of you, bad guy." Yu Laiyan answered first. Ling Xiao touched his nose and put on an innocent expression. He remembered that when he returned to the Purple Heaven sect, both Yu Laiyan and Bing Ruoshui had disappeared together. He didn't expect to meet them one after another in the central region. It seemed that the fate between him and the fire and ice had already been decided by the heavens. Ling Xiao couldn't help but wonder if he could find the woman he loved the most in his heart again. 6 people and 2 beasts rushed towards Peach City. Yu Laiyan also began to tell them how she had been captured if she had come to the central region. She even told them about how she had been captured. After listening to her, Ling Xiao couldn't help but put his arm around her shoulder and said, "It's been hard on you all these years. From now on, you can stay by my side. No one can bully you anymore." Yu Laiyan was extremely satisfied when she heard this. She leaned her head lightly on Ling Xiao's shoulder with a happy smile on her face. Her many years of persistence had finally borne fruit. Wu Meinyang, who was at the side, was quite envious. She turned her face to the side and was very confused. She wasn't very familiar with Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao showed extraordinary talent in the secret realm, he had attracted her attention. However, she had never thought that she would suddenly have such a close relationship with Ling Xiao. It had to be said that it was the easiest to develop feelings between men and women. Especially as a woman, she valued chastity more. Moreover, she had been completely subdued by Ling Xiao's powerful physique in the past few days. Moreover, Ling Xiao wasn't as immature as he was in the past. Not only did he have a handsome and charming face, he even emanated a powerful and overbearing aura. His manly charm was unquestionable, and her heart had unknowingly been captured by him. Now that she saw Ling Xiao treating her junior sister so well and so kindly, she couldn't help but feel slightly unbalanced in her heart. Suddenly, a thick hand rested on her shoulder, and then her entire body was pulled back and nestled against a broad chest. Wu Meinyang struggled lightly and said, "What are you doing?" "You and junior sister are both my women from now on, understand?" Ling Xiao spoke in an indisputable tone. "Who's your woman?" Wu Meinyang said in a low voice with a blushing face. Her heart was inexplicably beating very fast, and a sweet feeling filled her entire body. "We've already been honest with each other, and you're not who I am. However, if you don't like me and want to find another man, I don't mind," Ling Xiao said with a somewhat naughty smile. "Who's going to find another man?" Wu Meinyang said with a somewhat anxious expression. "Hee, senior sister, you've been tricked by him. How could he tolerate being cuckolded?" Yu Laiyan covered her mouth and laughed lightly. "What a bad guy." Wu Meinyang looked at the smiling face of Ling Xiao and shyly bit Ling Xiao's arm. "Aya, are you all born in the year of the dog?" Ling Xiao cried out in pain. Peach City was a city directly under Peach Love Valley, and it was famous in the central region for its prostitution. Most of the people who came here were scholars and poets, and most of them were warriors who liked to drink and drink. There were many brothels in the city, and they were all businesses of Peach Love Valley. There was also a lake outside the city, and on the lake there was a boathouse for all kinds of refined people to seek pleasure. When Ling Xiao and the others arrived at the lake, they had already recalled their spirit beasts and started to retract their auras. They slowly walked by the lake, enjoying the rare peace and quiet. Originally, Ling Xiao wanted to return to Wine Cloud City as soon as possible, but he saw that the lake was bustling, so he specially went to sightsee. Furthermore, according to Yu Laiyin and Wu Meinyang's introduction, this was an important place in Peach Love Valley to fish for crystals. Ling Xiao also had an attitude of learning, and he wanted to see if Wind Cloud City could learn from them and create a similar prostitution ground for mercenaries and loose cultivators who hunted spirit beasts in the Death Mountain range all year round to seek pleasure. Presumably, this would also be a great source of income. There are quite a few boathouses in this lake. I wonder how many Xian crystals each one will cost. Ling Xiao opened his beauty fan, like an elegant young master traveling with a beauty, looking very carefree and at ease. Yu Laiyin replied from the side, I heard that each boat costs 100 middle-grade Xian crystals a day, and depending on the size of the boat, the price is also different, and the girls on the boat have different looks, so the fees charged are also different. There are at least a few hundred boats here, and in a day, there would be tens of thousands of middle-grade Xian crystals. In addition to the fees charged by the girls on the boat, there would be no less than 100,000 middle-grade Xian crystals a day, and in a month, there would be millions of middle-grade Xian crystals. After hearing this, Ling Xiao calculated for a while and sighed. A glint flashed across his dragon eyes, and he was also thinking about how he could build such a good place in Wind Cloud City. The few of them strolled around. The man was extraordinarily handsome, and the woman was gorgeous, attracting the attention of many tourists. If I also build a place like this, can the two of you take care of it for me? Ling Xiao asked Yu Laiyin and Wu Meinyang. The two girls looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. Wu Meinyang frowned and said, Don't tell me you also want to seek pleasure every day like these men. In her heart, she was more disgusted with these women who had mistakenly fallen into the mortal world. In her heart, she was more against this place of prostitution. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and said, With you guys here, how can I have the energy to seek pleasure? Yu Laiyin spat and said, What are you talking about? Why do you want to build a place like this? Of course it's to fish for crystals. It's not easy to find crystal mines right now, and if you want to survive, how can you not have profound crystals? These women are willing to give up their bodies in exchange for crystals, and that's nothing much. In any case, as long as it's voluntary, I don't object, Ling Xiao said. In this world, no matter where it was, there would always be a place of prostitution. This had existed since ancient times, and even if he didn't do it, there would naturally be others who would. As long as he didn't force those women to do it, he didn't have anything to feel guilty about. After all, everyone was doing it for the sake of survival. Wu Meinyang pouted. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. This was because she knew that what Ling Xiao said was the truth. For example, when they were in the Peach Blossom Valley, there were many companions who liked to use yang to nourish their yin, to increase their strength. To them, it was a kind of sorrow that there was no love between men and women. She couldn't help but think that she and her junior sister seemed to have broken through to the Earth Emperor stage after having intercourse with Ling Xiao. Could it be that junior sister and I are such women? No, that's impossible. Wu Meinyang didn't dare to believe it. Junior brother is right. If you can find a good place, senior sister, and I will definitely be able to help you. Yu Laiyin seemed to be very interested in this matter, and she agreed with Ling Xiao's idea. After all, it was extremely difficult to travel in the central region without profound crystals, and Yu Laiyin didn't care too much about what others thought of her. As long as she had profound crystals, she would have resources, and her cultivation would naturally be greatly accelerated. She didn't want to be left further and further behind by Ling Xiao. Yes, we'll talk about this when we get back to our territory. Ling Xiao replied softly. He only wanted to let the two women manage the early stages of the development. Once they were on the right track, he naturally didn't want them to put too much thought into this aspect. Where exactly is our territory? Why did the three of them call you young master and call our city lord's wife? Yu Laiyan asked eagerly. On the way here, Ling Xiao didn't clearly say which power he was in, and they were left in suspense. Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough. Let's go back now. Ling Xiao looked around and found nothing interesting, so he said to them. The group was about to enter the city and use the transportation formation to hurry to another place, and then return to Wine Cloud City. However, it just so happened that some insensible people came knocking at their door at this time. I was wondering where you two junior sisters were. So it turns out that you followed a wild man outside. To think that my master was worried about you. Now it seems that you're living a very comfortable life. A seductive voice sounded not far away from them. Chapter 770. The one who spoke was a woman who was dressed very skimpily. Her arms, shoulders, belly button, and legs were all exposed. Only a few vital parts of her body were covered by silk. Her looks were also of the upper class. This kind of attire caused her to attract the scorching gazes of many animals. If it wasn't for the few men with extraordinary auras following behind her, they would have run over to strike up a conversation with her. This woman was called Miao Yin, and she was the disciple of Deacon Gan Yin. She had the strength of a mid-stage Earth Sovereign. Back in the Passion Valley, Gan Yin had wanted to bring Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang out of the valley. However, Piao Yin and Miao Yin had fainted after being poisoned by fragrance powder. When they woke up, they heard that Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang had been kidnapped by fragrance powder. Originally, Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang were only outer sect disciples. Even if they went missing, it wouldn't cause too much of a commotion. However, because of this, her master was punished by the elders of the sect. Now, seeing the two women snuggling up to an elegant young master and looking very happy, Miao Yin was very angry. She had heard that none of the women kidnapped by fragrance powder had survived. She couldn't understand why they would appear here. She didn't want to pursue this matter. She knew that she had to teach these two outer sect disciples a lesson. Otherwise, they would be too arrogant. At the same time, she also noticed that the two women had actually entered the Earth Sovereign realm. If they were discovered by the elders of the sect, they would probably be taken in as true disciples immediately. The jealousy in her heart became even stronger. When Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang saw the person who had come, they instinctively shrank back. Their faces were filled with stage fright. After all, they had stayed in the Passion Valley for a long time. They were already used to being bullied. Even though Ling Xiao was by their side, they still revealed expressions of fear. What? You don't even call me senior sister now that you have a wild man. Do you think that you have the ability to break away from the backing of my valley? Do you think that you can be so arrogant now? Miao Yin said very harshly. The two women tightened their grip on Ling Xiao's arms. They were with Ling Xiao and had no intention of returning to the Passion Valley. Junior brother, let's go, Yu Laiyan said, pulling Ling Xiao. Now, they just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible so that the deacons or elders in the valley wouldn't find out and cause more trouble. Hearing that Yu Laiyan wanted to leave, Miao Yin immediately waved to the man behind her and said, Look, these two are our Peach Love Valley's junior sisters. They look so coquettish. Whoever wants to go up to them, as long as you can subdue them, they will belong to you. The men behind her were all strong men who had been seduced by her. They were originally for her to enjoy, but now that she did not want to make a move, she would let them teach them a lesson on her behalf. In any case, her master was nearby. When he rushed over, these two sluts would have a good time. These men all possessed the strength of high-level Earth Sovereign Realm experts. Their bodies were filled with the aura of uncultivated savagery and killing intent. At the same time, their eyes revealed a strong desire for greed. Brat, this is none of your business. If you don't want to die, then scram. A middle-aged man glared at Ling Xiao as he pointed at Ling Xiao in disdain and shouted, That's right. While we're in a good mood, you little pink head, hurry up and scram. We want these two girls. Later on, in the private ship, you two beauties will serve us well. It will definitely make you remember it for the rest of your life. Hee hee. Cut the crap. Hurry up and take them away. A few strong men gathered around and spoke with a teasing tone. The two girls instinctively leaned closer to Ling Xiao. They knew that Ling Xiao had a level 7 spirit beast, so they were not so nervous. Ling Xiao lightly waved his beautiful fan and said indifferently, "Throw these mad dogs into the lake to feed the fish." As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible force came from the side. Puff puff. The few strong men were instantly crushed to the point that they bled from their 7 orifices. Before they could understand what was going on, their heart meridians had already been shattered. Before they could fall to the ground, a gust of wind blew over and threw them into the lake. Their blood instantly spread out and dyed the nearby lake a bright red. It was an incomparably beautiful sight. This time, the surrounding people were shocked. Many people immediately scattered like birds and beasts, not daring to stay and watch the show, afraid that they would be implicated. Miao Yin, who was standing in the same place, was scared silly. Those people just now were all experts that she thought highly of. They were not far from the Empyrean realm and were just right for her to absorb yang qi, to improve her strength. However, the expert in her eyes had died inexplicably, and he had really been thrown into the pond to feed the fish. All this happened in a flash. She did not know what had happened, but an incomparable sense of fear immediately struck her whole body. "What do you want to do with her?" Ling Xiao asked the two women, as if the people who had just died had nothing to do with him. The two women were still in a daze. They only came to their senses when they heard Ling Xiao's question. "This we'd better leave quickly. After all, this is the territory of the Peach Valley. If we attract other experts, it will be difficult." Wu Meinyang was a cautious person. She did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. "What are you afraid of?" "Just." Yu Laiyan, on the other hand, was relieved. She guessed that the 3 people who followed Ling Xiao should be quite powerful, so she was not afraid of anything. However, before she could finish her words, Miao Yin came to her senses and begged for mercy. Junior sisters, don't be reckless. I was just joking. I will leave now, and I will never appear in front of you again." As she spoke, she retreated, afraid that she would die inexplicably like those people. "Stop! Who allowed you to leave?" Yu Laiyan shouted. Miao Yin shivered. Her legs went soft. She knelt down and begged, "Junior sisters, please let me go. I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai." Faced with the choice of life and death, Miao Yin did not dare to be careless. As long as she was alive, she was not afraid that she would not be able to get back at them. Yu Laiyan took 2 steps forward. She raised her hand and fiercely slapped towards Miao Yin's face. "Slap! You stinky girl! You always bully us sisters by relying on that witch's name. If I don't teach you a lesson now, I will not be able to calm down." When Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang were in the Peach Valley, they had been bullied by Miao Yin and her disciple many times. If they did not get back at them now, they would not be able to calm down. "Junior sister, I was blind. Please do me a favor and let me go." Miao Yin did not fight back and continued to beg for mercy. She shouted in her heart, "Master, quickly come and kill these 2 bitches. Slap! Slap! Who told you to bully us?" Yu Laiyan continued to slap Miao Yin. Miao Yin's face became extremely red and swollen. A lot of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. "Senior sister, come and slap me a few times. I feel much better now." Yu Laiyan turned his head and called out to Wu Meinyang. Wu Meinyang hesitated for a moment, but still walked over and gave Miao Yin a fierce slap. "Hee, to think that you would have such a day." Wu Meinyang felt very good after slapping Miao Yin. After ridiculing Miao Yin, she continued to slap Miao Yin a few more times. Miao Yin was so ashamed that she wanted to die. She had been slapped in public. She did not even have the most basic dignity. Suddenly, 3 tyrannical auras flew over from not far away. "You 2 bitches, you actually dare to hit my disciple. Are you rebelling?" An angry voice resounded. A powerful wave of water rushed towards Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang. Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang were shocked. They knew that Miao Yin's master, Gan had come to kill them. Just as the wave of water was about to reach the 2 of them, a formless power destroyed it. "Who is it?" How dare you meddle in the affairs of our Peach Love Valley? Ganin landed not far away and shouted. There was a man and a woman beside her. They were both middle-aged. The man was a high-level celestial venerable, while the woman was a mid-level celestial venerable like Ganin. Master, you are finally here. Quickly kill these two bitches. Miao Ying cried out in fear. She wanted to get up from the ground and return to her master's side. Who allowed you to get up? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Miao Ying, who was just about to get up, was once again confined by a formless power. She was still kneeling on the ground, unable to move. Who are you? Could it be that you are the fragrance wafting 10,000ly? Ganin stared at Ling Xiao and asked, Hee, is that ugly freak as handsome as me? Could it be that your eyes have been blinded by wax? Ling Xiao lightly waved his beautiful fan and said with a faint smile, You, what a sharp-tongued brat. See how I tear your mouth apart. Ganin flew into a rage out of humiliation. She shouted delicately and condensed a water palm shadow, which blasted towards Ling Xiao. However, before her water palm shadow could reach Ling Xiao, an even more terrifying aura descended on her head. In air, be careful! The male celestial venerable sensed that something was wrong and shouted in alarm. Ha! Unfortunately, his words were too late. Ganin had already been sent flying like a cannonball. The male celestial venerable immediately moved his body and swept towards Ganin, catching her. However, the impact was too great. Even he was sent flying far away before he could stop himself. Emperor, stage powerhouse. The male celestial venerable exclaimed in his heart. He was already a high-level celestial venerable. An expert with the strength of a celestial venerable would definitely not be able to send him flying so far. He could only think of an even more terrifying high-level opponent. He looked at Ganin, who was in his arms. Her face was completely distorted, and many bloody teeth had flown out. She looked extremely disgusting and ugly. Mengda, you have to avenge me. It hurts so much. Ganin was like a child as she sobbed in the male, celestial venerable's arms. Shut up. The other party has a superpower house. We must not act rashly. The male celestial venerable shouted softly. He was now thinking whether he should immediately turn around and run. After all, with the other party's strength, it would be easy for them to crush them to death. It was not worthwhile for him to lose his life for Ganin. All of you come over here. Whoever dares to run will be killed without mercy. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Since these people had run into his hands, he naturally had to avenge his woman. Why would Ling Xiao care about a mere Peach Love Valley? Chapter 771. Let's go. The male heavenly venerate, called Mengda, gritted his teeth and shouted at the other female heavenly venerate. He carried Ganin and quickly retreated. Even if the other party didn't have the real mystic Tharch, they would at least have a half-step Tharch. How could he dare to challenge them? Didn't you hear that my young master asked you to stay? A faint voice rang out, and a silhouette had already arrived in front of Mengda. A terrifying aura pressed down on the three of them, forcing them to step back. The person who stopped them was naturally the half-stepped Arch Wu Fu. Du Tai and Song Minghua wanted to help, but against such an opponent, it would be making a big fuss out of nothing. My lord, this has nothing to do with me. I am not from the Peach Love Valley. Mengda threw Ganin out and hurriedly said. He was indeed not from the Peach Love Valley. He was just an itinerant cultivator and one of Gan Yin's lovers. Mengda, how can you do this? Ganin glared at Mengda and shouted. When the two of them were together, they made a solemn vow of undying love. Now that there was just a little bit of danger, they were already facing a disaster. Their relationship, which was purely based on the exchange of flesh, was really very unreliable. The other, mid-level, heavenly venerate was calmer. She looked at Ling Xiao and said lightly, Who are you? Why are you going against the Peach Love Valley? This mid-level heavenly venerate was the deacon who managed the nearby boat business. Her name was Ning Qin. Just like Ganin, she had an affair with Mengda. Both of them cultivated the beautiful girl technique. Ling Xiao ignored Ning Qin. He looked at Yu Yin and Wu Meinyang and said, "Since the Peach Valley has taken care of you for so many years, as your man, if I don't repay them, I won't be able to live." Then he shouted upwards, "The three of you, hurry up and get down here." Ling Zhao's voice contained a great dragon might, and a powerful emperor's aura was released. Mengda, Ganin, and Ning Qin's bodies trembled, and a sense of fear arose in their hearts. They all descended from the sky, trembling in fear. This young master, I'm really not from the Passion Valley. I am just acquainted with them." Mengda bowed slightly towards Ling Xiao with a slightly subservient expression. "I really didn't expect you to be such a despicable person. This old lady has truly seen through you. To think that I've brought the disciples of the valley out for you to enjoy." Ganin roared at Mengda with incomparable fury. "Hee, you did all of that willingly. What does that have to do with me?" Mengda smiled like a wretch. "Truly shameless." Ning Qin also cursed from the side. "All right, I don't have time to waste on your nonsense," Ling Xiao said faintly. He then turned to Yu Yin and Wu Meinyang and asked, "Is this the woman who wants to force you to serve this man?" As Ling Xiao spoke, he pointed at Gan Yin and Mengda. Before coming to Peach City, the two women had already told Ling Xiao everything that had happened in the Passion Valley. They had even reprimanded Gan Yin and her disciple for what they had done to them countless times. The two women nodded towards Ling Xiao at the same time. They could feel Ling Xiao's domineering aura and the strength of the people behind him. They felt inexplicably at ease, as if nothing was too difficult for Ling Xiao. A strong sense of reliance involuntarily arose in their hearts. You two, don't talk nonsense. When we were in the valley, I was so good to you. I never hit or scolded you." Ganin immediately turned her face and said. She didn't understand how these two outer disciples had encountered such a scholarly young master. However, looking at his attitude, she knew that the power behind him was not weak. She didn't dare to be arrogant at all. "Hee, this has nothing to do with me. I have never seen you two beautiful ladies. I hope this young master will be magnanimous." Mengda pretended to be calm and smiled. Ling Xiao really couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with them. He immediately said, "Throw the three of them into the river to feed the fish." It was impossible for those who had bullied his women to be safe and sound. "You can't do this. Our Passion Valley won't," Ganin said in panic. At the same time, she couldn't care less about her disciple's life or death. She once again hurriedly ran away. Unfortunately, Wu Fu had already received the order and had already shot out a gorgeous flame that wrapped her in layers. Mengda knew that the situation was not good. This time, he didn't run away, nor did he beg for mercy. Instead, he actually rushed towards Ling Xiao. He knew that as long as he could control this young man, there was hope for him to escape. "Brat, you've gone too far." Mengda's palm turned into a claw and grabbed towards Ling Xiao's neck. The two women beside Ling Xiao exclaimed at the same time, "Be careful." Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled faintly. "So what if I bully you?" After saying that, he didn't move an inch. A simple fist smashed toward the shadow of the claw. "You overestimate yourself." Mengda laughed in his heart. He saw that Ling Xiao's strength was only at the Earth Sovereign stage, but he actually dared to attack with his fist. He was very proud of himself. Unfortunately, when his claw came into contact with Ling Xiao's fist, his expression immediately changed. Crack! The incomparably strong fist force smashed towards him like a meteorite and directly broke his finger. Not only that, there was also a terrifying barbaric force that directly drilled into his arm, destroying his skin, flesh, meridians, bones, just like that. One of his arms was smashed into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere, appearing extremely frightening. "Do you think that I'm weak and easy to bully?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His figure moved closer to Mengda, who was retreating backwards, and he smashed his golden fist fiercely towards him. Bang! The fist that was comparable to a divine weapon directly penetrated Mengda's defensive armor and passed through his body, causing some of his internal organs to be exposed. It seemed extremely disgusting and nauseating. Mengda still stared fixedly at Ling Xiao until he died, and his eyes revealed dense shock and unwillingness. "Alas, you've dirted my hands." Ling Xiao sighed lightly. He casually waved his hand and tossed Meng Da's body into the nearby lake. On the other side, Wu Fu had burned Gan Yin into a flaming figure and similarly tossed her into the lake. "I'll leave this woman to you. Toss her into the lake." Ling Xiao pointed at Miao Yin, who was kneeling on the ground and trembling. "No, I beg you. Let me go. I'm willing to do anything for you." Miao Yin was already scared out of her wits. She immediately cried bitterly and begged for mercy. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to pay attention to her. He just confined her strength and let Yu Lai Yin and Wu Meinyang do it. The result was self-evident. They were not soft-hearted people. Killing an enemy was not a big deal. It was just that they were thoroughly shocked by Ling Xiao's strength. Previously, Ling Xiao had only said that he had the strength of a heavenly venerable. They had all thought that he might be a low-level heavenly venerable. After all, Ling Xiao was too young. To be able to reach this stage was already quite outstanding for Tenbin. However, they knew that Gan Yin had the strength of a mid-level heavenly venerable, and her lover seemed to be even stronger than her. He should have reached the strength of a high-level heavenly venerable. However, such a high-level heavenly venerable powerhouse couldn't even take a single move from Ling Xiao. This made them understand how terrifying Ling Xiao's strength was. This was definitely not a strength that a low-level heavenly venerable could possess. He was at least a peak heavenly venerable, or even an existence that had already surpassed a heavenly venerable. Otherwise, how could a high-level heavenly venerable kill a high-level heavenly venerable in one move? Thinking back to the time when Ling Xiao was with them in the Northwest, his strength was not much different from theirs. But now, the difference was like heaven and earth. This made them feel a deep sense of defeat. Ning Yin, who was still alive, didn't dare to move. She was already shocked. She was afraid that the next one to die would be her. She didn't understand how Gan Yin and the others had provoked such a powerful enemy. They had even put her in a dilemma. What should she do? Just as she stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do, something seemed to have barged into her sea of consciousness, causing her to instantly become sluggish. In her sea of consciousness, her soul emerged, wanting to expel those strange runes that had inexplicably barged into her sea of consciousness. Unfortunately, her soul force wasn't enough to resist these runes. One rune after another kept barging in, forming a mysterious array that pressed down on her soul. She didn't have any leeway to resist and was completely suppressed by these runes. These runes constantly seeped into her soul and gradually occupied a dominant position. "Young master, what should we do with this?" Wu Fu came to Ling Xiao's side and pointed at Ning Yan. Ling Xiao recovered after a while and said, "I have my own use for this." He paused and looked at Ning Yan. "Come here for a moment." "Yes, master." Ning Yan recovered from her daze and walked towards Ling Xiao. Everyone present was even more stunned. They didn't understand why Ning Yan called Ling Xiao master. "In the future, you should call me young master. I have some things to ask you," Ling Xiao said. Thus, he asked Ning Yan a few questions about the boats on the lake. Ling Xiao unexpectedly discovered that Ning Yan was actually the deacon in charge of these boats. This made him very happy. He had originally planned to let Yu Lai Yin and Wu Meinyang go back and create this place to pass time. Now that he had Ning Yan under control, this problem was solved for him. "Let's go to your Peach Love Valley and greet your Valley Master." Ling Xiao suddenly changed his mind. Since he had already killed someone, the elders of the nearby Peach Love Valley had already sensed it. He might as well go all out and make a trip to the Peach Love Valley. Thinking about it, with his current reputation, this small Peach Love Valley wouldn't be too arrogant. A dozen or so sounds of wind breaking could be heard. A few heavenly venerables and a dozen or so earthly emperors descended from the sky. Who exactly is causing trouble here? An old woman immediately questioned the moment she landed. This old woman was already a high-level heavenly venerable. She was the leader of this group of people. At this time, Ningyan walked forward and said, "City Lord, this is young Master Ling Xiao from Windcloud City. He is preparing to pay a visit to our Valley Master." The moment these words came out, the people of Peach Love Valley immediately became shocked. Chapter 772. Although the central region was vast and boundless, almost all the major cities had transmission arrays, so news spread very quickly. Ling Xiao's name had risen like a comet in the past few years, and it had instantly shaken the entire central territory with the speed of a thunderbolt. Every single incident of his was sufficient to cause numerous youths to prostrate themselves in worship, and it also caused many figures of the older generation to hold him in high esteem. As the city lord of Peach City, this old woman had naturally heard of Ling Xiao's name. She did not understand why Ling Xiao suddenly wanted to visit their valley lord. Could it be that what had just happened was not enough, and he wanted to reason with their valley lord? The city lord of Peach City did not dare to pursue what had just happened, and her expression became warm as she said, "I wonder why City Lord Ling wants to see our valley lord. Do you have an invitation to see her?" Usually, when two forces were not very familiar with each other, both sides would have to send an invitation to see each other before deciding on a time to meet. Ling Xiao was just passing by, so why would he have an invitation to see her? He said impatiently, "Forget it. Since you are not going to inform her, let's go and greet her directly." With his current prestige, he did not need to be so polite to the leader of a fifth-grade sect. The city lord said awkwardly, "Let me lead the way." She thought to herself, he even dared to kill the Gu clan's supreme elder. If we anger him, it will bring trouble to the valley, and we will be doomed. Forget it. Let's hurry on our way. Wu Mainyang said worriedly, "It's okay. They have taken care of you for so long. It is natural for them to greet you." Ling Xiao did not give Wu Mainyang a chance to object, and he waved his hand. Then, the group of people headed towards the Passion Valley. At this time, Ling Xiao did not want to hide anything, so he directly summoned Xiao Jin and rode it towards the Peach Valley with the two women. When the elders and guards of the Peach Valley saw the majestic rank 7 Wolf King, their legs trembled in fear. When they arrived at the Peach Valley, an elder immediately came out to interrogate them. "Who dares to trespass our Peach Valley?" She was a beautiful middle-aged woman, and there were many heavenly venerables and earthly sovereign realm women following her. All of them were women, and most of them were beautiful. They were plump and thin, with bright red and green colors, dazzling anyone who looked at them. Fortunately, Ling Xiao always had stunning beauties by his side. In comparison, these women seemed much more tacky. The city lord of Peach City stepped forward and said, "Elder Hong, this is City Lord Ling Xiao from Windcloud City. Please come and greet the Valley Lord." "Windcloud City City Lord, Ling Xiao?" the elder exclaimed. "Yes, please make a decision, Elder Hong." The mayor of Peach City nodded. The inner court elder hesitated for a moment before saying, "I wonder what matter City Lord Ling needs to visit my Valley Master so that I can go back and report to my Valley Master? Why go through so much trouble? I, Ling Xiao, am just passing by this place, so it is only right for me to visit your Valley Master. Could it be that you're looking down on me, Ling Xiao?" Ling Xiao said with a hint of anger. "No, that's not what I mean. Please come into the valley and watch the tea first. I will report to my Valley Master right away." The inner court elder did not dare to be negligent. He quickly responded and led Ling Xiao and his group into the valley. At this time, many disciples of the Peach Valley recognized Yu Laiyin and Wu Mainyang, who were beside Ling Xiao, and they could not help but criticize them. "Aren't they the two outer court disciples who just arrived not long ago? They said that they were kidnapped by that perverted thief, Piao Xiangwanli. Why are they together with that Ling Xiao? It seems like the two of them have found the right lover. They might be leaving our Peach Valley." "That's right, that legendary #1 emperor, Ling Xiao, is so handsome. If he takes a fancy to me, I'm willing to even be his personal maid. Why don't you take a look at yourself? How could he take a fancy to you? If he wants to take a fancy to someone, he would take a fancy to me first." The Peach Valley's welcoming area was also filled with all kinds of peach blossoms. Waves of fragrance assailed the nostrils, and the rows of pavilions were arranged in an elegant manner. The decorations were also filled with a pink atmosphere. Any man who came here and saw the pink expanse and the occasional lady who was as graceful as a snake passing by would have a kind of fantasy that would cause one's imagination to run wild. After entering the pavilion, Yu Yin and Wu Meinyang became a little nervous. They had been in the Peach Valley for a few years, and they roughly knew that the overall strength of the Peach Valley was very strong. Their Valley Master had always been very mysterious, and they had never seen him before. Now that they were waiting for their Valley Master to appear, they would definitely be very nervous. "Don't be afraid. She won't eat people." Ling Xiao comforted the two girls. Ling Xiao's voice seemed to be enchanted, and it instantly calmed the two girls down. At this moment, a burst of melodious music came from all directions. The music had an ambiguous atmosphere, and it gave people a very flirtatious feeling. Regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, they all felt an indescribable heat, and their minds couldn't help but be filled with the ripples of a man and a woman discussing life. Among them, Yu Yin and Wu Meinyang were the weakest. Moreover, they were naturally seductive, and they seemed to have a natural affinity for this kind of music. Their faces were actually pink, and there was an indescribable feeling of love in them. Their eyes were like silk, and their jade lips were like orchids. Ling Xiao's hot-blooded blood also began to boil. Fortunately, his unique origin-returning technique emitted a trace of coolness, and it allowed him to completely calm down. Wu Fu's face was red, and even his breathing had become a little hurried. Du Tai and Song Minghua were much calmer. It seemed that their cultivation was high, and their hearts were firm. It was impossible for ordinary illusions to confuse them. Just as Ling Xiao was about to shake off the music, a group of graceful figures walked in. These were all young girls in their 20s, and each of them was extremely beautiful. Their clothes were very revealing, and their private parts could be faintly seen. Their beautiful eyes were like spring water, and there was a charming smile on their faces. They swayed their sexy waists, their towering breasts, their round buttocks, and their soft arms and legs. The tall girl in the middle had a thin veil on her face and a gorgeous silver crown on her head. Her body was adorned with sparkling pearls and agate, and she was dressed in a colorful silk satin. She looked like a gorgeous peacock that was the king of all birds. She was especially dazzling and noble. She danced her snake-like body, and every look in her eyes was so captivating. Every movement was so captivating that people gradually fell into the illusion. Yu Yin and Wu Meinyang, who were beside Ling Xiao, seemed to fall deeper and deeper. They actually stood up unconsciously and joined a group of girls. They also crazily swayed their seductive bodies. For a moment, the charm they emitted actually fused with the dance. The scene of the ripples became clearer and clearer, and it gave people a feeling of being there. Ling Xiao, Du Tai, and Song Minghua's divine flowers all showed changes. Their bodies and minds became hot, and their blood vessels became somewhat uncontrollable. It was as if their bodies could explode at any time. "Wake up!" Suddenly, Ling Xiao, who was sitting, roared and slammed his palm on the tea table beside him. Bang! The tea table instantly broke into pieces. The sound waves mixed with the sound of a dragon's roar rippled endlessly in the room. The ambiguous music was instantly drowned out. The girls in front of him were so scared that they fell to the ground. Only the tall girl in the middle looked at Ling Xiao with a strange expression. Her charming eyes were so charming. When all the ripples, music, and dance disappeared, Yu Yin and Wu Meinyang regained their senses. They discovered that they were no longer in their original positions. Their eyes revealed confusion, and at the same time, they discovered that their spiritual power was slowly increasing, which made them extremely happy. Wu Fu lost his composure. He breathed heavily, and there was a lot of sweat on his old face. It was as if he had just experienced a huge battle. Is this how the Passion Peach Valley treats its guests? Ling Xiao squinted his eyes and stared at the tall girl. A dragon shadow slowly appeared behind him, and a dense emperor's aura was released. The tall girl made a saluting gesture towards Ling Xiao and said, Peach Passion Valley's Kai Lian greets City Lord Ling. Please don't be angry. I was just dancing for you. Please don't take offense. Hee, you must be the Passion Peach Valley's Valley Master, right? You make it sound so nice. Your dance almost caused our bodies to explode. Could it be that you don't want to explain yourself? Ling Xiao said in an imposing manner. Now that his power was established and his name was established, he did not care about the Passion Valley at all. The tall girl said in a tender voice, City Lord Ling, please don't be angry. It was Kai Lian's fault. Kai Lian will apologize to you right now. She paused for a moment and then said, I wonder what business does City Lord Ling have with my Peach Passion Valley? This Kai Lian was Peach Passion Valley's Valley Lord. Although her face was covered, it could still be seen that her face was definitely not old. Her beauty was definitely at the level of a calamity. Her dance just now actually had a great killing power. If it was an ordinary sky sovereign, they would not be able to resist being charmed. In the end, they would be confused by the illusions to the point that their blood would boil and their meridians would explode and they would die. Even a half-step emperor like Wu Fu would not be able to withstand it. Fortunately, Ling Zhao's willpower was extraordinary, and he also had the supreme divine art to protect his body, so he did not fall for it. Ling Xiao did not want to waste time and immediately got to the point. Valley Lord Kai, my two senior sisters have been taken care of by you in your Peach Passion Valley, so I came to thank you. Although Ling Xiao said this to thank them, there was a hint of dissatisfaction in it. How could Kai Lian not understand the meaning behind Ling Zhao's words? She immediately looked at Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang, and a look of astonishment appeared in her beautiful eyes as she said, Good. Two good seedlings. They actually have the charm bone. She had already noticed the two girls just now. They were actually compatible with her charm dance array, and she felt that the two girls had their own unique ways. However, she did not expect that the two girls were actually disciples of her Peach Passion Valley. Greetings, Valley Lord. Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang still greeted Kai Lian. Chapter 773. There were about 10 to 20,000 disciples, deacons and elders in the Peach Love Valley. As the Valley Master, it was naturally impossible for Kai Lian to do everything personally. It was also impossible for her to know every single disciple in the sect, let alone the outer sect disciples. However, she did not know about the existence of two disciples who possessed excellent charming bones. This made her feel extremely displeased. Charming bones was a type of innate physique. Only females would possess this physique. This type of physique was not commonly seen. There might not even be one in 100,000 females who possessed this type of physique. As long as a person who possessed the charming bones did not look too ugly, they would cause the opposite sex to develop an extremely strong temptation. Every glance of hers would carry an indescribable charm. It was like the feeling of turning back and smiling charmingly. It would cause others to feel that she was naturally charming, causing any man's imagination to run wild. In reality, that was not the case. Their inner heart and outer appearance were completely different. A person with this type of physique would cause many men who did not have a firm heart to develop an extremely strong temptation. This would cause their hearts to fall into the gentle fragrance and be unable to extricate themselves. In the ancient times, many monarchs had the saying, "The night of spring is bitter and the sun rises high." From then on, the monarchs would not attend morning court. It was because they met the concubines who possessed the charming bones that they would become infatuated with them. They would no longer care about the affairs of the country. They would even whisper in their ears and disturb the affairs of the country. They could really be considered as demons who brought calamity to the country. Other than being able to entice men, this type of physique was extremely effective in cultivating the mysterious techniques of charm. It was just that after they cultivated the charm techniques, their power of charm would become even more terrifying. Every single movement of theirs would cause men to develop a desire for them. It was very easy for them to let their imagination run wild. If both parties were in a hostile state and the man was bewitched, even if it was only for a split second, it would be enough for them to perish on the spot. As the Valley Master of the Peach Love Valley, Kai Lian possessed this type of physique that was one in a million. The charm techniques that she cultivated allowed her to maintain her youthful appearance and her crisp and sweet voice. Other than her, there was no one else in the entire sect who possessed this type of pure, charming bones physique. She had always been looking for a successor with this type of physique. Unfortunately, after so many years, it was hard to find a second person. Are you all my valley's disciples? Kai Lian asked with a slightly agitated expression. In her heart, she thought that no matter what, she had to keep these two women. That way, the Love Peach Valley would be able to rise to a higher level in the future. Wu Meinyang replied, "We have already joined the valley for 5 years." Yu Lian emphasized, "But we've always been outer disciples." They hadn't had a good time in the valley these past few years, so it would be strange if they didn't complain. "Bastard, who the hell arranged for you to become outer disciples? I'll cripple her." Kai Lian was also very valiant when she got angry. She didn't care that there were outsiders present as she cursed loudly. "Yes, Deacon Ganin," Yu Lian replied. "Men, bring Ganin to me. I'm going to cripple her." Kai Lian roared angrily. "Valley Master, there's no need for that. Deacon Ganin is no longer here." Yu Lian replied. She then said, "Now, senior sister, and I want to say goodbye. We will leave the Love Valley." Yu Lian had completely corrected her attitude. She had already decided to follow Ling Xiao and would not stay here any longer. Moreover, from the reactions of the elders and Kai Lian, it could be seen that they were extremely afraid of Ling Xiao. They even kept calling him City Lord Ling. Her junior brother was no longer the same as before, so she no longer needed to live her life by looking at others' faces. "No, don't be rash. Both of you are good seedlings. Only by staying in our Peach Love Valley will you be able to develop better. This Valley Master will personally accept you as my disciples, and will definitely use the best resources to nurture you." How could Kai Lian let them leave so easily? She immediately stated her conditions and tempted them. "Thank you for your kindness, Valley Master. If we could hear your words earlier, the two of us would definitely stay, but now, we won't stay anymore." As Yu Lian spoke, she looked at Ling Xiao and threw him a charming gaze. It was this man who gave her confidence. It was this man who gave her the chance to negotiate with the Valley Master on equal footing. Yu Lian's heart had already been completely filled by Ling Xiao. Kai Lian sensed Yu Lian's abnormality. She looked at Ling Xiao and said, "City Lord Ling, I wonder what your conditions are for them to stay." She felt that Yu Lian and Wu Meinyang must have taken a fancy to Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao was also attracted to them. Therefore, as long as Ling Xiao was willing to part with them, everything would be easy to discuss. It was just that it was not easy for a man who had tried the charm bone to give up on a woman. Ling Xiao took a sip of tea and smiled. Whether they want to stay or not, it's their choice. "Valley Master Kai doesn't need to ask me." He paused for a moment before continuing. "You might not know this, but they are my senior sisters. In the past, we were separated because of some matters. If they don't want to stay, no one can force them. I'm here today to thank Valley Master Kai for taking care of my 2 senior sisters." Kai Lian frowned slightly and said, "Is there really no room for discussion?" She really didn't want these 2 good seedlings to slip away from under her eyes. If that was the case, she would regret it to death. In her heart, she had already cursed the 18 generations of Gan Yingjia's ancestors. Such a good disciple didn't report to her earlier and actually suppressed them. They really deserve to die. It seems that my many years of delegating power has made some people look down on me, the Valley Master. Kai Lian thought to herself. Yu Lian and Wu Meinyang both looked at Ling Xiao, as if they were giving the decision to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said, "Since Valley Master Kai knows that my 2 senior sisters have extraordinary talent, then shouldn't you give them a greeting gift? After all, they were once a part of your Peach Love Valley, right? Moreover, they have worked hard in your Peach Love Valley for the past few years, so you should give them some rewards." Ling Zhao's words were complete nonsense, but this was his original intention in coming to the Peach Love Valley. He wanted to get some benefits from the Peach Love Valley, and it would be best if he could get some suitable profound arts for the two of them to cultivate. Ling Xiao had already said it so bluntly. If Kai Lian still didn't understand, she didn't need to be the Valley Master anymore. City Lord Ling, if they were still in the valley, I would definitely do my best to nurture them. Why must you be so overbearing? Kai Lian said. If it was only Ling Xiao, she wouldn't mind using her charm techniques to capture Ling Xiao. This man was definitely outstanding, and being able to conquer him was also a very wonderful and meaningful thing. However, the three people by Ling Xiao's side were all not ordinary people, and she was unable to see through the cultivation of two of them. They were actually not moved by the flirtatious dance formation that she had just used, which showed how firm their strength and will were. Valley Master Kai, your words are wrong. No matter what, my two senior sisters have joined your Peach Love Valley before. You should give them some gifts or rewards. Could it be that you want me to personally ask for them? Ling Xiao squinted his eyes and said faintly. His aura was gradually rising, and his expression looked as if he would immediately snatch it away if he didn't give it to him. Ling Xiao, forget it anyway. This matter can't be blamed on Valley Master Kai, Wu Meinyang advised. Hearing Kai Lian's words just now, Wu Meinyang was more or less moved in her heart. After all, it was Gan Yin and her disciples who had made things difficult for them all these years, so they couldn't blame Kai Lian. No, I'm already here today. You guys definitely can't leave empty-handed. Ling Xiao immediately refused. It was already an honor for the Peach Love Valley that he did not start a massacre. If Kai Lian did not show some sincerity, he would not let this matter rest. He also wanted to know what a bully's taste was like. Kai Lian's heart was at a loss. It was already painful enough for her to not have two outstanding successors, and now she was even being blackmailed. Looks like Valley Master Kai does not plan to give me, Ling Xiao, any face. Ling Xiao suddenly stood up, and a terrifying golden dragon image shot into the sky, causing the pavilion to tremble. The powerful aura pressed down towards Kai Lian. Kai Lian, who was at the quasi-emperor realm, felt as if the golden dragon was roaring towards her, and the terrifying aura made it difficult for her to breathe. She took a few steps back repeatedly, and fear flashed in her beautiful eyes. Now she finally understood why Ling Xiao was able to cause a stir in the central region. He was a high-level heavenly exalt, yet he was able to force her back with just his aura, and this ability was sufficient for him to look down upon many experts. Many elders of the Peach Love Valley had quickly gathered outside the pavilion. 3 quasi-emperors and hundreds of heavenly exalts were waiting solemnly, and it seemed as if they would immediately charge in to resist the enemy once the sound of battle was heard. At this moment, Du Tai and Song Minghua stood up as well, and the aura of 2 true Emperor Realm experts directly blasted a hole through the roof of the pavilion. The intense pressure even caused the expressions of the people of the Peach Love Valley to change. Valley Master Kai, you have to consider this carefully. Ling Xiao spoke once more. City Governor Ling, calm down. I know what to do. Kai Lian had no choice but to compromise. Everything was useless before absolute strength, and Kai Lian had no other choice. In the end, Kai Lian took out a copy of a charm technique that she'd kept for many years, and she also gave them some high-grade spirit herbs for skincare and beauty. The charm technique was what the two of them needed the most. With it, they wouldn't have to worry about being unable to bring forth the might of their charm to its strongest state. The two of them were naturally overjoyed to obtain these things, but Ling Xiao wasn't satisfied. Valley Master Kai, teach them that dance that both of you danced earlier as well. Let's forget about this matter. Ling Xiao spoke casually. Kai Lian felt like spitting blood in her heart. That dance was a formation, and so long as a group of charming women were gathered to practice it together, they would be able to bewitch a high-level cultivator. It was one of the ultimate formations of the Peach Love Valley. Ling Xiao's request truly caused her to feel resentful and helpless. Kai Lian handed over the diagram of the formation, and she only hoped that Ling Xiao and the others would leave as soon as possible. Ling Xiao felt that he wasn't an insatiably greedy person, so he said to Kai Yin, "Since Valley Master Kai is so sincere, I'll accept it on their behalf. In the future, the Peach Love Valley will be an ally of our Windy Cloud City, and Valley Master Kai is welcome to visit us at any time. There's no need to send me off." Chapter 774. Wind Cloud City used to be a dead city, but now it was flourishing and bustling with activity. Many cultivators rode on their own spirit beasts, moving about in a carefree manner. Many cultivators brought out spirit items that they had no use for and gathered to sell them. There were also many people coming and going to do business. The bustling shops on both sides of the official road had customers haggling over prices. Inns and restaurants were filled to the brim, and it seemed a little crowded. Amidst such a bustling scene, many warriors did not get into any conflicts. They restrained their spirit beasts as they walked. This was because there was a ban on fighting in the city. Not everyone dared to challenge the authority of the city lord's mansion. Usually, there were powerful guards patrolling the streets. Each of them had a domineering aura and a strong murderous aura. They seemed especially valiant and intimidating. Ling Xiao and the others returned to the outskirts of Wind Cloud City. Just as they reached the city gates, they were immediately blocked by the guards. Everyone has to pay 100 low-grade Xian crystals to enter the city. A king stage guard said, Brother, do you know who I am?" Ling Xiao touched his nose, pointed at himself, and said. Ling Xiao was a little depressed. He was the city lord of Wind Cloud City, but he was actually stopped and asked for an entrance fee. If word of this got out, he would probably become a laughingstock. The guard laughed and said, "I don't care who you are. If you don't pay the entrance fee, then it's better not to enter. How dare you? Do you know that he is the city lord, young Master Ling Xiao? How dare you ask him for an entrance fee?" Wu Fu came out from behind and shouted. The guards all laughed. It seemed like they did not believe that Ling Xiao was their city lord. The guard rebuked. "If he is the city lord, then wouldn't I be the military advisor? If you don't have Xian crystals, then leave. There are at least 800 people like you who pretend to be the city lord. If you don't leave, then you will have to bear the consequences." Ling Xiao was speechless. Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang, on the other hand, were all smiles. When they saw this overbearing man, there were also times when they felt helpless. Just as Wu Fu was about to lose his temper, an Empyrean-level martial artist hurriedly ran over and berated. "Are your dog eyes blind? Why aren't you bowing and letting the city lord pass after seeing him?" After saying that, the man went in front of Ling Xiao, knelt down on one knee, and said respectfully, "Welcome back to the city, city lord." This time, the nearby guards were all dumbfounded. How could they have known that the elegant young master in front of them was really the city lord? Suddenly, the dozen or so guards all knelt down and said, "Welcome back to the city, city lord." The guard who intercepted Ling Xiao didn't kneel, but his legs were trembling nonstop. There was no one here who did not know of the city lord's prestige. Now that he had offended the city lord, would he still have a good ending? The Empyrean was flustered and exasperated as he shouted, "How dare you? Why haven't you knelt down yet?" As the city guard deacon, he had long seen Ling Xiao's true appearance. When Ling Xiao was fighting outside the city, he had also seen Ling Xiao's heroic appearance from afar. He greatly admired and revered Ling Xiao. Now, not only did his subordinates not recognize Ling Xiao's identity, they even dared to disrespect Ling Xiao. How could he not be angry? I'm sorry, city lord." That king-level guard's legs went soft, and he knelt down heavily towards Ling Xiao and begged for mercy. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Forget it. All of you get up. As the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty. It is a good thing that you are loyal to your duty." After saying that, he even patted the guard's shoulder and then led the few people behind him into the city. The group of guards were still in a daze. The guard who was patted on the shoulder by Ling Xiao suddenly laughed out loud. "City, City Lord, he patted my shoulder. He didn't blame me, huh? City Lord is so good. That's right. I thought that the City Lord would kill you. I didn't expect the City Lord to be so easy to talk to. It really isn't like the rumors, killing one person with one step. Maybe the City Lord is decisive in killing his enemies, but he is very good to his own people. Yes, it should be like this. The City Lord is really young and easy to talk to. You bastards, if you still can't recognize the City Lord in the future, I will cripple you. The Empyrean roared at his subordinates. Yes, we will not forget the City Lord's appearance. The guards replied in unison. Well, it's good that you know. The City Lord is indeed a good person. The Empyrean revealed a simple and honest smile and said sincerely from the bottom of his heart. Ling Xiao and the others had already walked far away, so he didn't pay much attention to their words. If Ling Xiao heard this, he would probably curse out loud with a dark face. Who told you to give out the good person card? Although he had always felt that he was a kind and pure person, he did not think that he was a good person. Generally speaking, good people did not have a good ending. Yu Lai Yin and Wu Meinyang finally knew of Ling Xiao's true identity. They were both extremely curious. Ling Xiao actually occupied the city and became the king, instead of joining one of those big powers as a true disciple and working hard to cultivate. In their minds, a mere city lord looked impressive, but in reality, it was not as powerful as a true disciple or an elder of a large sect. In fact, it was mainly because they did not know of Ling Xiao's ambitions. In the future, they all understood what Ling Xiao had done, and also understood why Ling Xiao lived alone in this place. Elder Du, are you satisfied with this place? Ling Xiao turned to Du Tai and asked. Du Tai nodded his head lightly and replied, although it is slightly inferior to those famous big cities, there is still room for development. Looking at the flow of people here, it won't be a problem for it to develop into a city that is comparable to those big cities in the future. Of course I know that. Don't tell me that's all you see? Ling Xiao asked. Du Tai was momentarily at a loss. He did not understand what Ling Xiao wanted to ask. Song Minghua, who was at the side, said, Young Master Ling is saying that the number of mercenaries coming and going here is extremely large, and the number of weapons they need to buy is definitely especially large. Brother Tai, if you want to restore your prestige, it will definitely be a piece of cake here. Hee. Big Sister Hua is still the one who sees things clearly. Any alchemist or artificer, when they're engaged in their own profession, refining good pills or forging good weapons, who wouldn't want to use them to their own advantage, spread them out, and become famous everywhere. I believe that Elder Du also does not wish for the weapons that you have forged to not be used by anyone. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Du Tai, was known as the Iron Hand back then. It is impossible for the weapons that I have forged to not be used by anyone. Du Tai said somewhat indignantly. No matter how good the weapons are, if no one buys them and no one advertises them, it will be useless. Old Du, young master, just wants to tell you that the stage of our Wind Cloud City is left for you to display to your heart's content. Don't let him down. Wu Fu said from the side. Young master, you can rest assured. Since I, Du Tai, have followed you, I will definitely do my job well. Du Tai patted his chest and replied, that's good. Our Wind Cloud City's weapons will be relying on you. And in terms of pills, we will also have to rely on Elder Wu. Ling Xiao laughed happily. Now that he had found a high-ranked master in alchemy and artificing, he could temporarily solve the problem of supplying the auction house. He could then relax and cultivate in peace. Although his current strength could be considered amongst the experts of the central region, he did not think that he was invincible. As the saying goes, there is no limit to martial arts. If you do not advance, you will fall behind. He would not be satisfied with the current situation. Upon returning to the city, Ling Xiao immediately arranged for Wu Fu and Du Tai's residences. The three of them were all emperors, and in the large powers, they were also grand elders. Ling Xiao would not neglect them. He had long since marked out many places for the city lord to live in, and at the very back of the city, He had even built a simple and elegant jade building for these big-name elders to live in and cultivate in. At the same time, Ling Xiao once again gathered the elders of the city lord's residence and introduced the 3 newly recruited elders to them. When Du Tai and his wife saw this group of people from the city lord's residence, they revealed shocked expressions. How could they have imagined that a mere city would have so many mystic emperors and heavenly venerables? In their hearts, their impression of Ling Xiao had improved by quite a few points. In the future, Elder Du will be our Wind Cloud City's #1 blacksmith. If anyone needs any weapons, feel free to look for him. The prerequisite is that you have to prepare your own materials. After Ling Xiao finished his introduction, he said very casually. The others also passionately and respectfully said a few words in agreement before dispersing. Ling Xiao brought Yu Yanlai and Wu Meinyang to a courtyard that had been built independently. This courtyard was not small, and there were many rooms. The scenery was also very elegant. There was a small bridge over a flowing river, flower beds, and spirit herbs, lush trees, pavilions, and phoenix pavilions. This courtyard was an important place for Ling Xiao's harem. His women all lived here and cultivated in peace. When they just got close to this place, there was a wave of melodious music that was like clear spring water and hundreds of birds singing. That soothing and joyful music seemed to be able to wash away everyone's worries and unhappiness. What a beautiful sound! The person playing the guqin must be an absolute beauty. Yu Laiyan could not help but praise. Kiki, why do you say that? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and asked in return, do you think I don't know your character? It would be strange if ordinary women could enter your eyes. Yu Laiyan rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and said, are you praising me or praising yourself? Ling Xiao teased. Character. Yu Laiyan flirtatiously scolded Ling Xiao. Her delicate face flushed red. The 3 of them passed through the corridor and entered the courtyard. They saw a few absolute beauties sitting quietly in the pavilion, listening to one of them play. Dong! When the lingering sound ended, all the women in the pavilion looked at Ling Xiao and the other 2. Young master has brought women back again. A woman in plain white clothes said with some jealousy. She looks like an enchantress. Why is young master's taste getting worse and worse? Another woman with shallow dimples on her face chimed in. Among the women, the charming woman in the middle walked lightly to Ling Xiao. She tidied up Ling Xiao's clothes and said lightly, you are back. Yes, I made you worry again. Ling Xiao held her hand gently and said warmly. At this time, 2 people shouted in surprise at the same time, how could it be you? Chapter 775. The ones who spoke were Yu Laiyan and Bing Ruoshui. The 2 of them didn't like each other from the very beginning. One was naturally charming and cheerful. The other was naturally cold and unapproachable. One fire and one ice. They had completely different personalities and attributes. They seemed to be natural enemies. Since the time of the Purple Sky sect, they bickered all the time and even used their swords to determine life and death. Later, they also fell in love with Ling Xiao. At that time, Ling Xiao was caught in an abyss of suffering. Now that the 2 of them met again, it was filled with the smoke of war. Yu Laiyan looked at Bing Ruoshui and said with some envy, I didn't expect you to come to the central region. It seems that you're doing well. Your figure has become much fuller. It seems that junior brother has nourished you a lot. She didn't expect that Bing Ruoshui would be in Ling Xiao's backyard so early. It really surprised her. Back then, she knew that Ling Xiao yearned for Yun Mingqi. Now that she didn't see Yun Mingqi, she felt puzzled. However, the many beauties in front of her shocked her. But when she thought of how outstanding Ling Xiao was, how could he lack beauties by his side? She felt a strong sense of crisis. It was not easy to snatch such an outstanding man from the crowd. Bing Ruoshui was already thin-skinned. When Yu Laiyan said it in front of everyone, a cold air instantly burst out from her body. I'm not as shameless as you, Bing Ruoshui shouted. If there weren't others present, she couldn't wait to fight 300 rounds with Yu Laiyan. Hee hee, Don't tell me you're still a virgin. I don't believe it. Yu Yin lightly slapped Bing Ruoshui's butt like a pervert teasing a beautiful woman. It was a different kind of flavor to watch. But before her hand could touch Bing Ruoshui, another hand slapped her hand to the side. Yao Qingmin appeared beside Bing Ruoshui and said with her hands on her waist, "What are you doing? You dare to bully my junior sister? Are you tired of living? Oh, so you have a helper. We also have senior sister. Who's afraid of who?" Yu Yin looked at Yao Qingmin seductively. At the same time, she pulled Wu Meinyang to her side. Yao Qingmin coldly snorted and said, "Humph, you two are like demons. I really don't know why young master likes you two. Later, let Sister Yin tell you two to pack up and leave." I thought it was some amazing figure, but it turns out it's just a maid. Junior apprentice brother won't listen to you. Haha, she's his senior apprentice sister and wife. Hurry up and call her young mistress, laughed Yu Yin. Yao Qingmin glanced up and down at Yu Yin's fiery body and said, "You think a seductress like you is worthy?" She had always felt that her figure was the proudest, but in front of Yu Yin, she still felt a little inferior, which made her very unhappy. "You're still as shameless as ever." "With all these big sisters here, it's not your turn to be arrogant," said Bing Ruoshui coldly. "Shamelessness isn't something you can say with your mouth. It's given to you by others. As a servant, you're shameless to jump out and speak." Wu Meinyang also helped Yu Yin to ridicule Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin. "You insulted my senior apprentice sister. I'll kill you." Bing Ruoshui was impatient and took out her weapon to attack Wu Meinyang. Fine, fine, we'll see who's the real deal." Wu Meinyang wasn't willing to be outdone. For a moment, the four women became arrogant and domineering. "That's enough. If you keep making noise, all of you get out," a dignified voice shouted. Kai Shiua walked toward the four women with a cold face. She had just broken through to the low-level, celestial, venerable level, and the aura she released was very frightening. The four women were only earthly sovereign level, and they were suppressed to the point that they didn't dare utter a word. Kai Shiua said coldly, "I don't care what the relationship between you all was. If you all want to stay by Zhao's side, you'd better behave. Otherwise, I don't mind kicking you all out of here." Kai Shiue was the oldest among the women, and her majesty was second only to Feng Xianyan. The main reason was that Feng Xianyan rarely cared about these things. In her heart, there was only Ling Xiao. But Kai Shiue was different. She also wholeheartedly belonged to Ling Xiao, but she knew that she couldn't help Ling Xiao for the time being. So, she could only share some of his daily troubles behind his back, such as letting his women get along with him obediently. Without pressure behind him, he could concentrate on doing great things. "Sister Yu, they're new bullies." Yao Qingmin came to Kai Shiue's side and said coquettishly. Kai Shiue softened her tone and said, "All right, we'll all be family in the future. Don't make a big fuss over such trivial matters. This will only make our husband hate you." She said this to Yao Qingmin, but she was also reminding Yu Yin and Wu Meinyang to behave themselves. "This sister is right. I can't be bothered to argue with you." Yu Yin was very tactful. She knew that the woman in front of her was very powerful here, so she didn't dare to provoke her. At this time, Ling Xiao pulled Feng Xinyan's hand and walked over, saying, "You're is right. In the future, we'll all be family. I don't want you all to fight tit for tat, especially senior sister Lai Yin and senior sister Ruoshui. Whatever disagreements you had before, it's all in the past. Now that we're in a foreign land, we must unite. What do you think?" Ling Xiao looked at the women he had taken in. In addition to feeling proud, he was more worried that they would fight. If he couldn't even manage a small family, how could he manage the people of a city? Therefore, Ling Xiao definitely didn't want his women to be jealous and make things unpleasant. Bing Roche said angrily, "I won't lower myself to her level." Yu Yin smiled tenderly. "No matter what, we're all martial sisters of the same sect. They won't make a big fuss." "That's good." Ling Xiao responded softly, then said to Bai Yushi, "Yushi, arrange their residences. They'll be staying here from now on." With the addition of Yu Yin and Wu Meinyang, Ling Zhao's harem seemed to have become a lot stronger. The main wife, Feng Xianyun, was unshakable, and the others were Kai Shiyue, Bai Yushi, Ji Bei-xin, Bing Ruoshui, Yao Qingmin, Yu Laiyan, and Wu Meinyang. There were a total of 8 beauties serving him, and if Yin Mengqi and Wei Dyer, who hadn't returned yet, were included, the number would reach double digits. Ling Zhao's original goal of wielding the power of the world and lying on the knees of beauties was getting closer and closer. If other men saw that Ling Zhao had so many beauties, they would probably go crazy with envy. Each of them was as beautiful as a flower, and each had their own merits. It was really dazzling. One couldn't help but sigh inwardly that Ling Zhao enjoyed the blessings of having multiple wives. The days passed peacefully, and the Gu family and Sha Tian's forces didn't make much movement for the time being. Ling Zhao didn't want to start a war for the time being, so he calmed his heart and entered a state of closed-door cultivation. Now that his unique origin-returning divine technique had reached the 6th level of crystal phase, he could cultivate the 7th level of soul condensation at any time. And the ancient emperor's divine technique had also reached the peak of the 5th transformation. He could also start cultivating the 6th transformation, consciousness refinement. As for the accumulation of spiritual energy, Ling Zhao didn't need to worry about it. The 3 foreign objects in his sea of consciousness were absorbing spiritual energy almost all the time. Even though only a small portion of it was fed back to his dantian, the amount of spiritual energy that was fed back was already difficult for others to reach, even if they worked hard to cultivate. Right now, he needed to first cultivate all the experience he had accumulated and all the cultivation methods that he had stagnated in the past. The unique origin-returning Qi soul condensation realm could condense one's own soul and gradually strengthen it, finally reaching the next level, astral projection realm. It sounded simple, but it wasn't that easy to do. Every martial artist had a soul, and they could all be born in the sea of consciousness. And this soul condensation didn't just refer to the condensation of a form, but to allow the soul to cultivate and become stronger like a real body, allowing it to have a certain fighting ability. Once it reached the perfect realm, the soul could leave the body like a real body and fight with others, and the power would not be inferior to the strength of the real body. The spiritual fluid in Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness was huge, and his soul power was also many times stronger than ordinary people. If he wanted to cultivate this level of soul condensation, it would have a double effect. Ling Zhao, who was in the sea of consciousness, started to cultivate the profound skill that he was most familiar with. In the beginning, every movement seemed stiff, and he couldn't hold on for too long before the soul power automatically dissipated. Maintaining soul power consumed a lot of mental energy, like Ling Zhao. He could only hold on for a few days, and then he had to recover his mental energy before he could continue. It could be seen that this level wasn't that easy to cultivate. However, Ling Zhao realized that every time he recovered his mental energy also grew a little, which made him feel very surprised but also very happy. With this discovery, Ling Zhao used his soul to cultivate even more crazily. As time passed, his soul form also became more and more solid, and his waving movements also became more and more skillful, and the consumption gradually decreased a lot. After stabilizing this level, Ling Zhao began to cultivate the refinement of consciousness realm. With Zhan Wang's memory inheritance and the complete ancient Emperor Divine technique's mnemonic chant, he could directly enter the state of cultivation. This change was mainly aimed at the defense of the sea of consciousness. It allowed the spiritual fluid in the sea of consciousness to form layers of defense, wrapping around the sea of consciousness to prevent mental energy attacks. Back in the chaotic abyss of war, Ling Zhao used mental energy to attack Zhan Wang, but it was a pity that it didn't have any effect. That was because Zhan Wang had already reached the peak of the refinement of consciousness transformation and was no longer attacked by mental energy. Although there were very few people who knew how to use mental power to attack nowadays, Ling Zhao knew from the Zhan Wang's memories that there was an ancient human race called the Soul Race. They were a group of humans who were most adept at using mental power to attack. Back then, their existence could be said to have caused many powerhouses to be fearful. Ling Zhao's cultivation of this transformation was to be prepared for any eventualities. It was also during the days when Ling Xiao was in seclusion, a letter of challenge quietly arrived at Wind Cloud City. Chapter 776. In the Wind Cloud City's city lord residence, Feng Xianyun represented Ling Xiao and sat on the city lord residence's seat. Xianyao, Kai Xiayue, Yi Yinfeng, Lu Kun, Yang Xianfeng, Wang Tung, Wu Fu Dutai, Song Minghua, Li Shui, all the inner residence elders were present. Elder Han and Mad Tooth had already retreated behind the scenes while Savage Leopard had already entered the Death Mountain range to break through. Savage Leopard had already reached the peak of low-level Mystic Arch. He could have used the supreme-grade Mystic Arch elixir to advance, but he didn't do so. Because he was originally a reincarnated soul, he had his complete memories. He was previously a peak Mystic Arch, but now that he had recultivated, there was no bottleneck to speak of. He only needed to accumulate a certain amount of spirit chi to break through. Now that many elders were gathered together, there was an urgent matter to discuss. This matter was related to their city lord, Ling Xiao. Feng Xianyun sat on the city lord's seat. Her calm, and elegant temperament was fully displayed. She frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Military advisor, why did you gather everyone in such a hurry?" Xianyao handed a golden invitation to Feng Xianyun and said, "Madam Yun, you will naturally understand after reading it." Feng Xianyun took the golden invitation and opened it. A line of words entered her eyes. Special invitation to Brother Ling Xiao for a martial contest at the Tianju Lake. Wu Bufan pays his respects. Other than this line of words, there was also the time of the invitation, which was the martial contest in 3 months. The meaning was self-evident. This was a letter of challenge from the spiritual martial court's Wu Bufan. According to the rules, the other party had already sent a letter of challenge, and there were only 2 ways to deal with it. One was to reject the letter and admit defeat, and the other was to accept the letter of challenge. Xianyao was well aware of Ling Zhao's personality, so he accepted the letter of challenge and passed it to Feng Xianyun to decide. After all, Ling Xiao was in seclusion, and only heaven knew when he would come out of seclusion. "This is a letter of challenge for Xiao." "Who is this Wu Bufan?" Feng Xianyun asked. Yi Yunfeng replied from the side. "Wu Bufan? Could it be the monstrous genius of the spiritual martial pavilion? Wu Bufan?" Xianyao said, "That's right, it's him." This letter of challenge was sent by an elder of the martial spirit court. He's still waiting for the young master's reply. Now that the young master is in closed-door cultivation, Madam Yun, please make the decision. Sister Yu, do you think we should accept this post or not? Feng Xianyun cast her gaze on Kai Xiayue and asked. Of course, why not? With my husband's character, it is impossible for him to lose without a fight. Moreover, with my husband's strength, apart from the older generation, there are few who are his match. Even if this person is an evildoer of the martial spirit pavilion, my husband will definitely win. Kai Xiayue replied confidently. Lu Kun spoke as well. That's right, the young master's strength is even stronger than an ordinary emperor rank expert. A mere Wu Bufan is nothing. Elder Lu, that makes sense, but that Wu Bufan seems to have killed 2 independent emperor rank experts not too long ago, and this news is already spread throughout the Central Territory. Some people say that he and the young master are the strongest experts of the new generation in the Central Territory. However, the young master once suppressed Wu Bufan on the imperial rankings, and the young master's accomplishments in battle are even more shocking than Wu Bufan's, so the young master's reputation is even higher than Wu Bufan's. Now that Wu Bufan has challenged the young master, I presume he wants to use the young master's name to ascend. Xianyao said. Although Xianyao had lived in the city governor's mansion for a long time and rarely left the mansion, he was always paying attention to the developments in the Central Territory. So, He had received the news about Wu Bufan a long time ago. Everyone present was surprised when they heard the news from Xianxia. As expected of an outstanding disciple of the martial spirit court, he really does have the strength to compete with the young master. Yang Xianfeng sighed from the side. No matter what, with the young master's character, he will definitely accept this challenge. I believe that the young master will definitely win. Lu Kun insisted on his opinion. Almost everyone had the same opinion. They all knew that with Ling Zhao's strength and character, it was absolutely impossible for him not to accept the challenge. All right, since everyone thinks that Xiao won't lose, then I will accept the challenge on his behalf, Feng Xianyan said, and then she looked at Xianyao and said, I'll have to trouble the military advisor to inform the elders of the martial spirit court that my husband will definitely come to the appointment on time. Another month passed, and the news of Wu Bufan of the martial spirit court challenging the city governor of Wind Cloud City, Ling Xiao, had spread like wildfire, and it shocked many martial artists. For a time, the sounds of discussion rose from all directions. There were even many places where the betting rate was 1-1. Although Ling Zhao's superficial achievements were much better than Wu Bufan's, Wu Bufan was a disciple of the martial spirit court and had the best resources to train him, so he should have a lot of corresponding trump cards. Moreover, although Wu Bufan had challenged Ling Xiao in his own name, he also carried the glory of the martial spirit court, and the martial spirit court would definitely not allow him to lose. As for Ling Zhao's achievements, everyone had seen it for themselves. As the only disciple of the demonic emperor, he had once defeated Wu Bufan in the imperialist competition and obtained the title of First Emperor. This was enough to prove that his strength was superior to his peers, and now that he had moved to Wine Cloud City, his prestige was unparalleled. Most people still could not determine who would win and who would lose in this battle. As soon as the news spread, there were already many martial artists who had started to head towards the lake of Tianju, waiting for the battle to begin. The lake of Tianju was a huge lake that did not form naturally, and it was man-made. More than 6,000 years ago, it was not called the Lake of Tianju, but the Peak of Tianju. It was the tallest peak in the central region, piercing into the sky, looking majestic and majestic. Later, because of a peerless battle, the Peak of Tianju was razed to the ground, and the surrounding tens of thousands of miles around it was bombarded with thousands of holes and countless deep pits. Finally, because of the passage of time and the accumulation of rain, a lake was formed. This lake was also named after the Peak of Tianju. That battle was the most earth-shattering battle in tens of thousands of years. The four great legends, bloodthirsty blade tyrant, demonic emperor, single-minded sword addict, an invincible mad monk fought in the Peak of Tianju. In the end, the four great legends all disappeared from the central region, and no one knew the result, and no one knew where the four of them went. Now, one of the four great legends, demonic emperor, had appeared in recent years, and his successor, Ling Xiao, was even more famous in the central region. Finally, one of the four great legends knew that he had gone to the heaven domain. Did the other three also go to the heaven domain? Or was it that only the demonic emperor survived among the four? Everyone was also puzzled. Wu Bufan decided to fight at the lake of Tianju, and his intention was self-evident. He definitely hoped that the battle with Ling Xiao would become a classic battle, and he also hoped that one day he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the four great legends. Wu Bufan's intention and ambition were not small. While the outside world was in an uproar, one of the main characters, Ling Xiao, was still in seclusion. In a special seclusion room in the city lord's mansion, Ling Xiao was meditating with his eyes closed. In his spiritual sea, the appearance of his soul was already quite solid, and his punches and legs looked very good, and it was very magical. This time, Ling Xiao had been in seclusion for almost half a year. In this half a year, the 7th level of the unique Unity Energy Divine art was already on the right track, and the soul condensation was already quite successful. As long as he cultivated diligently, he would be able to break through to the 8th level, the astral projection realm. At that time, it would not be a problem for him to fight with others in the air. In his previous life, Ling Xiao knew that Xiongba, who cultivated the 3 parts unity energy divine art, had only just cultivated to the astral projection realm. At that time, he had unified the pugilistic world and dominated the pugilistic world. If it was not for the wind and cloud wall that created a terrifying new ultimate move, he would not have died with a grievance. In addition to cultivating the unique unity energy divine art, Ling Xiao had also made some achievements in the 6th form of the ancient emperor divine art, the cultivation of consciousness. Around the spiritual sea, a part of the spiritual liquid had actually turned into a substance, and the walls around the sea were strengthened and solidified, as if a thick wall had been added around the sea, stabilizing and surrounding it. At this time, if he encountered a martial artist who knew how to attack with spiritual force, that spiritual force would definitely not be able to hurt Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness immediately, unless the spiritual force had reached a very terrifying level. It would be possible to break this defense with one blow. This transformation of the cultivation of consciousness was only at the minor accomplishment realm. When it reached the perfection realm, ordinary spiritual force attacks would not be able to affect it. This was also the magic of the ancient emperor divine art. Whether it was the muscles of the body or even the sea of consciousness, it could be defended. This was definitely a rare body refining divine art in the world. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with the cultivation of the past half a year. He felt that he had not cultivated for a long time, and felt that his realm progress was much slower. If others knew that he thought like this, they would not want to live in this world. Such a terrifying advancement speed was definitely rare in the central region, and he actually thought it was slow. This guy was simply too pretentious. Ling Xiao originally wanted to continue cultivating in seclusion for a period of time to deepen his cultivation, but his mind kept feeling a little unfocused, as if something had happened. With regard to this kind of feeling, Ling Xiao felt good after trying it out. He even suspected that this was a woman's unique 6th sense, but he was clearly a man. Could it be that there was also such a thing as a 6th sense? No matter what, Ling Xiao's mind was already somewhat unsettled, so he decided to come out of seclusion to see if anything had really happened. Sure enough, as soon as he walked out of the seclusion room, someone was waiting for him. "Young master, you've come out of seclusion. Madame Yin asked you to immediately look for her after you come out." Fengshen walked out from a corner and bowed. "And I understand." Ling Xiao frowned slightly, then walked towards his residence. Normally, he would still share a room with Feng Xianyin. After all, they were husband and wife. Feng Xianyin was fully deserving of being the main wife, and the other women could be regarded as concubines and maids. Before Ling Xiao could walk to the front of the house, Feng Xianyin, Xianxia, and you came out of the room. You're all here," Ling Xiao greeted. "Xiao, you finally come out. If you didn't come out, sister you, and I would have gone to worry about your seclusion," Feng Xianyin said with a bit of anxiety. Chapter 777. "Why are you in such a panic?" Ling Xiao asked. He rarely saw such an expression on Feng Xianyin's face, so he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Feng Xianyin calmly took out the letter of challenge and handed it to Ling Xiao, saying, "Look at it yourself." Ling Xiao took the golden leather invitation with a puzzled expression. He opened it and was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Haha, Wu Bufan, you dare to challenge me? You're indeed courageous. I hope you don't disappoint me." Ling Xiao looked at the letter of challenge and laughed instead of being afraid. He remembered the battle between him and Yuan Zhantian in the chaotic abyss of war. It was a very hearty fight, and he still missed the feeling of being evenly matched. Wu Bufan was the most outstanding disciple of the martial spirit pavilion, but he didn't know how capable he was. Previously, the devil son of the Black Demon sect had already disappointed him. He hoped that the outstanding evildoer of the #1 pavilion in the central region would give him the opportunity to display his full strength. "Don't laugh, my husband. There's only a little more than a month until the date of the decisive battle. We must leave immediately to reach the Lake of Despair. Kai Shuai reminded him. Well, it's a little rushed, but it doesn't matter. Ling Xiao replied softly, his dragon eyes flashing with excitement. Ling Xiao returned to his room, and the two ladies helped him bathe and change his clothes. It was unknown whether it was because Ling Xiao was going to fight or because they missed each other for half a year, but the two women took the initiative to provoke Ling Xiao's desire. The three of them inevitably flirted with each other in the room, and the situation was quite intense. One day passed, and the two women were nourished by Ling Xiao like delicate flowers after the rain. They looked so delicate and beautiful, and the amorous feelings of young married women were revealed on their faces. Ling Xiao looked at their amorous and plump bodies, and he almost didn't want to get out of bed. He couldn't help but sigh that his temperament was really getting worse. Women are the source of trouble. This saying is true. Ling Xiao praised in his heart. Ling Xiao was helped by the two women to put on his martial attire. A set of black martial attire wrapped around his body. His distinct muscle lines were faintly discernible, showing off his masculine and strong physique. His bewitching face carried a bit of evil qi and even more a bit of a resolute temperament. His extraordinary bearing was revealed in front of everyone, enough to instantly kill any woman. Ling Xiao put on his cloak and strode out of the room with a majestic gait. Almost all of his women had gathered here. Only Yu Laiyan and Wu Mingyang were not there. They knew that they were the weakest, so they had been in a state of isolation. All the women wanted to follow Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao rejected them one by one. Ling Xiao wasn't too worried about this battle. There was no need to make such a big scene, and it wasn't a separation of life and death. Before leaving, Xianxia specially said, "Young master, some people might take action on this trip. Why don't you let Elder Mad Tooth go with you? That way, you'll have an extra layer of protection." Ling Xiao then thought of his enemies who were biding their time. They probably wouldn't let go of this opportunity to kill him. Ling Xiao waved his hand and refused. "No need. Fangshan will go with me. The rest of you stay and do what you need to do." Ling Xiao couldn't wait for more enemies to come and attack him. It would be a good opportunity for him to hone his skills. Moreover, he had many life-saving trump cards. There were only a few people in the central region who could take his life, so he didn't have anything to worry about. Ling Xiao took Fangshan to the Tianzhu Lake in a low-key manner. The spiritual martial pavilion was the #1 power in the central region. They existed in an independent space. The space was like another world. There were mountains, forests, strange flowers and plants, and spiritual beasts. There were also many ancient palaces everywhere, and they seemed to be majestic and imposing. In a secluded place, a young man dressed in a simple white robe slowly walked out, wearing a pair of straw sandals. This young man's appearance was ordinary, and he had a kind smile. He was like a young man next door, giving off an amiable feeling. One couldn't sense his aura at all, as if he was just a young man without any martial strength. A simple and inexplicable temperament appeared on his body, as if he was out of this world. This young man was the most outstanding chief disciple of the spiritual martial pavilion's younger generation, Wu Bufan. He was the genius of the central region, and was once the monstrous genius with the highest chance of obtaining the first martial emperor. Unfortunately, another unknown dark horse took away the glory that belonged to him. The halo on his head was stained, and his path of martial cultivation was filled with unwillingness. In order to erase that stain, he wanted to challenge that person and regain his status as the strongest of the younger generation. Wu Bufan was like his name. Since the day he was chosen by the pavilion master of the spiritual martial pavilion, he was destined to be extraordinary. He had a nickname that no one knew, the Martial Madman. He was addicted to martial arts. From the day he started cultivating, he rarely stopped cultivating. As his strength grew stronger day by day, he began to challenge high-level opponents. In the beginning, there was definitely no good outcome. However, as he challenged more and more, his combat strength became more and more abnormal. The speed of his growth was also many times faster than his peers, and his combat strength was even more abnormal. Now that he had reached the peak of the Heavenly Master rank at the age of 30, many people were left in the dust. In recent years, he had even killed 2 rogue mystic emperors and was in the limelight for a while. However, that person was always one step ahead of him, and his reputation was even stronger than his. The 2 rising stars of this generation were destined to battle sooner or later. The time had come, and the battle was finally going to begin. Young Pavilion Master, I don't know who leaked the news, but now everyone knows about the battle between you and Ling Xiao. An emperor bowed slightly and said to Wu Bufan. Wu Bufan was outstanding and had already been appointed as the next young Pavilion Master of the Spiritual Martial Pavilion. Wu Bufan spoke in a composed manner. It doesn't matter if it's spread. Some people just like to cause trouble blindly. However, if anyone dares to cause trouble before this battle, then I, Wu Bufan, will be the first to not let them off. His ordinary appearance revealed an extraordinary aura, and it would be a huge mistake to take him to be a young man who would do no harm to animals. Then, young Pavilion Master, are you going to set off now? The Emperor asked. Yes, I will set off after greeting my master. I will set off from here, and I will arrive earlier than him from Windcloud City. I hope this battle won't disappoint me. Wu Bufan's eyes flashed with excitement. He had been looking forward to this battle for a long time since the Imperial List tournament. In another area of the Spiritual Martial Pavilion, Kong Lan, who was also an outstanding disciple of the Spiritual Martial Pavilion, was kneeling on one knee in front of an old man. Her face was full of respect, but at the same time, she looked a little nervous. The old man's back was facing Kong Lan, and he said in a cold voice, "Was it you who leaked the news?" Kong Lan lowered her head and replied, "I wonder what the matter is, master." You still dare to bully your master." The old man snorted coldly and turned his face over. His expression was cold. The old man had a head full of silver hair, and even his eyebrows and beard were snow white. However, his face looked like it was only 50 years old, and he did not look old at all. This person was Kong Lan's master, Old Man Han Xian, who was at the peak of the middle stage Mystic Emperor. He was an inner sect elder of the Spiritual Martial Pavilion, and he had a lot of power. Kong Lan saw that her master was angry and did not dare to pretend anymore. She immediately revealed a panicked expression and said, "Master, I just want to show off her junior brother. With his strength, killing that bastard would be a piece of cake. I just can't stand his arrogance, and I want everyone to see junior brother trample him to the point where he will never be able to rise again." Han Xian stared at his disciple, and a little resentful, said, "If only your goal was so simple. I'm afraid you have ulterior motives. If you really hate him that much, then you should use your own strength to suppress him. Lan, your Tianbin is not inferior to any genius. It's just that your junior brother Bufan was born because of the situation. That's why you're under him. If you're willing to work hard, it won't be difficult for you to surpass me in the future." This disciple will remember Master's teachings. Kong Lan lowered her head and replied, "That's right. The news of Wu Bufan and Ling Xiao's battle at the Tianju Lake was leaked by Kong Lan. Originally, Wu Bufan did not want everyone to know, but Kong Lan did not think so. He had been bullied by Ling Xiao in Wind Cloud City, and a seed of hatred had long been planted in his heart. He wanted Ling Xiao to die as soon as possible. Previously, the Gu clan and Sha Tian's people joined forces, but they were not able to kill Ling Xiao, and were instead killed by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's strength was deeply imprinted in Kong Lan's heart, and Ling Xiao had already become Kong Lan's inner demon. As long as Ling Xiao was not eliminated, it would be difficult for him to get rid of his inner demon. If he wanted to advance, it would not be so easy. You should also go and watch the battle. The battle between the 2 young emperors should be of great benefit to you." Han Xian said to Kong Lan. "Yes, master," Kong Lan responded, and a sinister look flashed in his eyes. At the Gu clan's important place, after receiving the news of the battle between Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan, They had already begun to closely arrange for the reclusive Supreme Elders to set off for the Tianju Lake. Ling Xiao had first killed Gu Yufei and a few others from the Gu clan, and then he had killed Gu Xing, the direct Supreme Elder. The Gu clan had long been shaken. They had not made any moves because they were preparing a foolproof plan to kill Ling Xiao in one blow. Now that Ling Xiao had appeared with great fanfare, if they did not take revenge, the Gu clan's reputation would fall to rock bottom, and the Gu killing token would become useless. At the same time, the Gu clan greatly increased the bounty on the Gu killing token again. After all, Ling Xiao's strength was getting stronger, and they needed even more powerful martial artists to be able to deal with him. In addition, Sha Tian was also secretly preparing a plan to kill Ling Xiao. They had lost a lot of people, and even Jin Sha had been left behind. How could they swallow the insult and humiliation like this? Once Sha Tian accepted a mission, he would definitely complete it. They would never allow a mission to fail. For a time, a storm began to rise in all directions. An invisible killing net was quietly laid out. Ling Xiao's trip this time was destined to not be peaceful. But could he still kill his enemies with a smile this time? Chapter 778. The Lake of Absolute Heaven was located in the northeast of the central region, on a desolate plain that was devoid of humans and birds. This plain was known as the Windbreaker Plain, and it was overgrown with weeds for tens of thousands of miles. There were few trees, flowers, and spirit herbs. It was an extremely barren land. More than 6,000 years ago, there was the highest peak in the central region, the Peak of Absolute Heaven. However, the Peak of Absolute Heaven no longer existed, and its original position had been replaced by a lake. The lake was like the sky, rippling with blue waves that merged with the sky, making it seem especially quiet and beautiful. This place, which used to be devoid of people, had suddenly become incomparably lively recently. Many powerful warriors set up camp around the lake and chatted, as if they were waiting for something big to happen. There's still half a month. I wonder which one of them will arrive first. According to the schedule, the Martial Spirit Pavilion is closer to here. I think that Wu Bufan will arrive earlier than us. That's hard to say. Who doesn't want to be the first to familiarize themselves with the terrain and seize the initiative? Maybe Ling Xiao will arrive first. These two great venerables have already surpassed their peers by too much. To be able to see them fight, I think this trip will not be in vain. That's right, that Ling Xiao is the only successor of one of the 4 legendary evil emperors. His sudden rise in fame in the past few years is truly inconceivable. Even the evil emperor back then didn't seem as dazzling as him. That's right, looking at his current momentum, it seems that he wants to establish his own territory and establish his own power. His ambition is not small. That's true, but I think more highly of Wu Bufan. He has already been called the next young pavilion master, so it can be seen how much importance the spiritual martial pavilion places on him. In this battle between dragons and tigers, there's a 50-50 chance of victory. Both of them have killed Emperor Stage experts, so they can no longer be viewed as ordinary people. As the day of the decisive battle approached, more and more warriors gathered, and many people from the Dafeng faction rushed over to watch the battle. This peaceful place seemed to be no longer peaceful. There were still 5 days before the battle, and Wu Bufan arrived at the Lake of Absolute Heaven. His appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. However, Wu Bufan had no intention of communicating with them. He flew straight to the center of the lake and sat cross-legged on the surface of the water with his eyes closed. It was as if he was one with the lake, making people feel as if he was sitting on the surface of the lake so naturally and leisurely. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, This is the realm of unity of heaven and man. This is real. He has only been here for a while, but he has already merged with heaven and earth. That's way too perverted. This kid's temperament really can't be compared to normal people. As expected of the monstrous genius who is regarded as Sir Lingwu's successor. With such comprehension ability, it'll be a piece of cake for him to step into the emperor rank, and he'll definitely become a saint in the future. I just don't know if Ling Xiao has the same ability. The realm of unity of heaven and man meant that a cultivator's body had merged with heaven and earth and was able to sense everything in the world. It allowed a cultivator to enter a state of comprehension with relative ease, and it sped up one's comprehension of the path of the martial Tao and allowed one to advance even more swiftly. Wu Bufan had merged with heaven and earth in just a short moment and attained the realm of unity of heaven and man. After all, ordinary people had to rely on fortune and comprehension to enter this realm. So who could enter it so easily like Wu Bufan? Others could only feel envious and jealous at this sight. Right when Wu Bufan was in a meditative state, a figure swiftly flashed up to the surface of the water. Everyone was surprised, and they thought that Ling Xiao had arrived as well. "I want to fight you." An imposing figure pointed a golden rod at Wu Bufan from afar and shouted in alarm. A terrifying aura surged and swept out incessantly from the surroundings of the lake. This person was actually the one who had fought with Ling Xiao in the chaotic abyss of war, Yuan Zhantian. Judging from his current aura, he had the strength of a high-level heavenly venerable, and his figure was becoming more and more similar to his sacred battle ape. If it wasn't for the fact that his face was like a human's, everyone would have thought that he was a descendant of a sacred battle ape. "Who are you? Hurry up and leave, or don't blame this old man for being impolite." One of the mystic emperors who had come with Wu Bufan suddenly appeared and shouted at Yuan Zhantian. Wu Bufan did not open his eyes, and he said indifferently, "Elder Lon, there's no need to be angry. You can go to the side first." The spiritual martial pavilion elder hesitated for a moment, but he still retreated. Wu Bufan's body was as light as a swallow, and he stood up with the tip of his foot on the surface of the lake. His entire person seemed extraordinary. He opened his lightning-like eyes and looked straight at Yuan Zhantian. Brother Yuan's strength is even stronger than before. This is truly a cause for celebration. However, I only have one opponent now. If Brother Yuan wishes to fight, could you wait until after my battle with him?" Yuan Zhantian met Wu Bufan's gaze and said, "I am the only one who can defeat him, so you must defeat me first before you can challenge him." In the past, Yuan Zhantian and Ling Xiao had fought in the chaotic abyss of war. Both sides were evenly matched, and it was hard to tell who would win. In the end, Ling Xiao won by a small margin. That was Yuan Zhantian's first defeat, and he accepted it wholeheartedly. However, he did not think that he would be unable to surpass Ling Xiao in this lifetime. In his heart, he always thought that one day he would be able to fight with Ling Xiao again. He was determined to defeat Ling Xiao to avenge his previous humiliation. Before this, he had been in closed-door training, doing his best to improve his strength. Unexpectedly, not long after he came out of closed-door training, he heard the news of Wu Bufan challenging Ling Xiao, so he rushed here at top speed. Although he believed that Ling Xiao would not lose to Wu Bufan, he believed that Wu Bufan was not his opponent. How could he challenge Ling Xiao? "Brother Yuan, why are you so stubborn?" Wu Bufan asked. Yuan Zhantian said, "Come on, defeat me first, then fight him." "Don't you think this is very unfair to me?" Wu Bufan frowned slightly. "I don't care, unless you let me fight him first," Yuan Zhantian said, not giving in at all. "In that case, I will fulfill your wish first." Wu Bufan was a naturally belligerent person. He knew that Yuan Zhantian's strength was very strong, at least on par with him and Ling Xiao. However, Yuan Zhantian's entanglement made him feel rather annoyed. His calm heart was no longer calm. "In that case, let's fight first." He felt that defeating Yuan Zhantian first, then Ling Xiao, would be a better way to show his true prestige. He was also confident that he could fight two people in a row without being defeated. "Then you shall be defeated." Yuan Zhantian was also very direct. He did not care about etiquette and directly swung the golden rod in his hand. Countless rod shadows tore through the surrounding air and drowned out Wu Bufan. Beneath him, the surface of the lake was pushed to the sides. Wu Bufan did not show any signs of panic on his face. His body retreated like the wind, and at the same time, he waved his palms. His palms were not aimed at Yuan Zhantian, but at the bottom of the lake, pulling something. Suddenly, the waves on the surface of the lake surged. A huge wave rose up like a natural barrier, blocking all the goldenrod attacks. Bang! Bang! Countless splashes of water splashed in all directions, appearing incomparably crystal clear and beautiful. The people nearby were all stunned. They did not understand why the fight had started. Many people did not know Ling Xiao and thought that Yuan Zhantian was Ling Xiao. The fight has started before the day of the final battle. This is too much of a scam. What's wrong with Ling Xiao? He doesn't even have the slightest bit of a martial artist's integrity. If he wants to fight, he should at least salute first before attacking. This is not Ling Xiao. It is said that Ling Xiao's divine possession technique will produce the true form of the golden dragon. That person is obviously not him. His body looks like an ape. Could he be the inheritor of the sacred battle ape? I heard that when he fought with Ling Xiao in the chaos abyss of war, he lost to Ling Xiao's Yuan Zhantian by half a move. Yes, it should be him. I have never heard of Ling Xiao using a goldenrod. This should be Yuan Zhantian. This guy doesn't know the rules. If he fights with Wu Bufan in advance, how can Wu Bufan have a fair fight with Ling Xiao? The two exchanged hundreds of blows on the surface of the lake in an instant. The powerful attacks caused countless splashes on the surface of the lake, and the sound of explosions could be heard for thousands of miles. Many people who were not strong enough could not see the movements of the two clearly. They were so fast that it was dazzling. Only the stronger martial artists could barely catch the trajectory of their battle. They all knew that the two were not serious and were just testing each other. They had not even deduced the power of their worlds. You better give it your all. Otherwise, you will never be able to defeat me like this, Wu Bufan said to Yuan Zhantian, surrounded by countless water curtains. Yuan Zhantian flipped the golden rod and said, "Since you want to be defeated faster, I will fulfill your wish." After saying that, Yuan Zhantian's aura suddenly soared. An ancient giant ape appeared behind him, and the supreme power of the ape king broke through the sky. Yuan Zhantian's combat power rose like a straight line. His body also seemed to have undergone a mutation. It was slowly expanding, and his explosive muscles bulged. At the same time, ape phantoms spread out one after another. 1, 10, 100, they formed thousands of ape shadows, almost filling the entire sky above the lake. Each ape shadow was doing different actions as if they were real. It made people's scalps go numb. This was the power of the world of the apes. These are all sacred battle apes. Too scary. There are at least 10,000 of them. If all of them attacked, it would be terrible. How can people live like that? What a freak. This is definitely the power of the Emperor Realm's world. I didn't expect there to be such a monster in addition to Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan. Yes, with this power of the world, he has the ability to fight above his level. Yuan Zhantian is indeed the inheritor of the sacred battle ape. I wonder what Wu Bufan's world power is like. Chapter 779. Countless sacred battle apes occupied the sky above the heavenly lake. Ape shadows with different movements roared incessantly. They surrounded Wu Bufan in the middle, ready to attack at any time. If so many sacred battle apes attacked at the same time, Wu Bufan would be smashed into minced meat. Wu Bufan looked at the sacred battle apes around him, his eyes burning with passion. He murmured, "You are indeed the inheritor of the sacred battle ape. Just based on your world energy, it is enough for me to take you seriously." Wu Bufan's aura surged. Obviously, Yuan Zhantian had not used his true strength just now. His aura continued to rise, and the water curtains around him actually gathered around him. These water curtains kept surging like raging waves, emitting surging roars. Finally, the water curtains formed into the shape of flood dragons. These blue flood dragons were abnormally ferocious. Each of them was 100 meters long, and there were hundreds of them. They surged ceaselessly into the sky, and they protected Wu Bufan within them. It was as if Wu Bufan was their emperor, and it caused them to stand on guard and pledge their lives to follow him. Come on, let me fight to my heart's content. Wu Bufan's fighting spirit was high, and the blue flood dragons around him were ready to attack. Yuan Zhantian's sacred battle ape realm was also ready to attack. Many martial artists watched the duel between the two powerhouses of the new generation without blinking. They seemed to have forgotten the other protagonist of this duel. They only knew that they had to pay close attention to this battle that they could not miss. Just as the battle was about to start again, an earth-shattering dragon roar came from the distant sky. Roar! A real 8-clawed golden dragon broke through the sky and flew over. The mighty dragon head, huge dragon body, shining golden dragon scales, and majestic aura. The emperor of the beast, the supreme dragon might, shocked everyone. Everyone was shocked by this roar. They looked at the 8-clawed golden dragon with eyes full of shock. This young master hasn't even arrived, and you're already fighting. Could it be that you want this young master to pick up the ready-made ping E? A loud voice came from afar. This voice was filled with tyranny, arrogance. Even without seeing him, one could tell from his voice that he was no ordinary madman. It's Ling Xiao. That's the phantom of an 8-clawed true dragon. It seems to have solidified. It's really mighty and spectacular. Look at his aura. He's not any weaker than those two. There's going to be a good show. It doesn't matter who's fighting who. As long as I can watch the battle, it's fine. It's best if the three of them have a free-for-all. That would be even better. 3 heavenly geniuses of the same generation. When these 3 grow up, they will probably be able to rival the 4 legends who fought here thousands of years ago. The silhouette was like the wind, and the aura was like that of a dragon. The powerful aura caused the surrounding air to disperse. A young man with dashing eyebrows and starry eyes stopped steadily on the surface of the lake. He was wearing a black cloak, and his body was covered with black clothes. His entire person looked exceptionally elegant. That tyrannical aura was constantly overflowing, and the golden dragon behind him kept roaring. The holy ape and the flood dragon seemed to have sensed the thick aura of a beast king, and they both let out unwilling cries. What? Are you looking down on this young master? I haven't even arrived, and you've already started fighting, Ling Xiao said with an evil smile on his face as he crossed his arms in front of his chest. Wu Bufan instantly retracted his aura and revealed a warm smile. Brother Yuan is itching for a fight, so he wants to exchange a few moves with me. He doesn't mean to look down on Brother Ling. Wu Bufan always looked like a good person. His words were also calm and made people feel comfortable as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. Yuan Zhantian, on the other hand, was a straightforward person. He said disdainfully, if he wants a fight, he has to defeat me first. Otherwise, he has no right to challenge you. After hearing that, Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Ha! It seems that even this young master has become a hot commodity. It's a pity that you're all men. I only like beautiful women. After a pause, he said, why don't you all come at me together? This young master is very busy, and I don't have time to fool around with you here. Ling Xiao didn't expect to meet Yuan Zhantian here, an opponent that he deeply respected and missed. Wu Bufan was also a proud son of heaven. Since he dared to challenge Yuan Zhantian, he was sure that his strength was also extraordinary. All these years, Ling Xiao had experienced countless life and death battles. He had always insisted on using battle to train himself. In recent years, he had been in the limelight, and his confidence surged to the extreme. Facing the 2 geniuses before him, Ling Xiao was confident that he could fight 1 against 2, and he was sure that he could win. To be strong, one must have a fearless and courageous heart. Ling Xiao had always held on to this belief and continued to grow stronger. Ling Xiao's arrogant words had undoubtedly ignited the blood of the spectating martial artists. I heard that Ling Xiao has always been arrogant and domineering. Now it seems that the rumors are true. He can actually fight 1 against 2. What courage! He has the strength to suppress his peers, and he even defeated Yuan Zhantian in the past. In recent years, his battle record has been even more valiant, and it is said that he has a glorious record of fighting 1 against 10,000. Fighting 1 against 2 is a piece of cake for him. That's true, but Wu Bufan and Yuan Zhantian are not easy to deal with. They are both monstrous geniuses on the same level as him. Fighting 1 against 2? I'm afraid he has a higher chance of losing than winning. No matter what, let's hurry up and fight. I really want to see how intense this battle between giants is. Wu Bufan's and Yuan Zhantian's expressions changed slightly. Ling Zhao's words had undoubtedly provoked their arrogant personalities. Wu Bufan's smile disappeared, and he said, "Before Brother Ling came, Brother Yuan said that if I want to fight you, I must defeat him. How about this? Bufan asks both of you to teach me a move at the same time. Why so much nonsense? Let's fight." Yuan Zhantian was even more direct. With a roar, he once again deduced the world energy, which enveloped both of them at the same time. Countless sacred apes split into 2 groups and attacked both of them. Countless sacred apes, countless powerful attacks, and countless shadows of the staff, with earth-shattering momentum, drowned the 2 of them. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan did not make any moves. Their figures flashed, shuttling between the many sacred apes, and finally out of the range of Yuan Zhantian's world energy. "Why aren't you fighting? Are you looking down on me?" Yuan Zhantian roared. The sacred battle ape was naturally belligerent, and he would never be willing to submit to anyone. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan's avoidance of fighting made him very angry. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Don't be angry, Brother Yuan. Let me fight with him to my heart's content first. Otherwise, none of us will care about you. If you really want to fight with us, wait for us to finish, then we can arrange a time." Although Ling Xiao really wanted to fight 1 against 2, it seemed that no one was willing to submit to the other. In that case, he might as well persuade Yuan Zhantian to fight with Wu Bufan first. Yuan Zhantian hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still withdrew the world energy. "All right, I will challenge whoever wins," Yuan Zhantian replied, and quickly flew into the distance. Wu Bufan smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't expect Brother Yuan to listen to Brother Ling. Just now, I spent a lot of effort to persuade him, but he didn't listen. Maybe it's because what I say is reasonable that he listens." Ling Xiao replied casually, "There are still a few days until the appointed time. Should we start now?" Wu Bufan looked at Ling Xiao with a longing expression. He had been looking forward to this fight for a long time, and he couldn't wait to start. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Don't be anxious. Let's go according to the appointed time. I think many people are still on their way here. We can't let them down, right?" Ling Xiao didn't expect that his fight with Wu Bufan would be so widely publicized. Ling Xiao had asked Xianxia before, but no one in the city lord's mansion spread the news. Now that everyone knew, it must be Wu Bufan's doing. Ling Xiao couldn't help but suspect Wu Bufan's motives. This made him feel that Wu Bufan really valued this fight and wanted to trample on him. Wu Bufan might even let his enemies know and want to kill him. Because of this, Ling Xiao's impression of Wu Bufan's character dropped. Since Wu Bufan wanted to show everyone that he was stronger than Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao had the confidence to trample on him, it wouldn't be too late to wait until everyone was here. Since Brother Ling is so calm, Bufan is not in a hurry. Wu Bufan said calmly. Ling Xiao cupped his hands at Wu Bufan, turned around, and flew in the direction where Yuan Zhantian had gone. "Hey, why are they running away? They're already here, so why aren't they fighting? What are they doing? Are they trying to fool us? Don't worry, they haven't gone far. I think they will fight again after the appointed time. How many days do we have to wait? What a scam." One by one, the cultivators who were waiting to watch a good show became angry. They were clearly excited and waiting for the show to begin, but this sudden shout for them to stop really made them feel uncomfortable. Yuan Zhantian did not go far, but sat down quietly in an empty area. When he saw Ling Xiao, he said faintly, "What are you doing here?" Do you want to fight me first? Are you kidding me? I still have a fight with that guy in a few days. I can't let him take advantage of me if I get injured in advance. Ling Xiao sat down not far from Yuan Zhantian. After a pause, he said, I'm here to treat you to a drink. With that, 2 jars of wine appeared in his hands, and he threw one to Yuan Zhantian. Yuan Zhantian caught it, puzzled. Ling Xiao waved the wine in his hand and did not say anything. He raised his head and gulped it down. That forthright energy was really special. Yuan Zhantian hesitated for a while, but he also opened the lid of the wine jar and drank it. His heart felt inexplicably warm, making his emotions a little chaotic. Ling Xiao looked at the strange expression on Yuan Zhantian's face and said, Could it be that you think my wine is not pure or strong enough? No, it's not bad. Bottoms up. Yuan Zhantian turned his head and said, then gulped down the wine in the jar. Chapter 780. When Yuan Zhantian was very young, his parents died in the war. He was only 6 years old then and became an orphan. At such a young age, he had almost no ability to survive. Just as he was about to starve to death in the wilderness, he was saved by a spirit ape. At that time, he thought that he was going to be eaten alive by the spirit ape. He was so afraid that he could not stop crying. However, not only did the spirit ape not eat him, it even fed him and kept him alive. He spent his days in the mountains with the spirit ape and got to know many other spirit apes. Some of them could even speak the human language and transform into humans, which made him very happy. As he gradually grew up, he also left the human world. One day, he was playing in the spirit ape mountain range and accidentally entered a dangerous place. He almost died on the spot. It was also in that dangerous place that he obtained the inheritance of the sacred battle ape. The blood essence helped him cleanse his marrows and open his meridians, allowing him to inherit the sacred battle Tenbin magic power. This allowed him, an ordinary youth, to step on the path of constantly becoming stronger. The spirit ape seemed to know that Yuan Zhantian had changed, so it let him return to the human world. Yuan Zhantian was originally a human and had lived in the spirit ape mountain range for a long time, which gave him the nature of an ape. Later, when he came out of the mountain range, he lived in a commoner's land for a while and gradually regained some of his humanity. However, many of his habits could not be changed. Moreover, he had lived in a mountain range for a long time and was used to being quiet. This caused an indescribable generation gap between him and others. This also caused him to have almost no friends around him, making him feel out of place with everyone. If not for the spirit ape who had saved him had not told him to return to his own life, he would have rather returned to the mountain range to live. Therefore, now that Ling Xiao had taken the initiative to invite him for a drink, his sealed mentality had changed a little. He was also a human, a real human who longed for friends, family, lovers, of course. Ling Xiao did not know about Yuan Zhantian's past. He only knew that Yuan Zhantian was a cold and straightforward person who seemed difficult to get along with. However, he felt that Yuan Zhantian was a worthy opponent and a worthy friend. Therefore, he specially came here to invite Yuan Zhantian for a drink. Even if the two of them had always been rivals, he was still an opponent worthy of a drink. Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian drank a few jars of wine each, but they did not exchange any words. It was as if the two of them were strangers in the restaurant, and after drinking, there would be no more interactions. The two of them didn't seem to be afraid of being harmed by anyone. After drinking, they both fell to the ground and fell asleep. This caused those who were watching from afar to click their tongues in wonder. They felt that the two of them were really skilled and daring. A few days passed by quickly. More and more cultivators rushed over from all over the central region. Among them, more than half of the people from the major factions had already rushed over to watch the battle. The others who hadn't come were probably too far away and couldn't make it. Many martial artists of different strengths had already gathered around the lake of absolute heaven. As the sun rose from the east, the day of the decisive battle had finally arrived. It's finally starting. I'm getting impatient. I hope it won't disappoint me. I don't think so. Both of them have killed Mystic Thear-cranked super experts before. This is definitely the pinnacle battle between supremacies. After this battle, I think that Yuan Zhantian will also challenge one of them. At that time, there might be another good show to watch. I wonder who will be the true emperor of the new generation. I really can't wait. Before the battle had even started, many martial artists had already started discussing fervently. Their faces were filled with anticipation. Above the center of the lake of absolute heaven, Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan were already floating opposite each other. One of them was dressed in black. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His handsome face exuded an evil aura. Dignified and extraordinary aura made him look like a high-ranking prince. His body was shimmering with the aura of a dragon, giving off an unusual feeling of nobility. The other was dressed in linen clothes. His looks were ordinary, and he had a bright smile on his face. He looked like the boy next door, giving off an amiable feeling. At the same time, he had an inexplicable sense of otherworldliness, as if he was one with heaven and earth. The two of them stood about 10 meters apart and looked at each other. Their fighting spirits soared to the sky. "How do you want to fight?" Ling Xiao took the initiative to ask. Wu Bufan replied, "Let's fight with our fists and feet first, then use our weapons. We don't need to fight with our spirit beasts. What do you think?" "All right, that's exactly what I want. Do you want to make the first move, or should I?" Ling Xiao replied straightforwardly. No matter which category they competed in, Ling Xiao was confident that he would not lose to anyone. "Why don't you go first?" Wu Bufan asked politely. "Haha, then I'll make my move." Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony. He responded and made the first move. Using the Cloud Phantom Shadow, he instantly appeared in front of Wu Bufan. His fists were like dragons emerging from the sea, smashing towards Wu Bufan's body. These fists moved the water of the lake below, forming ice fists that looked like spikes. This was the fist, palm, and leg technique that Ling Xiao rarely used. It was the Skyfrost Fist. The fifth style of the Skyfrost Fist, Icy Long River. The surface of the lake was frozen with hailstones, and before the fist energy reached its target, the extreme cold intent had already attacked. The reason why Ling Xiao used the ice attribute to attack was because he took advantage of the terrain of the lake to enhance his ice attribute attack. Wu Bufan seemed to be a water attribute cultivator, so he calmly retreated a few steps and met the attack with his fists. The lake water around him danced along with his fist art, forming a flood dragon that rushed towards Ling Xiao's ice fist. Its imposing manner was quite domineering. Bang! Waves of ice and water intertwined with each other, producing violent rippling sounds. Countless ice and water droplets splashed in all directions. The surrounding cultivators also paid attention to the fight, as they didn't want to miss out on any of the fierce collisions. For the first time, the two were evenly matched, and neither of them had the upper hand. Pay attention. This young master is going to attack fiercely. Ling Xiao grinned, and the speed of his fists changed. The surface of the lake with him, as the center, kept freezing, and it seemed as if the entire lake was going to be frozen. When the surface of the lake froze into a large area, a silvery white giant fist suddenly appeared on the surface of the ice and continuously smashed towards Wu Bufan. These giant fists carried a terrible destructive cold energy, and each of them had the power to freeze a river and split a mountain. The sixth style of the Skyfrost Fist, Frost Scars. Wu Bufan certainly wouldn't sit still and wait for his death. His expression became more and more fanatical, and he laughed loudly. "I didn't expect Brother Ling's fist art to be so good, but it's still not enough." After saying that, he slightly shrank his body and waved his fists again. He looked like he was playing in the water, and a gentle force bloomed. The flood dragons kept circling around him, and the ice fists were swept aside. It seemed as if he was using a small force to overcome a large force. Ling Xiao naturally didn't think that he could defeat Wu Bufan with such a move. He let out a loud roar, and his figure quickly dashed forward. The speed of his ice fists became incomparably fast, and it was dazzling to the eyes. Wu Bufan wasn't willing to be outdone, and he met Ling Xiao's fists head-on. Bang! A series of deafening noises shook the surface of the lake, causing the water to explode. Countless hailstones and waves surged, forming ripples that made people feel that it was very beautiful. How long will it take for the winner to be decided if they keep fighting like this? Isn't that right? But the power of their moves is even more terrifying than that of a peak heavenly venerable. Even a warm-up is at this level. When they fight to the death, I'm afraid it will be earth-shattering. Who said it wasn't? Just watch carefully. Their fists actually have a great momentum, and each punch has its own calculations. Without many life and death experiences, it's impossible to use such fists. At this time, Ling Xiao's speed had increased by several times, and his ice fists were also becoming faster and more ferocious. With his speed and power, he could already stand shoulder to shoulder with a half-emperor, and ordinary peak heavenly venerables wouldn't be able to handle it. However, he found that Wu Bufan was also more than capable of dealing with it, and he could even launch a powerful attack. Wu Bufan's fists weren't purely soft, but they were soft with a hint of hardness. It was a high-grade water attribute fist technique that was both offensive and defensive. His fists were tricky, and it was impossible to defend against them. Moreover, they were all aimed at vital points. If it was an ordinary person at the same level, they would have been ripped off with just one or two punches. Fortunately, Ling Xiao wasn't an ordinary person, and he was able to deal with it with ease. Wu Bufan seemed unwilling to continue fighting like this, and he slightly clenched his fists as he shouted, "The warm-up is over. Eat my fist." He raised his fists high, and a huge, ancient bottle seemed to form between his fists. The ancient bottle was like a powerful weapon, and it had an indescribable suction force that enveloped Ling Xiao's head. Ancient bottle sealing fist. The surrounding waves kept wrapping around Ling Xiao, trapping him in the middle, making it difficult for him to escape. The giant bottle above his head suddenly smashed down. Facing this move, Ling Xiao could feel that Wu Bufan was starting to get serious. He was also in high spirits, and the spiritual power in his body continuously surged out. The lake around him was also covered in ice and hail. Just as the ancient bottle smashed down, Ling Xiao also punched out. Skyfrost fists 8 style, unyielding snow frost. The waves in the sky surged violently, and countless hailstones flew in the air. The two fist techniques began to collide. Rumble, rumble. The surface of the lake instantly surged with a silvery white curtain of water. Waves and hailstones splashed in all directions, and it was as if white fireworks were blooming. It was so beautiful and splendid. Two figures were sent flying at the same time, and 2 different colors of blood splashed out and were immediately submerged by the water. Haha, this is great. Let's fight for a few hundred more rounds. Ling Xiao laughed wildly. Wu Bufan also laughed and said, "As you wish." Their figures flickered, and their speed was as fast as a charm, and they collided once again. Chapter 781. The Lake of Absolute Heavens was a huge lake that wasn't formed by nature. It had always been a desolate plain, and it had always been a calm lake. But now it was bustling with noise and excitement. Tens of thousands of powerful martial artists from all over the world had gathered here. Their gazes were fixed on the center of the lake, where the waves were exploding ceaselessly. Large waves were surging like a raging tsunami, and there was a lot of hailstones mixed in them. If one was careless and got hit by the hailstones, he or she would be severely injured. 2 figures that couldn't be seen by the naked eye were chasing each other in the hailstones. They were releasing powerful attacks one after another, and their speed was as fast as lightning. They had exchanged no less than 100 moves in the blink of an eye. Neither of them had the upper hand, and they kept throwing punches at each other. Their strength seemed to be equal, and no one was able to do anything to the other. The battle was extremely intense. Although the 2 of them hadn't deduced the power of the world, The energy of each of their punches had already surpassed the energy of a martial artist of the same level by more than 10 times. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart, "With this ability, Wu Bufan is qualified to be my opponent. But he's far from being able to defeat me with just this." Wu Bufan was also shocked in his heart. Ling Xiao's reputation isn't undeserved. His fist technique is already so powerful, and once he uses it to kill, I'm afraid it'll be even more shocking. I hope he can make me feel threatened. Both of them were battle maniacs, and they had different thoughts in their minds. At this time, Ling Xiao was surrounded by the water dragons, and he had nowhere to hide. Not only that, but Wu Bufan also smashed his iron fist towards Ling Xiao's head with the force of a thunderbolt. This move had almost sealed off all of Ling Xiao's escape routes, and its momentum was obviously several times stronger than before. It seemed like Wu Bufan wanted to use this move to make Ling Xiao suffer. Ling Xiao also knew that he couldn't avoid this move, and he could only meet the heavy blow above Wu Bufan's head. Bang! Ling Xiao, who was at the bottom, lost his advantage and was suppressed by Wu Bufan. On the other hand, the flood dragon fist energy formed by the waves of the lake drowned Ling Xiao. After Wu Bufan's attack succeeded, he didn't hold back. He let out a roar and turned into a ferocious dragon as he charged towards Ling Xiao. Countless fist forces stirred up a storm on the surface of the lake. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was at the heart of the struggle, and he practically didn't have the strength to fight back before he was blasted flying by the force of Wu Bufan's punch. After a long while, Wu Bufan stopped his attacks. His entire body floated above the surface of the lake. A screen of light formed by a water serpent was beneath his feet. It looked extremely mystical and mighty. Just the scene alone was enough to show that his control over the power of water had reached an extreme level. When the cultivators nearby saw this scene, they were all shocked. This is the affinity of the power of water. Wu Bufan must be a pure water attribute cultivator. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to achieve this. That's right. All water attribute cultivators can congeal the power of water. However, he doesn't need to control it to use the power of water for his own use. Not everyone can do this. He's a pure attribute cultivator, and he can instantly reach the realm of heaven and man. It's no wonder that he can reach such a profound realm at such a young age. Moreover, his martial strength is so terrifying. It seems that Ling Xiao is more likely to lose than to win. Well, Ling Xiao was bombarded so many times just now. He must have suffered a lot. If he wants to win, I'm afraid he'll need a bigger trump card. Many people could see that Wu Bufan was extraordinary in just one move. Therefore, the majority of people started to lean towards Wu Bufan's side. Come out. I know you won't be defeated so easily. Wu Bufan looked at the calm surface of the lake and said indifferently. At the bottom of the lake, Ling Xiao's whole body was lying in the lake. It seemed as if he had been bombarded to pieces, and he sank straight down. However, when one looked closely, one would find that his eyes were glowing. His hands were crossed in front of his chest, and he looked very relaxed. He didn't look like he had been bombarded to the point of losing consciousness. Fist technique is considered to be defeated, but it's not my strong point. Ling Xiao murmured in his heart. His whole body was like a bow that had been released from the bottom of the lake. Bang! Ling Xiao rushed out from the bottom of the lake like a real dragon. A dragon's shadow roared in all directions. Before the dragon's roar stopped, Ling Xiao disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. So fast, Wu Bufan's eyelids twitched. He activated his divine sense to the maximum to sense Ling Xiao's location. Behind me, Wu Bufan frowned. Without turning his head, he turned around and punched behind him. Unfortunately, his attack hit nothing but air. Ling Xiao mysteriously appeared next to him and sneered. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Ling Xiao turned his fist into a palm, and his ice attribute energy turned into fire attribute energy. Two powerful palm shadows seemed to tear the sky apart, and they enveloped Wu Bufan. The seventh style of the firmament palm, tearing the heavens and scattering the clouds. Ling Xiao's all-out attack carried an earth-shattering momentum. It seemed like he wanted to defeat Wu Bufan with a single palm strike. The terrifying flame aura evaporated the waves on the lake's surface, and the surface of the lake was filled with domineering, flaming palms. Wu Bufan was caught off guard. He was hit by Ling Xiao's two palm strikes, and he was sent flying far away. Ling Xiao would naturally not let it go just like that. His figure stuck close to the surface of the lake like a hawk, and he pursued Wu Bufan until he arrived in front of Wu Bufan. After that, he similarly launched a wave of attacks. Countless flaming palms enveloped Wu Bufan, and every single one of them caused numerous crystalline waves to surge up from the surface of the lake, while a large amount of flames sprayed towards the surroundings. Even an ordinary Emperor rank expert would be smashed into mush by such a wave. The spectators from Wu City who were watching the battle from afar exploded into an uproar. They'd truly never imagined that Ling Xiao would actually be able to turn the situation around so quickly. Moreover, it was such a frenzied counterattack. It was truly an eye-opener and extremely satisfying. Ling Xiao is too formidable. He actually forced Wu Bufan to such an extent in the blink of an eye. Could it be that he hasn't utilized his full strength since the beginning? Perhaps fist techniques aren't his forte, but those palm techniques are extremely overbearing. Moreover, they've changed from the ice attribute to the fire attribute. Ling Xiao is even a multiple attribute cultivator. Yeah, he probably cultivates the metal attribute as well. He even seized the Gu clan's Golden Dragon Spear. If he utilized the Golden Dragon Spear, then Wu Bufan would probably be in danger. Both of them haven't even utilized the energy of their worlds, yet they're already fighting so intensely. This trip was truly worth it. Ling Xiao's firmament palm strike was unceasing, and it seemed that the water in the lake would be blasted away until there was nothing left. However, it seemed that Wu Bufan wasn't willing to be suppressed in such a manner. His imposing aura grew increasingly stronger, and the surrounding lake water seemed to be drawn in by him. It formed layers of defensive water curtains that forcibly isolated Ling Xiao's attacks. His silhouette retreated again and again in order to buy some time for himself to catch his breath. Wu Bufan had indeed been caught unprepared by Ling Xiao's sudden change of attack. His linen clothes had been torn, and a lot of blood had spilled out from the corner of his mouth. His neatly combed hair had also become disheveled. It seemed that he had already suffered a lot of internal injuries. However, he also possessed a high-level healing technique. So, he didn't need to consume medicinal pills. His injuries were gradually healed by him. His imposing aura didn't decrease, but instead, it rose. A gigantic cockroach-like monster condensed under his feet. I didn't expect Brotherling's palm technique to be so amazing. However, I also have a set of claw techniques that I would like to seek advice from Ling Xiao. Wu Bufan's tiger-like eyes revealed an even more fanatical look. After he spoke, the monster under his feet began to move. Countless water-shaped tentacles, like tiny claw shadows, clawed at him. 10,000 claws hunt. It was as if a giant deep-sea monster was hunting for its prey. It didn't dare to let even a single one of them go. It had turned this part of the world into a prison and firmly locked the area within a radius of several hundred meters. A mere sea monster dares to challenge this young master's prestige, Ling Xiao said in a very disdainful manner. Then, he once again blasted a powerful palm print in all directions. One by one, the water-shaped tentacles were blasted away. However, there are also many claws that had scratched his armor, and he felt a kind of tangible pain. This technique should only be suitable for long-range attacks. It can only be broken by close-range attacks. Ling Xiao immediately found the flaw in Wu Bufan's technique. So he used all his strength to kill his way out of the prison and chased after Wu Bufan. The two fiercely collided with each other. The deafening sound caused by the collision was extremely uncomfortable. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had been fighting for 2 days. However, their spiritual power was still incomparably abundant, and there was no sign of it weakening. Moreover, they were constantly changing their attacks from fists, palms, claws, and legs. The many different kinds of mystical skills were dazzling to the eyes. It made people feel that the two of them were really knowledgeable, and it was an eye-opener for them. You've run out of skills. Watch me defeat you. Ling Xiao's speed had already been imbued with the wind attribute. At the same time, he used the limitless doppelganger technique. 48 figures surrounded Wu Bufan, and the kicks of the wind god stirred up the waves in all directions. The shadow of the leg, which was as sharp as a blade, carried with it an incomparable might. It was as if one could even hear the sound of thunder. Even the heavens and earth seemed to have changed color. The sixth style of the kicks of the wind god, swift thunder and swift wind. This was the strongest style of the wind god. The strength was like thunder and lightning, and the legs were as fast as the wind. It was impossible to defend against and difficult to resist. Wu Bufan clasped his palms together and then slowly spread them out. A dignified, deity-like image appeared in the sky above him. It looked like a thousand-hand guanyin, and countless arms stretched out. Thousand-hand guanyin, both of them intended to use this move to end the battle of physical strength. The formidable might made people feel that it was as terrifying as a 12th grade storm. Many martial artists who were watching from afar felt their hearts palpitating with fear. They felt as if they were personally witnessing the scene. Although they were separated by a great distance, they still felt suffocated and uncomfortable. It was as if they were also facing the bombardment of these two powerful moves. Chapter 782. Some martialists who weren't strong enough fell from the sky. Only those with the strength of a high-level heavenly venerate or above were barely able to hold on. Are they going to use this move to decide the victor? What a powerful aura. Yeah, they're suppressing me to the point that my aura has become chaotic. These two are freaks. The new generation of supreme venerables really lives up to their reputation. When they reach the emperor stage, will there still be anyone who can match them? This is scary. They haven't even used the power of the world. Is this battle going to be decided just like that? It's not satisfying enough. Many cultivators were in an uproar. Their faces were filled with incomparable shock. This terrifying energy had far surpassed their peers of the same level. Xianxia, who was watching the battle from a corner, felt his aura rising. His eyes were filled with the desire to fight. He clenched his fists tightly, as if he wanted to rush over and fight with the two of them. Xianxia will never lose to the two of you, Xianxia said confidently in his heart. In another direction, Kong Lan of the Spiritual Martial Pavilion was also watching the battle closely. She stared at Ling Xiao and sneered. No one has forced Junior Brother to go all out yet. Ling Xiao, you bastard, this lake of absolute skies will definitely be your burial ground. In a few directions, there were a few obscure auras that were faintly paying attention to the battle between the two. Their target was obviously Ling Xiao. Boom, boom. On the surface of the lake, the collision of the two powerful moves caused the lake water to churn nearly 100 meters high. It was as if the lake was about to be turned upside down. 48 Ling Xiao's countless footsteps stirred up a level 10 tornado. Every kick carried the power of a thunderbolt. Wu Bufan, on the other hand, seemed as if he had grown countless arms. Countless water curtains appeared around him, forming an iron barrel-like defense. The shadows of the kicks that were sweeping toward him were completely blocked. However, there was no need to defend for long. No matter how strong his defense was, he could not withstand Ling Xiao's crazy kicks. His dignified appearance was swept away by the kicks, and his whole body was kicked into the bottom of the lake by Ling Xiao. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Ling Xiao floated above the lake and looked at the surface of the lake that could not calm down for a long time. He was panting. After 2 days of fighting and an all-out attack, just now, Ling Xiao was slightly exhausted. This Wu Bufan is really unfathomable. My combat power has increased by more than 5 times, but he can still fight me without being defeated. He must have some trump cards that he hasn't used yet. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he looked at the surface of the lake with a puzzled expression. He firmly believed that Wu Bufan had suffered a lot just now, but he didn't think that Wu Bufan would die just like that. He wasn't that naive to think that way. As expected, not long after Wu Bufan fell to the bottom of the lake, a strange phenomenon began to appear. The lake water that had not calmed down began to surge and gradually formed a whirlpool. The whirlpool spun faster and faster, and the ripples became bigger and bigger. A figure slowly walked out of the whirlpool. It was as if he was not affected by the whirlpool's power, and he walked out as if he was taking a stroll in the park. The whirlpool even formed layers of stairs for him to step on, and it was incomparably magical and amazing. Who else could it be but Wu Bufan? His linen clothes were torn, and there were many injuries on his muscles. His complexion had also become much paler. It was obvious that Ling Zhao's move had put him in a very difficult situation. However, he did not show any signs of stage fright, and his face was still smiling. He single-handedly tore off the remaining clothes on his upper body, revealing his explosive muscles that were filled with countless scars. He looked at Ling Xiao and said indifferently, "Brother Ling's martial skill is really formidable. Wu Bufan is ashamed of his inferiority." Ling Xiao slightly cupped his hands and said, "Brother Wu, thank you for letting me win. Now that we've fought, let's start the second battle." "Exactly. Fighting isn't my strong point, so let's start the real battle." As Wu Bufan spoke, his aura surged once more, and then he said, "Do you know why I chose to fight you at the Lake of Absolute Heavens?" Ling Xiao didn't even think about it, and said, "Could it be because of the terrain here?" Wu Bufan was a water attribute martial artist, and he could only display his formidable strength in a place with water. That was why Ling Xiao guessed this. Wu Bufan lightly nodded and said, "Yes, in a duel, besides one's own strength, the terrain is also indispensable, because it can change the final outcome of the battle. Brother Ling, come. I know you haven't used your full strength, so let me defeat you and make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly." Suddenly, the lake water around Wu Bufan rose, and not only that, but the lake water within a kilometer of the center of the huge lake seemed to have been madly sucked out by him, and the lake water level instantly dropped by several meters. The water that was sucked out by Wu Bufan changed from its original light blue color to incomparably clear, as if the water had been purified and all the impurities had disappeared, which made people feel very strange. Ling Xiao looked at the water that was surrounding him, and his eyelids twitched violently. The heavenly jewel in his sea of knowledge also issued a warning signal, as if it had encountered a formidable enemy. This feeling was different from encountering the same kind of source energy. When encountering the same kind of source energy, it would be extremely greedy, but at this time, it was extremely hostile. Especially the demonic fire bead's hostility was extremely strong, and it gave him a feeling of wanting to rush out of his sea of knowledge to fight with the enemy. Could it be a water attribute heavenly jewel? Ling Zhao's pupils shrank, and he murmured in surprise, "Yes, Brother Ling, you should also have a heavenly jewel, and it should be a fire attribute heavenly jewel, right? Let's use its power, otherwise you will definitely lose this fight." Wu Bufan said confidently. There were many powerful martial artists nearby, and they had extraordinary hearing, so they heard the conversation between the two, and all of them revealed looks of envy and jealousy. No wonder he can use the water attribute energy, so he has a water attribute heavenly jewel. Wu Bufan is really lucky. Every heavenly jewel is extremely rare, and he actually managed to find one. It seems like he will definitely win this battle. No, Ling Xiao also seems to have a heavenly jewel, and it should be the fire attribute. Since ancient times, water and fire are incompatible, and they are really born enemies. Finally, they're going to fight with their lives on the line. This is going to be interesting, and if they are defeated, it will be fun. Every heavenly jewel was extremely rare. Since ancient times, only a dozen heavenly jewel had appeared in the central region, and the owner of every heavenly jewel was once an almighty being, and they all had unfathomable potential. Any martial artist who obtained it was destined to set foot on a broad road, and their future was limitless. They knew that Wu Bufan and Ling Xiao both had heavenly jewel, and it was absolutely impossible for them not to be greedy. Many of them had some thoughts in their hearts. Ling Xiao said excitedly, "That's right, I do have a fire attribute heavenly jewel. Originally, I did not use it because I did not want to take advantage of you. Now that you also have a heavenly jewel, I can go all out in this fight. I hope you will not disappoint me." No matter when Ling Xiao fought with Yuan Zhantian or Wu Bufan, he did not use the power of his heavenly jewels or his spiritual energy. That was because those two powers were like cheating weapons, able to instantly kill his opponents, causing him to feel guilty about winning. Of course, it was another matter when it came to dealing with enemies. Now that Wu Bufan also had a heavenly jewel, he did not feel that it was unfair for him to use the power of his heavenly jewel. I should be the one saying that to you. Your heavenly fire is destined to be extinguished by my polarized heavenly water, Wu Bufan replied confidently. Polarized? Is that called the polarized heavenly water jewel? I wonder what power it has. Ling Xiao murmured, and the power of the heavenly fire began to appear with him as the center. Come on, let me extinguish your heavenly fire, Wu Bufan said, and a white sword appeared in his hand. He waved the sword slightly, and, as if giving an order, the purified lake water in the surroundings surged towards Ling Xiao. The surrounding air was expelled cleanly, and a suffocating smell made Ling Xiao feel a little pressured. Ling Xiao also began to release the power of the heavenly fire to his heart's content, fighting against the white water that was rushing towards him. ZZ. As soon as the heavenly water and heavenly fire came into contact, there was an ear-piercing sound. However, the heavenly water did not seem to be able to extinguish the heavenly fire at once. Instead, a lot of it was evaporated. Wu Bufan's expression changed when he saw the situation, and he exclaimed, This is impossible. My polarized heavenly water should be able to extinguish any heavenly fire and drown everything. How can it not extinguish your heavenly fire? Ling Xiao also noticed the situation. He pondered for a moment, and then laughed loudly. Ha! Although the power of your heavenly water can restrain any fire-based power, the power of your heavenly water jewel seems to be lacking. It's still lacking compared to my heavenly jewel. It can't extinguish my heavenly fire. Heavenly jewels were also divided into grades. The longer a heavenly jewel existed, the more source energy it absorbed, and the higher its grade was, and the more terrifying and pure its energy was. Wu Bufan's heavenly water jewel could restrain ordinary heavenly fire jewel, but that was only when compared to those of the same grade. Once it encountered a higher grade heavenly fire jewel, it would not be able to restrain it. Ling Xiao's demonic fire jewel had fused with more than half of the golden split jewel source energy, and the golden split jewel was originally a high-grade heavenly jewel that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Now that the two jewels had collided with each other, the demonic fire jewel was naturally much stronger. This was the real reason why Wu Bufan's heavenly water could not restrain it. However, it was not possible for the demonic fire jewel to completely evaporate the polarized water in a short period of time. After all, water restrained fire. That was an unchanging rule since ancient times. It looks like it's impossible to defeat you with the power of my heavenly jewel. In that case, let me show you the true power of my world. Wu Bufan's expression turned serious, and he began to deduce the power of his world. When everyone saw the power of his world, their jaws dropped, and they were extremely shocked. Ling Xiao was no exception. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.